Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Stormkeep. My name is Paul.
Hey guys, it's Mordonk.
And it's Daniel.
And your biggest proponent of Dracolian is James here.
And today I'm very excited to say that we are updating our Stormcast tier list. It's the most exciting part of the season. It's like Christmas every 6 months for us around here when we get to do an update to the tier list. It's always a good time.
It'll be once a year again.
Yeah, like the major changes. Every time there's a significant battle, what do you call them, Battlescroll, we'll probably do another tier list update. Last time we didn't really get the most significant one, but hey, this summer has been a big one. We've gotten a lot of point changes, some big rule changes that seem to really help Stormcast out a lot. Knockdowns to all the top armies, Stormcast getting raised up a bit. It's a pretty good time to be a boy in gold and blue. So let's I can't wait. Let's jump into it.
Dude, how long has it been since we've seen an all-green Battlescroll?
I know. They didn't even nerf Gardas this time. It's pretty great. All right. Before we jump into it, let's give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Kaiju Gaming Lounge.
Yeah. It's Kaiju Game Lounge is based out of Orlando, Florida, and they are an awesome storefront that sells a lot of different things. Definitely our Stormkeep gaming aids that you can see on the screen there. You got Annihilators positioned at 7 inches away from that Bloodthirster, about to charge in and take out that ward disabling, because it's super annoying. But yeah, we have a 7-inch, 9-inch stick like you can see there. You can use a 7-inch side for deep striking with Beasts of Chaos, Seraphon, or your favorite boys in the gold and blue, or my weird cosmic annihilators here. And we've got dice coming in soon. TM. We'll be trying to get that same Stormkeep dice in stock as well if you want to order that, as well as maybe a new design. So definitely check out our Discord and keep in touch to see about those. But they sell some of our merch, as well as, of course, GW products, products from other games like Shatterpoint. That's a really good one. So check them out for sure on KaijuGamingLounge.com, and you can use code Stormkeep for 15% off of your order. If you are an international customer, you can get in touch with Carl in our Discord. Link below, of course. And if you need international shipping, just get with him, and he'll be able to make that work.
I heard we were doing Baron of Dice for the dice. Is that right?
No, we're just restocking the current dice we had from Chessex.
Okay.
But I think the next design I'm going to do Baron of Dice, yeah.
Cool. Something to look forward to there.
Yeah, they make great dice. I just got to convince everyone that my design is good. Okay, let's take a look at the major changes that happened with Season 3 and why we're so excited for Stormcast in particular. But let's look at the seasonal rules first. So we're out of the Galatian Veterans season. We're out of the Sharpshooter season. We're out of the Bounty Hunter season. All that stuff is left behind. What we have this time around is we are in the region of Andtor, and it is all about Primal Frost. It's a savage, frosty land.
Stone horns everywhere.
You'd think so,
really.
but I feel like this frost is a little too much for Stonehorns, it would seem. They're going extinct real quick. Wizards in this area can harness the special magical frost magic that exists. That's about the extent of the lore that I've read. I always just skip ahead to the match play section. So wizard heroes with less than 10 wounds gain this new keyword called Antorian LOCUS. You also can't be unique, so that really hurts a lot of our potential LOCUS heroes. We just for shorthand, we're going to call them LOCUS. That seems like the easiest thing to do, like how we called infantry, and then they made it an official keyword or whatever. So we're going with LOCUS. If you are going second in the round, every round of every battle plan, you gain optimal focus, which means one of your LOCUS can cast and unbind one more spell that round. Or you can choose to just get an extra command point, which frankly, the extra command point's useful. It really, sometimes I think I'd rather have the command point. So that's an option to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's something I've been forgetting, but it's definitely something that I would have liked in my games recently.
Yeah, if you're playing against an army that doesn't have a lot of unbinding or a lot of casting, a second spell isn't super useful all the time. Like sometimes it's an arcane bolt and that's not great. So go for the command point in those situations. We're calling this ability Locus Focus. It just rolls off the tongue, nice and easy.
It seems to be what people are going with.
Yeah. Locus can also learn spells from the lore of Primal Frost. Now, all of these spells are insanely powerful, and they are, let's say, costed appropriately because their cast values are insane. Hoarfrost allows you to modify a characteristic on a weapon based on a D3 roll. So you can either hit on ones or wound on ones or have rend 1 on a weapon. Or, if you roll a 3, you can have rend 3, which is insane. So there's always a good result when you roll Hoarfrost. There's lots of good units in the Stormcast army that can utilize it. And because it's so powerful, it also has a cast value of 8, which, until the next 2 spells, that would have been like one of the highest cast value spells in the game. Usually spells are like 6 through 7, some like 5 through 8 is like the acceptable range for spells, usually 6 or 7. 8 is like, this is a crazy strong spell, right?
Isn't that Seraphon levels as casting values?
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. And now every army is supposed to do it. Rupture is another spell. It makes an endless spell or an incarnate go wild, and it casts on a 10. So get ready for wild Kronspines, which is just going to be stupid. It's only a matter of time until people just realize how ridiculous that is, that you can just make your Kronspine go wild and then feed it and in the spell every single turn, and it's literally unkillable. It's going to be stupid. Worst season ever.
Yeah, I'm already seeing that in my local meta.
It's only going to get more popular. I think people are experimenting with a lot of stuff, but they're going to be like, oh, I can just bring an immortal Kronspine. Okay, that's worth 500 points. What's the rest of my list going to be? And every army can do it. Oh, it's the worst. Merciless Blizzard is the most impactful spell in the game. I guess you could say that, right? Just in terms of raw damage output. Cast on a 12, and it deals 4d6 mortal wounds to something within 12 inches. And then it hits you back, too, if you roll a bunch of 1s on those d6s. Sometimes you kill yourself, but usually 4d6 just wipes out everything you cast it on. So really powerful spell, super short range, can't be, you can't vassal cast it, you can't use the spell portal, can't extend the range, so it's always 12 inches from the locus. Really good for Stormcast because we can just translocate wizards into range before they cast. Yeah, the wizard's probably going to die the next turn, but the blizzard will usually take out something. So you might be asking, how do you cast all these spells that require 8, 10, and 12 on 2 dice? The odds of doing that with no bonuses are very, very low. But this season, we have a new mechanic called the Primal Magic. So at the start of the hero phase, both players roll a dice. And for each 4-up that you roll, both players get an extra dice that they can use for casting, unbinding, and dispelling. So effectively, you get somewhere between 0 and 2 extra magic dice that you can pool. You can save them until the second round and for more unbinding, or you can spend them on casting on your turn.
That's a minimum, though.
Yeah. There's also ways to get extra primal dice. We'll talk about those in a bit. Now, Primal Magic can be used with any wizard, any casting attempt, any unbinding attempt, any dispel attempt. So our priests can use Primal Dice to dispel in the spells. Our enchanters can use it to not burn through their dispel scroll. They can get extra dice when unbinding. You can also use it for things like evocators. They can use the Primal Dice as well. Every roll that would cast, unbind, or dispel, you can use these extra dice. It does carry some risk. If you roll 2 1s when you're using Primal Dice and any combination of the dice, instead of miscasting, you do a Primal Miscast, which causes you to basically just explode and hit everything around you for a miscast as well. It's really brutal. But you can pretty much play around it, and if you do it right and take no risks, you can never, ever have to deal with a Primal Miscast. So it seems like all benefit, especially for weaker casting armies like Stormcast. We didn't really have a lot of bonuses. Being able to just add d6 as needed, casting and unbinding and dispelling, very, very useful tool. It's random, but we can tilt that randomness in our favor. There are new battalions as well. We've got the Andtorian Acolytes, which takes 2 of these Locus heroes, unmounted Locus heroes specifically, and it gives you a chance at extra Primal Dice every turn. Now, I fail that 3-up roll all the time, but despite that, I'm still using this battalion constantly because when it goes off, having that extra Primal Dice that your opponent doesn't have access to is just so good. It feels really, really good.
Yeah, I've had a couple turn 2s where I've had like 6 Primal Dice going into it.
Yeah, and then suddenly that 12 plus cast on Merciless Blizzard, it's not looking that hard anymore.
Yeah.
The other battalion is more situational. It uses non-wizard units, and it's like a wizard killing battalion. Units inside the battalion get +1 attack. The problem is only infantry can go in it, as well as a foot champion hero. Carried over from last season. Champions are back, I guess, but with none of the benefit. Wizard Finders actually does find its way into Stormcast lists because we have good infantry like Annihilators, Questers, sometimes maybe Retributors even, and there's actually a lot of good wizards that you want to kill. Like most of the really threatening monster heroes in the game are also wizards, right? Neferata, we've got things like Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon, Stonehorns with an Arcane Tome, Mega Gargants with an Arcane Tome. Like as soon as something gets the wizard keyword, you get a pretty significant attack boost. So It's going to find some use in Stormcast. It's not the best battalion. Arguably, it's not worth the drops. I think that's a personal decision, so we'll see how it turns out. There's also the Nullstone Adornments, which are anti-magic enhancements that you can use only if you don't take wizards, but we're going to take wizards. We're going to take a lot of them. Wizards are real good, and we have a lot of really good ones that we want to use. So if you want to learn more about Nullstone Adornments, check out our live stream that we did a few weeks back. Not really worth talking about. In addition to all of these seasonal rules, we have gotten a complete rework of the endless spells. That all of them are better, I think. I think all of them have gotten better. Some of them got worse, but we weren't using those ones. But things like Geminids, Malevolent Maelstrom, Gravetide, all of these spells are nice tools to have in our toolkit now. And we've got 12 new battle plans and new battle tactics that focus on mobility and positioning, which plays right into the Stormcast game of teleporting around and hitting key targets at key times and having independent units that can do their own thing without needing, a billion hero auras surrounding them at all times. Like, the battle plans really play into the style that Stormcast want to be doing. At the same time, we got the new General's Handbook. We also got a really impactful Battlescroll. So there's been major rule changes to the game. The first one is that units with 6 models are now in coherency if they're within 1 inch of each model, rather than within 1 inch of 2 models. That means reinforce units of shield annihilators, reinforce units of things like Croxagores, units like Ironjaws and their pigs, units like Dracolines for Storecast. We can actually fight with all 6 of the models because you can just spread them out wide in a single line. That has really shifted how we're approaching the game, how we're building our list, the units we want to pick. It has made some units incredibly powerful for us. I really can't wait to talk about it. Lookout Sir has been modified and has an additional functionality. Unmounted heroes can't be shot if they are more than 12 inches from the attacker. So long strikes are not going to be shooting foot heroes off the board anymore so easily. You have to destroy the units that are standing near those heroes first, then long strikes are able to shoot at them. Alternatively, you could just drop them, more than 9 inches away, and then you can just shoot at them normally. That's a bit risky, long strikes are super fragile. You don't want to be putting them up on the front line. So it's a serious consideration when you're thinking about what shooting units to bring.
Yeah, if only we had a 12-inch range shooting unit that was really good. Huh.
If only.
I think
it's worth noting with this this ability, it's just hero. There's no non-unique or anything about it. So your boy Gardas cannot be shot more than 12 inches away when he's nearby a unit with 3 or more models.
Yeah, it's a nice buff to Gardas. I really like that. Typically, though, if people are wasting time shooting our heroes, they're gonna be losing the game. But hey, why not? The Arcane Tome has been modified, finally clarified that you can only cast Mystic Shield, Arcane Bolt, and Endless Spells. You cannot learn spells through other janky ways. I mean, you can learn them, but you can't cast them. So if you had some other way to learn a spell, that's it. Arcane Tome is just for these 3 things. Despite that, Arcane Tome is still incredibly strong, better than any artifact in our book. Every list will try to find reasons to use the Arcane Tome.
It makes your hero into a LOCUS at the end of the day, which is huge.
Yep.
And for most of our heroes that are good and worthwhile, that means you can also put them in the new Acolytes Battalion, which is very useful. Still can't be taken by priests, though, which is upsetting. Okay, so Section 1, talking about Warscrolls. We're going to rank each unit in the Stormcast army. We're going to talk about significant changes that have happened to the unit directly or indirectly and how we feel about it this season. Our ranking system, if you're not familiar with it, is S tier is a very high impact unit, has a super high impact ability, has a unique aspect that defines a list. Nothing else in the book can do what this unit does. It is a powerful unit, and it's also unique and good at what it does. A tier units are like, they just missed the mark on that. Maybe they're just not efficient enough. Maybe there's a bit more of a situational use for them. Maybe the cost efficiency compared to another unit that does a similar thing just isn't quite there. Despite that, A tier units are both strong and versatile. They are very good, and you will see a lot of them in lists.
Yeah, very often A tier units are like workhorse units. Like, you put them in the list because you're like, I know this is going to do its job. It doesn't really define the list too hard, but it's reliable.
B tier is kind of like, okay, it's good. It's not as good as A tier or S tier, but you'll still find places for it occasionally, depending on what you need. C tier is the cutoff point. Anything below C tier is no longer, we don't consider viable in competitive games, let's say. C tier units are situationally useful. You're going to see some strange picks at this one, but just because the unit's not good doesn't mean it's not useful in some way. It could be inefficient, it could be poor damage, it could have a very significant flaw, but because it might have some very high impact ability that nothing else does, it still goes into the C tier. Whereas D tier units are probably not worth using competitively. We think these are units that are usually overcosted, and if they had significant point cuts, they could go up into C tier or even better. It's usually just an efficiency problem. It's not always just a rules problem.
Mm-hmm. Commonly, it's not even like a direct, like, there's just a better unit. Oftentimes this is the case, actually, that there's just a straight up better unit, but sometimes a combination of other units can also be a reason for these units just not being as good.
F tier units are things that are hopelessly bad. They are so inefficient, or their niche is so poor that they would need to cost so little that they would just become spammable. And in some cases, these are unique units. They're named characters or things like that, in which case, pretty much no chance of ever being viable. The units have come out of the F tier. We've seen it happen, but don't have high hopes for them. Don't spend your money on them.
Please redesign.
You sure? My store has a lot of Dacian questers or whatever they're called.
All right, let's take a look at our basic melee units. So this is the Redeemer units, along with Vanguard Hunters. These all kind of fill the same role of being a screening unit. You want to fill a couple slots in your list with these guys because it's very important to be able to block enemy charges, hold objectives with less valuable units. You don't want to be spending 500 points on a unit that can hold an objective if a unit that costs only 100 points can do it. The Redeemer units in particular are very useful to clump up like this because of how Call for Aid works. It requires a Redeemer unit. You can just revive them as soon as they die. And then the Vanguard Hunters are interesting because they kind of fill the same role. They're 5 models wide, they're on the same base size, their damage is pretty much nothing, but instead of being able to revive themselves, they can teleport around. So it's interesting to compare them all in this way, and that's why they're all grouped up. So let's talk with the cream of the crop, the Vanquishers. Why are they S tier? Simply because they are the cheapest battle line slot in the army. You need to bring 3 battle line slots. You need to bring screens as Stormcast. You can't just go all gas, no screens. So these guys fill both of those roles at the lowest possible price point. And that, in our army, is an S tier unit. The fact that they have the Thunderstrike keyword, so you can get a 7-inch drop with them if you have a Lord Imperatant, get extra dice on Blaze of Glory, the fact that they can sometimes deal 20 damage, 22 damage on 3s, rend 1. All of this is secondary to the fact that they're just cheap. They are not a good unit, but because they're the cheapest, they're an incredibly useful unit. And a lot of lists will start with 2 or 3 of these guys because they're so cheap.
Yeah, there's not really much more to say. It's literally only because it's cheap. I know a lot of people will be like, but the base stats suck and they don't have 2-inch reach, but it's like, I don't really want to be paying more than I have to for these. You are going to look to upgrade your screens at the end of lists, which we talk about in our beginner Stormcast competitive list building.
Yeah, if you've got 30, 40 points left over, you're wondering if you want to try a chance for a Triumph or if you want to bring an Endless Spell. Another thing to consider is upgrading your Vanquishers into one of these other units. And that's kind of where we consider a lot of these units to be in comparison to Vanquishers. They're just like a cheap upgrade. For example, Sequitors, they do less damage against bigger units, but they have more damage against everything else, right? Like if you're fighting something with 5 models, Sequitors actually have some decent punch. It's not great, but it's decent, right? You just kind of don't consider it as a main source of your damage. It's just extra damage that happens. What makes Sequitors an interesting upgrade is that they're 20 points more, and in the combat phase, they can get a 5-up ward. Now that is interesting because they go from 10 effective health up to 15 effective health. And if you're wondering what effective health means, well, we just did a video, accuracy and volume. Check out that video. Basically, effective health is the amount of damage needed to destroy a unit. Sequitors with their 5-up ward take about 15 damage to destroy, whereas Vanquishers take 10. And that might not sound like a big difference, but when it comes to what kind of damage your opponent is looking to put into these units, because it is a dice game, you want to generally overcommit damage. And if you have to overcommit something 15 damage versus overcommitting on something that would take 10 damage, that means you're putting harder hitting stuff into the Sequitors just to make sure they're gone, right? And when you revive them with Call for Aid, that's 15 more effective health that comes back. So it is an interesting upgrade. Despite all that, I think they're a D tier unit. I don't think they're going to be competitively viable. But they do have an interesting trick, Dan, if you want to talk about it.
With the
cash.
Oh yeah, that's right. True. An often forgotten part about them, like I just totally glanced over, is that they have a redemption cache, which is an ability on the War Scroll that goes to a single model in the unit, and it's an upgrade. So you don't have to pay for anything, but you basically if you're within 3 inches of an enemy unit, that unit cannot bring back models. So basically, rally, any kind of revive, like the Soul Blight revive. Uh, any like the OBR revive, anything that brings back models to a unit will not work while they're within 3 inches of that specific sequitur model.
Hmm.
So it is a little bit limited. It's not quite as big of a range as like the I think it's like the Exorcist has his casket. I think it's called, like it's a bigger thing than the cache, but it is still a valuable thing in this meta where we have a lot more recursion that happens to units rather than just like bringing back whole units, bringing back models to a unit. So it is interesting. But the real reason that these fell from a B tier to D is actually more because of the other options that are around it. I do think that these should have gone down to 110, and then they would have immediately shot right back up to B tier.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that take. And big part of that, even though the redemption cache is pretty useful in specific matchups, it's not useful in most matchups, right? And you mentioned rally. If you're within 3 inches of an enemy, they can't rally anyway. So it's not like
Well, yeah, that's fair.
So it's specifically for things like Soulblight resurrecting models from skeleton units, Ossiarch Bone Reapers resurrecting a Mortis Guard while they're in combat with their Bone Shaper and Arcan. But the problem is with Bone Reapers in particular, if you're in melee range of a Mortis Guard, you're probably going to die immediately. So it's like the use case for that specific niche is very poor. And most of the time, you're better off spending the points on a better unit, right? And if you build Stormcast lists, you'll see this to be true. The 20 points you shave going from Sequiturs to Vanquishers, it can be the difference between bringing something like a Chariot or bringing a stronger unit like Quester Soulsworn. You know, that those little 20-point squeezes, they add up throughout the list building process.
Mm-hmm.
If they were 110, I would agree. Yeah, they would stay at B tier because they would be just an alternative to Liberators, which are looking better because they're a 3-up save all the time. 10 points at the end of a list to give your screen +1 save. Great. I would never reinforce Liberators, right? They're not worth reinforcing. They're a 5-man screening unit that dies, gets called back to life with Call for Aid, and then dies again. But that's a very useful thing to have in an army like Stormcast, which has very expensive models usually. Having just a cheap screen is very good, and making it more durable is actually worth 10 points at the end of a list, specifically because we will have 10 to 20 points left over at list building in many cases. If Liberators were 120 points, no, they'd be unplayable, D tier, not worth using. It's just
it'd be actually a worse D tier than Sequiturs even.
Yeah, it's really that 10-point difference matters on units like this. On other units, not so much, but on units like this, it does matter. So Vindictors then are kind of the odd one out because anytime you'd want to use 5 Vindictors, 5 Liberators are just cheaper. +1 to save versus a 3-up save. It's almost the same thing. There's very few cases where it's different. And with only 5 models, the same amount of health is only 10 health. It's not a big difference, right? But Vindictors get interesting when you start to reinforce them, right? When you have 10 or even 15, because I think 10 kind of runs into this problem where for 240 points you can bring a better unit, but for 360 points you get 15 of these guys, and that's an interesting unit, right? That's a unit worth buffing up with a Lord Castellan to give it +1 save, Mystic Shield, maybe Gardas for a ward even. There's a lot of stuff you can do with a Vindictor unit, and the fact that it's Thunderstrike means you can drop it in 7 inches away with the Lord Imperator, and then your opponent has to chew through 30 wounds on a 3-up save, usually a 2-up because you'll all at defense. And their damage is this like critical mass kind of situation where on their own, like 5 models don't do enough damage to really matter, but when you have 15 of them, that suddenly becomes a problem, especially if these guys are in Wizard Finders and they're hitting a wizard. All of a sudden, you have 3 attacks per model for 45 attacks total, which is significant. And with 2
if you drop it on a Maw Crusher with Arcane Tome, that guy's not going to feel great.
Yeah. So there is play for Vindictors. The B tier seems like the right place for them. They seem better than a C tier, but worse than an A tier.
Yeah, in general list building, Liberators are probably a higher B tier than the Vindictors are, just slightly.
Yeah, they're kind of in different roles, right? Vindictors are, you bring them when you have multiples. Liberators are a simple 5-man screen. Vindictors are a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
Vanguard Hunters have proven to be very, very useful this season. In particular, because the battle plans and the battle tactics really spread our armies out and spread enemy armies out. Being able to teleport every single turn onto a table edge, unless you get stuck in combat, right? You can't retreat with the teleport. But being able to just score battle tactics without a dice roll is super important. The battle tactics this season are pretty tough. We just put out a video about this last week. We called it How to Score Battle Tactics. And if you watch that, you know that these are tough. And units like Vanguard Hunters being 100 points, worst case scenario, they're a screen just like Vanquishers. Best case scenario, they score you 4 victory points over the course of the game without having to roll any dice. And that is solid. So why aren't they S tier? Well, because we need battle line, right? The only time these guys are battle line is when you're playing Astral Templars. And unfortunately, there's 2 other sub-factions that are probably better. Maybe 3. Like Astral Templars is fine, and I would actually pick Astral Templars just to get these guys as battle line. But another problem they have is they're not a Redeemer, so you can't revive them with Call for Aid, which means they're just fire. Like once they die, that's it. You don't get that second shot of them like you would if you're using Vanquishers or Liberators. But overall, Hunters are super useful. I think people should definitely consider bringing one of them. Even if they're not battle line, I would consider even bringing one. Just having that one teleporting unit makes tactics like Intimidate the Invaders and Surround or Destroy so much more reliable.
Yeah, there were occasions where, because we had our battle line slots filled through other means, whether we're playing like Knights Excelsior with Annihilators or we're playing Drakos with Hammers, oftentimes you would have your battle line filled, and you're like, well, I still need screens, because you'll be like, okay, I have my battle line filled. I've got like 4 units, a unit of 4 Tempestors, a unit of 4 Fulminators. I'm like all in, and I'm like, oh, I only need 1 Vanquisher to get my screen in, or my battle line. You still want to bring screens. You still want to bring at least another screen like this. So bringing Vanguard Hunters in that screening slot is a really great choice.
Oh yeah, that's exactly right. You want probably 2, maybe 3 of these screening units minimum. Those could be something like Aether Wings or Griff Hounds, but Vanquishers are usually the go-to because they're filling the battle line slot at the same time.
Yeah, we used to kind of fill these with Drakespawn Knights, but those might be going away or changing.
Yeah, there's going to be almost no discussion of Cities of Sigmar in this tier list based on when it's coming out, so unfortunate. All right, let's take a look at our elite melee. So let's look at Retributors. Last season, I personally had a great time using them reinforced. With Galatian veterans, they were able to fight in 2 ranks, which has always been the thing that's been holding this unit back. Being able to strike in 2 ranks allowed you to bring 10, and these guys just pump out some serious damage. I love doing it. It was a lot of fun, but Galatian veterans is gone. And even though these guys are now 210 points instead of what were they before, 230, I think. Long ago, they reduced their points. They're just so slow. Their damage is not worth that. There are other high damage units in our army, so it's not like we need to bring Retributors for something. These guys are not the Chaos Chosen of the Stormcast army. They are just like one of 4 Chaos Chosen units. Like we have a lot of really good hammers. These guys being so slow, the amount of resources you need to pour into them to make them work isn't worth it. There are easier units to use. And yeah, unfortunately, D tier, which is a shame. I've loved Retributors since 2015. They are one of my favorites. So this hurts me, but they are unplayable this season.
I guess GW brought the hammer down on them.
They rolled a 6. It did 2 mortal wounds to the unit. They are battle line in Knights Excelsior, which is nice, especially for battle tactics and grand strategies this season. That is a nice thing to have, but there's just far better units we can pick this season. Protectors, on the other hand, continue to be pretty much exactly as good as they were before, either as battle line units in Knights Excelsior or just being buffed up with a Gardas or Castellant in Hammers of Sigmar. 10 Protectors have been a solid option for the entirety of 3rd edition. They've been an A tier unit. They've always been just short of S tier because you need to bring that Wild Form Translocation combo to give them any kind of threat range. I think they would be S tier if the errata on Translocation didn't exist and we could move them after translocating. Alas, that's not the world we live in, so their speed is very, very tough to utilize. They are tough. There are higher damage units, so it's not like they're the best damage unit by any means, but their combination of having a 2-up save all the time, high model count, high wound count, all of that stuff is great. It's really just their speed that holds them back. Decimators, they cost 5 points less, and Retributors are strictly better. And Retributors are not worth using, so neither are Decimators. I think
F tier, honestly.
no, because there is a world where if they're like 180 points, they could actually see play as a battle line slot in Knights Excelsior. You know,
What's the special? What's even the special sauce on Decimators? Like Retributors do this 6 mortal
They do
wounds.
more to bigger units.
So Retributors hit rolls of 6 do 2 mortals. Decimators have the same number. Hold on, how does this work? They have
2 attack characteristics that the target unit has more models.
Yeah. So Retributors are 6 damage per model, whereas Decimators are 5 base, 5 attacks at 1 damage. They get +2 attacks if they're outnumbered, so they go up to 7. So potentially their max damage is higher than Retributors, but on average, because the Retributors are so much more accurate with their hit 6 mortals, they will just always do more damage on average. Like best case scenario, you've given both units +1/+1. Decimators are fighting something outnumbered. They do equal damage to Retributors. And in every other scenario, they're just worse. So, not worth using in any scenario. No, unfortunate. I kind of wish they were just a cosmetic option for Retributors. You know, just get rid of this Warscroll and make the axes a thing that Retributors can use because they look sweet.
Yeah, or just give them an actual use.
Yeah, maybe next book. We'll see. Evocators on foot. They're kind of suffering from the same problem that Retributors have, in that they need to be reinforced to deal that big punch of damage. And I was very tempted to drop them into D tier as well. However, they're still an interesting unit as a 220 point like side hammer. The fact that they're a wizard means they can use Louchon to fly around the map. They deal tremendous damage, like really, really high damage. And they bring their own Celestial Blades and an Unbind. So they're a very interesting unit. It's going to be... C tier might be generous. They might not be viable this season, but I think they're not as bad as something like Retributors or Decimators. Like, they're not unplayably bad. There's just better options, I think.
I mean, there's an argument to use them with Storm Coven if you can give one of the unit of them fight first, and then you can deliver both units into combat somehow, but...
There should be another unit that does it a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a little more flexible.
There might be one of those coming up, yeah.
Maybe.
Let's take a look at our Thunderstrike melee. So first up are Annihilators with shields, who are... Oh boy, what's the niche for these guys? That's kind of the problem, right? Is like, yeah, they're 170 points, they're battle line in Knights Excelsior, they can get 7-inch drops with the Imperatant, but that has a high opportunity cost because another unit could be doing that. Only one unit per turn can get the Guided by Lightning every turn. And every time you drop Shield Annihilators with that, I'd rather be dropping Grand Hammers. Or now, Quester Soulsworn. Those are also an option to drop in, which has really just obliterated the specific niche that Shield Annihilators had. The fact that they can fight Reinforced now is cool, right? Being able to go up to 6 models and get everybody in combat, that's great. But that costs 340 points. And you get 18 wounds on a 2-up save for 340 points. You know, that's the same cost as Stormdrake Guard, who are a 3-up save, but they're a fast-flying monster with Mortal Wound Breath and good damage. So, where do these guys fit exactly? The best thing I could think of is that they get used in Comet Fall type lists, which are lists that are just doing so many mortal wounds, they're just trying to obliterate everything on the table in one big turn. And these guys fit into that style nicely because they're not heroes. They fill up battle line slots in Knights Excelsior, so they can see play there. Am I missing anything, or like, do you guys have another use for them that I'm not seeing?
I mean, they're decent when you're trying to do an Annihilator list where you want to bring more on the board, right? Because Quester Soulsworn are a 60-point up on these. And if you are trying to... If that's giving you a breakpoint where you can bring something else on the board, and you just want to have something that can come down and be something that an opponent has to deal with, there's some possible play with that. As multi-chargers, they're really good. So the thing is, and that at that point, that has a pro and a con to it. As multi-chargers, they're pretty good with something that's on the board, but that's where they start to overlap with the Chariot. And the Chariot is just, it's 10 points cheaper. It doesn't require an Imperatant, so it doesn't require attacks. And now you're just, you've got less wounds. Even though it's a 2-up save, it's not enough to reach the threshold for where the Chariot is more useful, especially with the Chariot having a -1 to hit. They just do the Chariot's job almost worse. So it's better to have them as like in Comet Fall, where you need a critical mass of mortal wounds, and they can bring that for you with their drop and potential charge. But it's not great, and they're definitely a C. I think they're a higher C. But it's not amazing.
No, even in those types of lists, there could be better choices. Like it's just that's their niche, and they're not the best at it. So yeah. Annihilator Grandhammers, on the other hand, got a very tasty 20-point drop. 240 points for these guys was, I think it was, you could argue it was always too much, right? Given their wounds and the damage output compared to, Fulminators were 230 when the book came out, and these guys were 240. So they very much value this 7-inch charge, which if you roll like Morgonk, it's great. You just never fail a 7-inch charge. You can't lose a game, right? But it has that element of risk to it. Now, Grandhammers are definitely still an excellent unit. I just don't think they're an S tier unit, and I think they got to be. I don't know if they ever will be again, frankly, because there's new options being introduced. Questers are a valid drop that you can use for Thunderstrike as well. But I think using both Grandhammers and Questers is the way to go. I don't think just using one or the other. And that, to me, neither one of them really screams like an S tier unit, right? I do like Grandhammers in Wizard Finders, dropping down and killing Neferata or Arcan or anything. That's really satisfying. There's definitely going to be a lot of Grandhammers this season. That 220 points, combined with the 10-point drop on the Imperatant, combined with Questers as a new option, they're going to see play. They're a good unit. I don't know if it's going to be the Knights Excelsior version. It could be Astral Templars. It could even be Hammers of Sigmar. We'll see how it develops. It's a really exciting time for this unit.
I think the buff to Tempesters is also a big one for them, because they want to have a unit on the board that can go and do objectives for them, right? Because this unit isn't really... It's going to drop down, and it may not even outnumber what is on the objective on the other side, right? You can be 9 inches away from the other side of an objective and still be outnumbered. So they don't do objectives super great. You want to have a board that can assist you with that, and I think Tempesters do that really well, providing shooting as well as movement on the board. So that's another nice buff to them. They got better, but our other options got better as a result of these buffs as well.
Yeah,
so they stay in A. They're really just sticking by.
Another thing keeping them out of S, I think, is that they don't do battle tactics very well, right? Even if they're battle line for Led into the Maelstrom, they're gonna die probably or kill whatever they're hitting. Right, it's one of the two. There's very rarely anything left within 3 inches of Grandhammers, or they're just dead. So they don't do that one particularly well. They don't do Surround and Destroy because they have to be on the battlefield when you pick it. They don't do Intimidate the Invaders. They don't have any book battle tactics from the Stormcast Battle Tome. So they're a little awkward. The rest of your list kind of has to compensate for bringing Grandhammers. All right, let's talk about Quester Soulsworn. They've been featured in a few of our videos lately. From the Warscroll review onwards, I've been quite infatuated with this unit. I think I remember saying they needed to be 230, 220, and they're at that point value now. And that is a phenomenal unit. So I want to break down why I'm so excited for this one. First off, they are a Thunderstrike unit, so if you're playing that Lord Imperatant style, they can use the 7-inch deployment. And that's good for them because they're so slow normally, 5-inch move, so they really could benefit from something like that. But unlike something like Annihilator Grandhammers, these guys have higher max damage, right? Grandhammers are 30 max on 3s, 2s, Rend 2, whereas these guys are 38 on 3s, 3s, Rend 1. So it is less accurate, but it's higher max damage, which is useful. The main difference, though, is that they're double the model count and also double the wound count for only 10 points more. So instead of getting 9 wounds, you're getting 18, which is phenomenal, and you're getting a 3-up save, which is great. But these guys also count as 3 models apiece on objectives wholly outside your territory. So your opponent can never just hold an objective with, 10 models. These guys just teleport onto one edge of it, and that's it. It's yours. Which they do, by the way. They teleport themselves once per game without a dice roll. So some lists are going to use these guys, put them on the table as a screen or on a flank, and they can be their own kind of independent unit that does its own thing. Other lists are going to drop them out of reserve. Some lists are going to bring, 3 or 4 units of these guys and just revive them constantly with Andrasta. Some lists are going to have them with Gardas and a 5-up ward on them. Is going to be stupid. Fantastic unit.
They do a little bit of everything from the Stormcast book.
Yeah.
I think.
They have the same defensive profile as Stormdrake Guard, 340 points for 18 wounds on a 3-up save, or these guys are 110 points cheaper. So you can bring 6 Questors and 5 Liberators for the cost of 2 Stormdrakes. And Stormdrakes are a great unit, which we'll talk about. So despite all that, why is this not an S tier unit? Can you guys figure out the fatal flaw with this unit?
It's not battle line.
It's not battle line.
That's not it. Because I could
Single?
it's single. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's single,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, the fact that you can't reinforce this unit is the biggest problem with it, because you can get around the battle line. It would be great if it was battle line, right? But it's the fact that it's single. The fact that it's super efficient. It does a lot of stuff, but because you can't reinforce it, it does exactly this and nothing more. It'll never do more than this. It'll never do less than this, right? But it can't do more than this. And that's kind of a problem. We need higher impact stuff. We need to make sure that the things we attack get wiped out. We need to make sure that we don't just get a few bad dice rolls and we lose a whole unit. So even though these guys are great, and I'm definitely going to run lists that have 3 of them, because each unit is its own entity, that keeps this unit out of S tier.
Yeah.
And I don't even think points can fix that, right? Like, this unit is perfect at 230 relative to our other hammers. This is exactly the right cost. Fantastic job, Games Workshop. Great design on the Warscroll, great point cost.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, James, you go.
I was just going to say, Nightmare Quest somehow became like the sleeper best Warcry box that's come out in recent time.
Oh, yeah.
Good spec unit, good Stormcast unit, and you get a Realm Shaper engine? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. I was going to say that this is the unit that Shield Annihilators were supposed to be, right? A unit that when you drop it, your opponent has to respect it. It does respectable damage. It counts for objectives, like we talked about with, the Annihilators. Like, Grand Hammers can drop down at least, if it's only one big thing on the objective. If they kill it, they take the objective, right? Shield Annihilators, they're probably not killing a big thing, and they're not going to outnumber it. So what are they doing? They're just kind of holding something in place. These guys can do a decent amount of damage and then hold the objective and be hard to take off. It's a good unit.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they're just great. They combo extremely well with Wild Form right now from a Battle Mage, being able to just translocate themselves and then have a 7-inch rerollable charge. Fantastic. Wild Form is pretty easy to cast out of unbinding range. It can score you a magical dominance tactic to do that combo. Really loving it. I don't want to talk too much about that because we don't know what's going to happen with the Cities book, and that combo could be going away. But enjoy it while you can. It's really good.
Depending on when this episode comes, your Soulstorm Questors are available for pre-order.
That's true. Yep. By the time this video comes out, they should be available. So snag a box or 2. They're fantastic. And thank you, Games Workshop, for the commission check. All right, let's talk about Praetors. We're bumping them up a tier despite the fact that they are not getting any changes except for unit coherency. So you could bring them reinforced, and then all 6 of them can fight. But that's a terrible use of points. You don't want to do that. So the reason we're giving Praetors a bump up is because they're one of these C-tier units that has a very, very specific niche that nothing else in the book can do. And that niche is being a troop unit that can act as a ward for Krondys or Karazai. And I do think Karazai has some play this season. Krondys potentially as well, but more so for Karazai. I've played lists that have Karazai Praetors. They're not bad. Maybe not the best list that Stormcast can put out, but because this niche exists, and I think that is a competitive list, yep, they get the C tier. Just do keep in mind that their ability is a ward, so if they have something that disables wards, you will not be able to use this. There's a lot of restrictions on this unit that I wish didn't exist. They're slow, their damage is not great. They have to be on the table with the hero they're protecting. They also have to be on the table, so you can't just drop them into play where it's needed. There's so many restrictions, but I think the Karazai list is decent. These guys can fit into it if you don't want to use a Gardas. So, yeah, overall, I think it's a C tier. And you can see just what the limit of our C tier classification is if a unit like this makes the cut. Zandir's Truthseekers. I have to go back and remind myself what this unit does every time we do a tier list because they're so forgettable. But effectively, they are a little bit of shooting, a little bit of melee, a lot of wounds. 15 wounds on a 3-up save is pretty cool. But the problem is that their damage isn't good enough to replace long strikes. Their utility of giving a +1 hit like an Azuros, that's not worth 230 points. And their melee damage certainly isn't worthwhile either. So I really do think for these guys, it's just an efficiency problem. nothing they do is particularly good. These guys are like the anti-Tempesters, where they're just not worth the point cost. So if they were, I don't know, what would you guys say? Like 180 for this? You might consider it?
150.
Oh.
Vigilor price.
That's real low.
You can't reinforce them, you know?
They're single and unique. Yeah, not great. And their hammers are Sigmar, so they can't get a Gardas Ward or anything. Yeah, it's not great.
150 might actually have to be it.
Aether Wings, you know them, you love them. You're going to bring a unit or two because you're bringing long strikes as well. They're a cheap, fast screen. They can absorb Unleash Hell. +1 hit works in all phases, so yeah, and it buffs every Raptor unit no matter where they're positioned. Just get the Aether Wings near the target. You can translocate them into range and get +1 hit on Thunderbolt Volley. Yeah, Aether Wings are exactly as good as they've been. I would prefer if they were 60 points, given their terrible, terrible stats, but we'll get there one day. I would like them to go back to 40 points like they were in 2nd edition, but we'll maybe see about that. Okay, Gryph-hounds. They are finally viable as a unit, not just as a thing you summon with a Knight Judicator. They are actually a viable unit. One of the things holding them back, and we said this constantly, is the fact that the cohesion rules force them to be in this weird, like, 4 in the front, 2 in the back thing. And we always said that if you could just take those 2 back models and put them on the edges and just spread this unit out really wide, it would suddenly be playable. And I think it's happened, right? Their Warning Cry ability is very good in a world full of shooting and reviving full units of Soul Blight, and then just shoot them immediately. And that can force them to Battle Shock in your turn and then just wipe them out, right? It's a useful thing. It requires very specific positioning, but the fact that they're a 90-point wide screen is somewhat useful. If there was a way to make them battle line, I'd like them a lot more. I'd probably replace Vanquishers with them, honestly. There is some meme list that people are tinkering with to give them Hoarfrost and Celestial Blades and be on 2s and 3s, Ren 3. Live the dream, you crazy diamonds. I really hope you make that work. That's not why.
One day that happens and they chew up a Gargant, you know.
Yes, send pics, please.
24 max damage, baby.
Yep. Now, I also want to point out that they can retreat after attacking. This is a super sneaky ability. People will not respect the damage of Gryph-hounds, so they will ignore them and let them fight. And like in terms of combat order, right? So Gryph-hounds will often end up retreating and then screening out for other things. So super useful screen. Warning Cry is ridiculously strong. It can be used by any number of Gryph-hound units. So if one unit deep strikes into play around 3 units of Gryph-hounds, all 3 of them can issue Warning Cry. Or not issue, it's not a command, but they get Warning Cry. Now, units can only shoot twice, but the point is you can still activate it for each unit of Gryph-hounds. So fantastic, really strong ability.
I also think that... Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was going to say, I can totally picture it. 2024 LVO, top 8, right? I got my Gryph-hounds. You charge in, you fight with your hammer, and then they fight, and then you retreat onto an objective and win the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they won't...
retreat aggressively forward.
Yeah, retreating in combat is one of the best abilities in the game.
Or retreat into a tactic, quite frankly. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, retreating, like charge into something and then retreat onto a table edge to score surround and destroy. Yeah, fantastic. All right, prosecutors with hammers. We are keeping these guys in C tier, even though everything else keeps getting cheaper. Prosecutors stay exactly the same, and that starts to feel terrible. They're starting to feel like a D tier unit, honestly, but they are still a 12-inch move with a 3d6 charge. Being able to drop out of reserve and 3d6 charge into stuff is still useful, especially if you're using fragile units like Grand Hammers. These guys can charge first, eat the Unleash Hell, and then the Grand Hammers can get in. That is starting to be really hard to justify at 110 points. But despite that, they're still a C tier unit. You know, nothing else does. Like, they do this the best, and this is a useful thing to do.
Yeah, nothing would break if they were 90 points, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what is 90 points, though?
Gryph-hounds.
Yep.
Steelheart's champions. No, just use Vanquishers. Like, yeah, you can revive them with Call for Aid. Cool. You get to use this terrible warband twice. What a great use of a holy command. Not good. I hope they just remove it from the book, honestly. Farstriders, 90 points. They are 10 points less than 5 Vanguard Hunters, because Vanguard Hunters got cheaper and these guys didn't. That's enough to get them a D tier, because sometimes you will have exactly 90 points left at the end of a list, and you can't find any way to squeeze, and then the Farstriders come in. They are not a hopelessly useless unit. They are just outclassed in every way now. So promotion, I guess. They got better.
Hey man, I've found myself making that exact list. Okay, dragon lists have really weird points.
Yes, and that's why these guys are a D and not an F anymore. Let's look at our shooting. Starting off with the Celestar Ballista. Despite having a Ren 3 shot, which is the only Ren 3 shooting in our book, the damage is just not reliable enough. You know, you're either having D6s for damage or 2D6 for attacks, or you have a 4-up hit. It's tough. There's no way to boost the 3-up to wound roll either on the multi-shot. They are tough. You know, 9 wounds on a 4-up save, I believe, is tough for artillery, which is nice. But there's really not a lot of ways to take advantage of that. Like, you know, I guess mortal wound D3 pings don't do as much to them, but they're also not a big threat, so they're probably not going to be taking that damage. Like, people could ignore the ballistas for 5 rounds, and it's probably not the end of the world. They do have a lot of problems. Lookout Sir is the biggest one. Not being able to shoot those support heroes anymore really sucks. That means you're mostly doing the rapid fire shot, which has a lot of reliability problems, being 2d6 attacks and then a 4-up hit. Best you can do is a 3-up hit if you have a Toralon or Ordinator near them. So that sucks. And, you know, just to add salt to the wounds, they're so slow that they actually can't retreat if enemies get base to base with them, which is just awful. It's an awful feeling. 3-inch move, terrible. So overall, Celestar Ballistas stay D tier. I think we're just waiting for a new book for them, right? Like, they need to be D3 plus 3 damage. They need to be 10 attacks on the rapid fire. Like, they just need a better stat line.
Just make them Iron Blasters.
Yeah, that would work. Just give us Iron Blasters. Cool. That's what Stormcast need. We don't have enough shooting. All right, Castigators. They're sticking in C tier. They've got some issues as a shooting unit. You know, all of their cool stuff only happens in the shooting phase. So if you're trying to use Thunderbolt Volley or Unleash Hell or Warning Cry from Gryph-hounds, none of that stuff works properly. Their base profile's not great. When they get to channel, they become okay. The problem is that, you know, 3 is not enough damage. 6 is also not enough damage. Like, you got to bring a lot of these guys for their damage to matter. And when you bring 6, you want to give them Empower. Now, we are bringing Dracolines this season, spoiler, but I don't know if that's enough to justify bringing 180 points of Castigators, right? Yeah, I don't personally think it's enough. So really, I think they're going to fall into that same niche they had before, where they're a 90-point unit that can shoot. They compete with Gryph-hounds. You can choose to have a 3-model screen that shoots, or you can have a 6-model screen that tells a unit to shoot. And I think Gryph-hounds are usually going to win in that exchange.
I was gonna say, I mean, they do have their one list, right, where you just spam a crap ton of them, so that's why they're C.
You know, that list does look better now with how battle tactics are set up. That spread firing style looks better, but I don't think it's very good.
No, it really does get kind of countered.
Yeah. It just doesn't have the volume to deal with Soul Blight. Ren 2 is not good enough against OBR, you know, not on its own. You need to disable commands and things like that. So it's got issues, man. All right, let's talk about Domatan Stormcoven, the other unit that was released between our tier lists here. And when we did a review of this Warscroll, I remember I couldn't get it out of my mind. The idea of giving a unit strike first, casting it from out of unbinding range, and strike first in Stormcast is really, really strong. What I had envisioned was something like 10 Retributors or 10 Foot Evocators, because at the time we had Galatian Veterans, and giving those units strike first is devastating. People can't charge into that unless they have like 3 hammer units that they want to throw away. Being able to strike first defensively until your next hero phase means even if the enemy gets a double turn, they're just tactically limited on what they can do. And that's a powerful enough effect, I think, to give this unit at least a C, right? Then you remember that it's also a 2-spell wizard, so they're also going to be casting an Endless Spell or Mystic Shield every turn. And now they combo particularly well with 6 Dracolines. That's going to be an awesome unit. They're also 12 wounds on a 3-up save, so it's not like they're fragile. Like, as far as support wizards go, they're as tough as a Toralon. They only lose 1 cast when they get down to 1 model, and usually at that point they're just going to die, but you can rally them back. Like, it's so cool that you can rally this unit back, potentially, right? Most wizards can't do that. And they shoot. Their shooting is honestly not terrible. If they're standing in their Aether Charged Quarter, they get +1 to hit, so it'll be on 2s, 4s, -1. That's not nothing. Like, 63 is max. The average max is about 12, sometimes 18 if you swing super high. not the worst thing
Not
in
a
the
bad-
world.
Not a bad unleash all either, because it mitigates the penalty if you're in the 8th or charge quarter.
Yeah, like it's good shooting against screens. You can ping off a couple wounds. You can soften things up so you can finish them off for battle tactics like Draconith Destruction. The shooting attack is not insignificant. So overall, this unit does a lot of good things, despite the fact that it's not a hero, so it can't learn spells, it can't use Finest Hour, things like that. It's
For
still
the time,
it's a
for
good
the
unit.
time- yeah. I was going to say, just mention for the time being, though, it can still learn spells out of the Cities of Sigmar, though.
Yeah, when I say it can't learn spells, I mean the Stormcast spell lore specifically says it requires a
Yeah.
hero, and they're unique, so they can't learn spells out of the universal lore. However, for the time being, they can go into Hallowheart, and they're really gross in Hallowheart because they gain 3 spell casts, and they get so good there. So,
Yeah.
Hallowheart enjoyers rise up. Yeah, enjoy it while you can. As a Stormcast unit, I do think they're B tier. I think they're a situational pick to bring alongside 6 Dracolines, and Dracolines are so good that giving them fight first is just really, really powerful because they're fragile, but if they get to attack first, it doesn't matter how fragile they are because nothing's going to survive combat with them. And sometimes the thing next to the thing that's fighting them doesn't survive either because of how the lightning arc works. So strike first is very good. Strike last, on the other hand, is really tough to use. It's really hard to give an enemy unit strike last because you have to be standing in the same quarter as the target unit. So you usually have to do something like translocate them into range, and then because you're trying to cast it on them, you're probably going to be in unbinding range, which makes that 8+ cast even harder. It's better to just go for strike first with this ability almost every time.
There's more spell ignores in the game too.
Yeah, that's another issue. And even if you get the strike last, Stormcast don't fight with that many units at a time, like maybe 2 at most, usually 1. We usually fight with the 1 unit, right? So strike last is of marginal value. Also worth noting that these guys are a fantastic ally in so many armies. Daughters of Cain are going to love it. Fight first snakes are going to be ridiculous. Seraphon can use it with something like fight first with a whole block of lancers. It's really, really good. These guys are fantastic allies. All right, let's talk about Judicators with crossbows. For the longest time, these guys have been S tier, and they've finally been knocked down a peg. And why is that? Why have we given them an A tier ranking?
Because of another unit, ironically. It's the Rise of Tempesters, man. It's the point spread of them is so low now. Like, you can pay an extra 30 points and have Tempesters now. Or 20 points, sorry.
Yeah.
So when you have a choice between 10 Judicators and 4 Tempesters, these guys don't move as fast as the Tempesters do to get, tactics done, to move around the board and play objectives, even charge in when needed. They do very similar damage. The nerf to hero shooting isn't necessarily anything that crossbow Judicators were worried about anyway. But, that's kind of there as well. But they're still really good, right? They're still a workhorse unit, but in so many more situations, we're just going to slot in Tempesters.
Yep.
I mean, they're always battle line, right? Like, no matter what. So that's a nice thing for sure.
Yeah. Tempesters just do too many battle tactics, and they add that melee damage and speed that this unit lacks. And if the point difference is only 40 points between reinforced units, it's not really enough to justify calling these guys S tier anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Still great. There's just Tempesters are a better option in most cases now.
Yeah, 100%. I still slot in Tempesters into lists. Even they're sometimes my go-to unit. 10 of these guys and 3 Raptors is still a great shooting core. But 100% take a look at Tempesters.
And Skybolt Judicators are somehow inexplicably still at 200 points. Yeah, they're okay. So their niche is that they're a 24-inch range, always battle line. They sit on an objective and they just shoot at stuff, right? And that's pretty useful in this season when you want stuff on the table edges. You want to be spread out. You want to be teleporting stuff around. Being able to contribute with their 24-inch range is useful. But the changes to Lookout Sir and their continued inefficiency, I think, is enough to knock them down to C tier. We've been considering them kind of circling the drain on B for a little while now. Still not useless, right? But, it's really tough to make a case for these guys. They really got to be like 170 or something.
Yeah, they feel the nerf to hero shooting more so than the crossbow Judicators for sure.
Yeah, they were never super high damage, right? They do the damage of half a unit of Bliss Barbs. It's probably less, honestly, because they don't get the free +1 hit that they get. So yeah, they're not exceptional damage output. They're inefficient. They cost too much for what they do now. Prosecutors with javelins. So they're basically hammer prosecutors, but they do approximately 0 damage. The 3-up save doesn't really matter because you only have 6 wounds in the unit, so +1 to save just doesn't matter at all. You'll just die. A stiff breeze will kill them. So, yep, D tier. I think if they were like 80 points, they could see play. Maybe. It's possible.
Yeah. And they're 110, they're the same as Hammer Prosecutors.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, the 3-up save can matter, but it's unlikely to if it's an Unleash Shell that you didn't want to absorb anyway.
Yeah, Hammer Prosecutors are not great, and these guys are almost strictly worse. Vanguard Raptors with Hurricane Crossbows, they have been getting some very good point cuts with multiple Battlescrolls in a row. They've gone from 230 now down to 180, so they've taken a huge point cut. Are they good enough, though? Well, we were saying for a long time that they'd have to be cheaper than Crossbow Adjudicators to be even worth considering. And now they are. So let's talk through why they're not worth considering. A big part of it, obviously, is Tempesters, right? Tempesters exist. They're going to be your high-volume shooting core. These guys are the highest volume shooting in the book. They're 25 damage at 3/3s, no rend. The no rend sucks. You can buff it with things like Purple Sun, Geminids to deny all-out defense, Krondys as a spell. That's cool. You can also benefit from the same Aether Wings that Long Strikes would bring, and since most of our lists have at least 1 unit of Long Strikes in there, they're pretty much always going to be on 2s and 3s, just like Vanguard Raptors are benefiting from it. And they're kind of an interesting secondary use for Thunderbolt Volley, right? If you're fighting something like zombies, Long Strike Thunderbolt Volley is not very useful. It's going to do max 12 damage, whereas these guys could do max 25 damage. And that's a lot more useful when you're fighting something with no save and just tons of wounds. The problem is that there's still never battle line, and that you could just use Crossbow Adjudicators instead. Crossbow Adjudicators are max 22 damage. Some of it even has rend. So you're losing 3 max damage for a situational Thunderbolt Volley alternative, but you're losing that battle line slot, and that's pretty big, right? So I don't think Vanguard Raptors with Hurricane Crossbows are going to get there this season, and it's really a problem where they're at some point they're going to get so cheap that they become spammed, and nobody's going to have fun playing against that. So I think I would just advise Games Workshop to just throw in the hat on this one. Just stop, throw in the towel, I guess should be the right metaphor. Just stop trying. The people don't want to play against 50 of this model. So it's better to just leave it unplayable, and maybe the next book can just merge the Warscrolls together or something, give them some kind of other ability.
They need to have a rule. Suppression fire needs to be something that they do above Long Strikes for sure. Whether they stop commands, they reduce save, I'm not sure. They need to do something that makes them more utility rather than just trying to compete with damage with Crossbow Adjudicators. I'd rather not see Crossbow Adjudicators be worse damage, for example.
Crossbow Adjudicators, like we said, are starting to feel the pangs of being inefficient, especially compared to other shooting in other armies that just do similar damage for less points more reliably with higher rend. So yeah, I'd rather they just give up on Hurricanes. Long Strikes, still great, even though you can't snipe foot heroes round 1 with Lookout Sir in play. There's still ways to get around it. You can drop in 4 Tempesters, they can shoot the screen out of the way, and then the Long Strikes just go to town on the hero. High range, high accuracy, they're always going to be good. This season in particular, I think I might be going back to 6 of them in most lists, just because the battle plans really require armies to spread out, and having this sniper tower that can also be teleported around. But being able to just have 3 on the table edge shooting stuff in the middle, or 3 in the back shooting stuff everywhere, it's such a high threat range, and it's always useful. There's just always a good target for Long Strikes. Even if their max damage is only 12 per squad, you'll find ways to make that work and make it useful. Vigilors, are they good now? From 195 to 150, are they good?
For me, myself, I put them in exactly one list because I had 150 points, pretty much on the nose. and I think that's like right where their niche is, to where they're a useful enough screen. The shooting isn't great, but it's a shooting screen, and +1 to hit isn't bad, right? Like sometimes you're having to charge into a unit that's next to another unit where you don't really want to take too much damage from. You might want all out defense. So it's a niche. I think it exists, and so it's C tier, but it's still, this unit just lacks any kind of focused design, like really good design.
Yeah. The fact that they have to actually wound something to get the +1 hit off kind of invalidates any argument about saving command points, because this is not reliable. All-out attack is reliable. There's Taurolons if we really want to go MSU shooting style and combats. You can just bring a Taurolon instead. It's more expensive, but it's more impactful and it's reliable, especially now that they've clarified if it's a pulse or an aura.
And you're bringing a whole monster. There's definitely an argument for these guys. It's just enough to put them into C tier. It's nothing amazing, but I think that they are efficient enough to be competitively viable.
My hope is that they go down another 10 points to be 140. Or
140 makes way more sense.
Yeah, or they should be 160 and always battle line in a Stormcast army. I think
they'd still have to be 150.
You
honestly.
think so?
Yeah. When you look at how the rest of the game is pointed now, no, they definitely have to be better. They're only 18-inch range. A lot of these other units that have similar profiles have more shots because they have more models. 24-inch range. Yeah.
Usually more movement, run and charge.
Usually more movement, run and shoot. Yeah.
Better accuracy.
Yeah. There's just so many things. Like they get boosts. I get that this isn't necessarily supposed to be a main shooting hammer. Like, it's always supposed to be a supporting shooting unit, and that's cool. It's a screen that shoots and supports other units, and I think that's a great niche. I think that's something that could be explored, and I hope the points go down just a tad to help that. I think they could at 140. I think they're B tier.
I think they stay at C tier at 140. Honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I do. Just because
I fit them in just enough.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm hoping maybe in a campaign book they get new rules, because they're cool models. It's such a shame that they're not being played right now. Let's talk cavalry. First up, we're going to talk about concussors, all the Dracothian Guard here. Concussors are useful because Dracoths are useful. If you saw our battle tactics video, you know that having a Dracoth or Stardrake or Draconith unit in your list is almost a must-have this season, and concussors have that. So that's great. However, for 210 points, you could just have fulminators for 240. Even just a squad of 2 fulminators is better than 2 concussors. 4 fulminators is definitely better than 4 concussors. And the point difference starts to creep up there, right? We're talking about a 60-point difference there. Probably not enough. The only use I can think of for concussors with their mortal wounds and like just consistent damage every single combat phase, if you double reinforce them now with the new coherency, I think that's pretty interesting. And then you can give them like a Storm Coven to fight first, and anything that comes into contact with them just gets smacked by a bunch of hammers and torn apart by the dragons. But I don't think that's worthwhile. That's like a 1,000 point combo almost, and you just get shot and mortal wounded. It's not like they have a huge amount of effective health because they're only 12 wounds per squad. They got a lot of problems, and I am concerned that they're just going to keep reducing the points, where what they really need is just a new niche entirely. Especially because I think Desolate, fulminators could probably come down 10 points, and that just makes the comparison with concussors even worse. So, not great. They're not in a great spot. They'll keep dropping the points, I guess, but I'm not hopeful for this unit.
Yeah, I wish there was more going on with them. We did our unit comparison video, kind of showing these. If you go and check our unit comparisons, we show our cavalry efficiency and why we talk about this, because the mortal wounds seem cool, but it's not enough.
No, the fulminators do 15 damage per rider. Concussors do 6. And squads of 2 or 4, that's such a huge difference in damage output all the time. It's concussors are more accurate, but just the sheer volume of fulminators you can't compare it.
Yeah, you'd have to be in consistent combat, like never getting out, never getting a chance to charge, somehow surviving for like 3 turns, like basically like 5 combats or 4 combats.
Yeah, and even then you're only doing barely more damage than fulminators. Like, you're spending less points, but it's still the impact is still almost the same.
Yeah, and the whole point is you want a unit to get in there and lift another unit, right? Take something off the board. You never want to just go in there and just wound somebody, right? Like you're opening yourself up to getting rallied on, you're opening yourself up to other recursion. You want to delete what you hit, especially if you're investing a double reinforced unit.
Yep.
Or a reinforced unit.
Desolators are in the exact same boat as concussors. They're just outclassed. There is an interesting use for Desolators now as a reinforced unit ally. For Stormcast, this is a terrible unit that isn't going to see play, but as an ally in something like Lumineth, where they don't really have a durable, punchy melee hammer, this could actually slot in there as a 400-point ally. So, yeah, other Order armies, start looking at these guys. They're reinforceable now at 200 points. All right, Fulminators, still the gold standard when it comes to melee damage output. They do need to charge, right, which sucks. You can get stuck in bad combats, which is awful. This season, I think I'm going to be using them in squads of 2 because we want to score Draconith Destruction and their battle line in Hammers of Sigmar, which allows them to not only count for Overshadow as a grand strategy to keep your battle line alive, but also for Led into the Maelstrom as a battle tactic that requires charging in with a melee unit. So I kind of like Fulminators not so much as a 4-block anymore. I like them as a 2-block. And that's only because Dracolines are so good, right? Like we've talked about it a few times already. But Dracolines being as good as they are has almost knocked Fulminators out of S. I think they cling there because they're a battle line unit and they have Dracoth to score battle tactics. So still a viable pick, still a good pick. People are still going to be scared of them. It's going to still destroy stuff on the charge. But I think we've got other options now as well.
Yeah, I still like them in 4 myself. I mean, they're still doing the same job as Dracolines. Just, of course, opening up tactics, and that's a big one for me for sure.
Mm-hmm. Slower,
Tactic
more durable,
approach.
lightning breath. There's a lot going on. Fulminators are still a great unit. I think they can go back to their original point cost of 230 at this point. I think 240 is not needed anymore.
Yep.
All right, Tempesters, one of the 2 big hype units in this book this season. Why do we love Tempesters? Let us all count the ways. James, you go first, man. How much do you love them?
I can't explain how much I love them. Yeah, being able to. At first, newer players are gonna think 12-inch range is limiting, but with them being able to drop out of Scions and score you a battle tactic basically immediately, it's huge.
Yeah, being able to score out of reserve is a big reason to use them. 2 may not be enough to do that reliably, right? Because let's say you're fighting something with 10 wounds on a 4-up save. 2 of these guys might swing low and fail the tactic, and that feels awful. But 4 of them is pretty much always going to get the tactic off, and that feels pretty good. Then they also have the ability to go into melee and do respectable melee damage, right? Not for a melee unit, but for a shooting unit, it's great damage. And then, let's say you don't charge into melee, you just drop them down, you drop a screen in front of them, like 5 Vanquishers or 6 Gryph-hounds. And when the enemy charges into that screen, the Tempesters can unleash hell immediately. So, fantastic unit. They fill a lot of holes. They're battle line for battle tactics. They're Dracoth for battle tactics. They shoot with good volume. Not the best, but good volume. And they got cheaper. You know, we were thinking they were A tier last season. We kind of slept on them a little bit. We thought that the changes with Sharpshooter not being available to them would have dropped them to B tier. We were wrong. They were an A tier unit last season, and now they're an S tier unit. They have certainly risen to the occasion.
They tempted our expectations.
Yeah. Freaking love this unit. I'm so glad. I've been wanting to play around with them more in several lists, and that 40-point boost on 4 of them is money. Just absolute money. It's opened so many list opportunities.
Yeah. It's so good that I'm considering lists that have 8 of them. That's how good they are now. I don't know if that list is good. Maybe it's too much, too many eggs in one basket. But they feel good.
They don't actually gain that much from all out attack as other shooting units. So I think they're pretty decent when you take multiple of them and not having to worry about the all out attack efficiency too much.
Well, I'd argue against that because the all-out attack is huge. It converts more of their hits to exploding hits, right?
But when you do the math, it comes out to be like a wound and a quarter or something.
Maybe
Not too bad.
Yeah, they don't need it, right? It's not the biggest boost because they do have the Mortal Wound Breath, and that doesn't use hit rolls. So if a portion of their damage isn't getting benefit from +1 hit, yeah, it's it's not as useful. But it's still good, right? It's
Oh yeah, absolutely. You want to have it.
yeah.
What you do is run 2x4 Tempestors and a Toralon.
That's it right there. And then he's also got monstrous actions. Yeah, that's not terrible. Okay, Evocators on Dracolines. They are exactly as good as they were last season at doing the thing where you play 3 of them on a side flank. They run around as an independent operator. They kill stuff very efficiently. They're fast. They buff themselves. They unbind enemies. Reroll charges. They do all of that exactly the same as they did before. Nothing's changed there. But now
everything's changed.
But everything's changed because now you can also reinforce them. So in addition to being incredibly useful when they're in a squad of 3, they're also one of the best units in the game in a squad of 6. Their damage output when reinforced is devastating, especially if you can give them buffs to hit and wound, which is very easy, right? They bring their own bonus to wound. They're very easy to give them all out attack. You can give them Hoarfrost either on the Grand Stabs with Rend 1 or on the Mounts with Rend 3. And that's brutal. Like even armored stuff just crumbles to this unit. And then the best part is the Mortal Wound Blast after they attack, right? Like being able to reinforce this unit has totally blown open the doors on how we're considering everything in the army. Evocators seem to be the premier damage unit. Like, yeah, their max damage isn't as good as Fulminators, right? They lack the Rend, they lack the Mortal Wound Breath. There's downsides. They're not battle line. They're not Dracots. But the tactical advantage of these guys doing so much damage is huge. One of the main reasons I really like these guys in squads of 3 is because I would keep them, within riposte range, within 2.5 inches of my front line, so that when my opponent had charged in, they would kill the screen, and then my Evocators would pile in and do good damage. Now it's going to be 6 of those guys doing that same tactic, and the Mortal Wound Blast is just going to shred things apart. It's so hard. Unless you can hit these guys first, you can't fight them. That's how much damage they do. They're devastating. And that's why Stormcoven. Yeah. Stormcoven comes in and gives them strike first. Basically makes them immune to melee combat. It's really, really good. You're going to see a lot of these guys. The fact that they can also use Louch on is icing on the cake. You don't need to use Louch on. They're fine without it. You don't need to use Hoarfrost. They're still fine without it. They're they're fantastic. I can't stop singing their praises.
Yeah, you can tech list with all this sort of stuff. Like, you can give them Azurite Halo, you can give them +1 to wound, +1 to attack, Hoarfrost, give fight firsts, even something as simple as Celestial Vindicators. Like, there's so many options for them, but at the end of the day, like, even as a raw Warscroll, they're really good.
Yeah, very, very useful unit. You're going to see a lot of them. They're going to be sold out soon, I bet. People have forgotten what Lightning Arc does. It's been too long since 2nd edition, and we must remind them. It's kind of depressing to go down to Vanguard Paladors now, after talking about that. So, Paladors are 10 points cheaper, and they can be battle line, which is good for battle tactics and Astral Templars. They can teleport around, which is good for scoring Intimidate and Surround. So all of this stuff is good. The problem is that their damage output is just poor. For 190 points, you're really not getting a lot. And instead of paying 190 points for this unit, you could get 5 Vanguard Hunters and 6 Gryph-hounds. And I would rather have that pretty much all the time. Partly because the Vanguard Paladors, they can retreat with their teleport, which is great. But their teleport has weird limitations on it. It has to be more than 1 inch from terrain and from objectives, in addition to being more than 9 inches from enemy models. So sometimes you just can't teleport into the right spot, just like by accident. Like, nobody's going to play around this to that degree, I don't think. But the fact that you can't land in terrain is just weird. It feels weird. They're inefficient damage. Yeah, what more is there to say? There's just better options in our army. Use Questers. Questers are better at doing the same thing. All right, Stormdrake Guard. They have a 4-up spell ignore. Everybody's casting spells. Everything they did before, they still do. So I think they're still S tier. And they also have Draconith, which is the best keyword to have right now, because there's 2 different battle tactics they can score. Could you guys see yourselves using this unit as a squad of 2, or is this always a reinforced unit of 4?
I am almost never using this as a squad of 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, for me, it would be a squad of 4.
Yeah, even in like my oops lists, I'm still like, why don't I just bring a Min Draculane unit and a Vanquisher unit to have another screen? You know, it's they're still great in a unit of 4, and they are amazing as like Led into the Tempest. They single handedly drag the Nitroconus up, like you'll see soon. So I'll talk about that in a sec. And it's just the combination. They don't do the most damage. They aren't like Fulminators and Draculines. They've never done the most damage in the world, but they've always done just enough damage, and they've always been just tanky enough, just annoying enough between monster, fly, 3-inch coherency is massive, especially in a 4 block. You're able, the 3-inch reach on the claws is so sneaky, right? You're able to pile in. They've got an oblong base. You can pile in, and basically you can be on a screen, charge a screen, and then slide basically past that screen because you can just stay in base to base contact with it. And since you're an oblong base, you can touch something that's 6 inches behind a screen, which is absolutely awesome. They have fly, so they can even make their pile-ins more efficient, piling over. Fun fact: a Stormdrake Guard base horizontally, or side to side, is just under 3 inches. So you can pile, yourself in great directions. Just if you're on one side of something, you can't pile over a screen, but you can move yourself very far. So that's something to take into account. That's pretty good. You can hit something if you're base to base on one side of a dragon to another because of the 3-inch reach on the claws. So there's a lot of little tricks and things that you can just optimize with them that is very hard for your opponent to play around.
Yeah.
It's a great unit. Love it.
It is. It has limitations, right? It's
Absolutely.
It's usually not going to be battle line. There are lists that can make them battle line, which is okay, but usually they won't be. They do require a lot of investment, right? Like when you bring these guys, you're bringing them because they're expensive, they're inefficient, but they're very impactful. They're the most impactful anvil in our army, and that's what they are. I think they are an anvil primarily. They're not really a hammer unit like something like Draculines, which will just obliterate everything. Stormdrake Guard don't do that. What they do is play a more like combat pile-in movement finesse game, right? You have to tie down as much as possible. You need to hit stuff with that 3-inch range, stack a whole bunch of defenses, make sure you stay in the Gardas aura. Like there's a lot of specific tactical play that goes into making this unit work. But when you do make it work, it's like oppressively strong to play against. Like opponents really can misplay horribly into this unit.
Yeah, they're the definition of a bruiser in our army, right? Like they're so good at being a damage dealing anvil. Like they are definitely the best bruiser probably in the game, honestly.
Karazai will take a shot at that title.
Well, Karazai is even more like a Fulminator unit where he is not really that tanky. You do have to invest just as much in him as Stormdrake Guard. It's kind of odd. I do wish that he could ignore spells. That would be pretty great.
Yeah.
That was a miss.
But anyway,
not having a ward. But anyway,
Stormdrake Guard S tier. Even though they're inefficient and the inefficiency is really you're starting to feel it. Like 340 for this unit.
This is horribly priced. This unit could easily be 300.
Yeah, but every time we predict they're going to be A tier, they end up being S tier. Yeah, just keep them in S tier. I think. I don't think it's a risky call. Chariot. So we really like the Chariot here. We've always called it an A tier unit. It's always had a good mix of defense and movement, charge mortal wounds, decent melee attacks, like not good, but decent. Good body, takes up a lot of space, doesn't give up any board space until it's actually destroyed, which is really useful because normally screens will like lose space and then your opponent can play around that. Despite all that, I think the Chariot's looking a little bit worse this season. The addition of Questors in particular kind of kill that space for this unit. Not entirely, right? They're still different enough. Like the Stormstrike Chariot is a good anvil. It does charge mortal wounds, so it's not like you're losing out on damage if you're charging it in. It has -1 hit. It's still a good unit. Questors kind of just do the same role better for much more points, right? The 70-point difference is really significant. So I don't think Questors have destroyed Chariots. Chariots are still a fine unit. They're just not an A-tier unit anymore. I think Questors fill the role better.
Yeah, they definitely still they are still the premier multi-charger. If you're having trouble with you charge your Draculines in, you charge your Fulminators in, and then you feel like they just get charged back and die, the Chariot is a great unit to charge alongside them. because it can charge something else, do those mortal wounds, and it's almost like a fight first, right? You charge something, you deal mortal wounds in the charge phase. You've already done a lot of the damage that the Stormstrike Chariot is going to do. Like there's still decent damage from like the actual melee profile, but you've still done a decent amount of damage, and you can tie something up, or you can charge and use that charge to block out a potential future charge from an opponent. So you can use that to block out for your main hammer. They're still a great unit, and they're great at doing it because 12-inch move. They're fast as heck. But they definitely have lost a little bit of value with. We've been able to get a little bit more points to actually spend some more on that side hammer, that second melee unit that you're going to bring in the list, to where we're not necessarily having to take a chariot anymore.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's a point issue for the chariot. 160 is pretty much accurate, maybe 150, but like it really shouldn't be any lower than that. It's a good unit.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, these types of units, like they should be pointed right about here.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to reviving my stupid meme list that has 4 chariots and Gardas and just effective health for days. I'm really looking forward to that again. All right, let's take a look at our heroes. So Knight Arcanum is the first one on the list here, alphabetically going. C tier still. She's still the cheapest Stormcast wizard. Being 100 points is nice. That means she competes with the Knight Zephyros, potentially using the Arcane Tome. She is Thunderstrike, which doesn't matter, right? Like, I don't think that matters. Her problem is that you can just use a Battle Mage. And Battle Mage has a very useful spell. And this is basically a blank Warscroll that says Wizard on it. So, I'm kind of, yeah. Being a Stormcast Wizard is useful, though, because you can issue Holy Commands, you can learn spells from the lore. It's not the worst thing in the world. The niche for her is so specific. It's like 20 points more, and you've got an Incantor, which is just strictly better, I think. So, very niche, but it's there. I don't love it. C tier might even be a stretch.
Proxy 3 of them for Storm Coven.
That's the real play, yeah. Knight Azuros. So last season we had a gimmick build with him using a Quicksilver Draft in order to fight first, and then pull a Galatian Bodyguard into combat in order to fight first as well. And that was pretty fun. It was harder to use than we thought. He didn't end up being A tier. I think he ended up being like a B tier hero overall. But this season, I think he goes down to C tier. He can be a Locus with the Arcane Tome. That's pretty useful to have a 12-inch flying Locus. He does have +1 hit as a pulse effect on an enemy unit, which is cool because it can't be roared, and you can use all-out defense and still have this. It's useful, especially right now. Sub-commanders are a very useful thing to have because if you're trying to fill, for example, a Warlord and a Acolytes battalion, you need 5 heroes total, and the Azuros is not one of the worst ones to put in that. The problem is that we're so lean on heroes this season. 120 points feels like 20 points too many. You know, if he was 100 points and he competed with the Zephyros who could take an Arcane Tome, I would really like this guy a lot more. I think he'd have a lot more utility. But as it stands, that 20-point squeeze, this is one of the places where you'd squeeze those points.
Yeah, I still feel like the way we kind of explained him in the first GHP as the RC Cola Toralon still is fitting.
He does feel like that a lot of times. And Toralon's not looking too hot either anymore, regrettably. Yeah. Knight Draconis. He makes Stormdrake's battle line if he's your general, which is good for battle tactics. He's the cheapest way to achieve that. Him being an aggressive hero is pretty interesting, because especially as a Draconith hero, he can score things like Draconith Destruction. He can score a Matter of Honor because he's a Draconith. He can score Led into the Maelstrom, and if he's your general and he dies after that, well, then you can score Reprisal after that. So that's cool. The problem with the Knight Draconis is that you really want to block a 4 Stormdrake guard to take advantage of his Wrath of the Draconith ability. I think that's what that's called. It allows a Stormdrake unit to breathe in the hero phase instead of the shooting phase, in addition to the shooting phase, I should say. So that's cool. He's decent. Yeah, he's just okay, right? Like, he's not great. Most lists wouldn't just include him. Like, yeah, you can give him a Luck Stone and he can charge. I think I'd rather use a Lord Celestin on Dracoth for that and shave 130 points off that combo. So, very, very specific hero. Better than a C-tier hero. but most builds probably won't use him.
Yeah, it's literally like I was talking about earlier with the Stormdrake Guard. They drag him up, right? Him being able to allow them to double tap is extremely important, as you can, especially combined with Thunderbolt Volley, in those specific lists where you bring him and a 4 block. Having a unit of Raptors, Thunderbolt Volleying something, and then having like I say Thunderbolt Volleying those kinds of lists, and then using Wrath of the Draconith to go ahead and a hero phase shoot. A lot of times dragon can get caught on other units. So if you're stuck because you didn't do the most amount of damage in the world, you can get out of that situation very easily, and your opponents have to respect that, right? Like taking an Unleash Hell, combat, and then a hero phase, shoot, along with a Thunderbolt Volley shoot, along with another round of shooting, like this starts to add up, and it's a lot of mortal wounds that you can bring. And he's still egregiously overcosted. Like this unit should not be 300 points, not even close. Like 250 easily. I think that's what he started at, right? It's 250.
255. I think at this point he could be a 220-point hero.
Yeah, almost. I think he might be a little bit much at 220, but definitely like the 230 to 250 range. He would be amazing, right? Like he would be an actual unit that we would use. That Ren 3 makes him very reliable. Like he has very reliable damage. It's not high, right? It's not like a huge volume of damage, but he's pretty reliable. Definitely great for multi-charging with the tactic. Great for his ability. You've got to make sure you use him as what he is. He's a side hammer as well as a support hero. Bringing a mount trait. I'm actually really liking a lot of the mount traits are good, right? Celestial Instincts is great. Really retreat and charge. He uses Scintillating Trail well, and he uses his own mount trait where it's the what is it called, Paul? I lost the name for it. The
Menagerie? No.
the special roar of the mount trait.
I don't recall the name, but it stops inspiring presence. Basically,
it stops inspiring presence. Yeah. So he's very versatile. The points are way too high on this guy. Like he should be an A tier unit, but he's just not. He's on the low end of B.
Yeah, personally, for me, I'd give him a D. I don't like this particular unit. I wouldn't put it into lists. But I do recognize his value. I see that he's a decent unit. It's just not my style. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, HW, if you're watching this B tier is so close to C.
It's close.
It's just and oh gosh.
C tier is like prosecutors and griffhounds. This guy's more useful than that. It's just his niche is more specific.
Yeah.
It's a list building niche for sure. All right, Knight Heraldor. He can Rudy toot his horn and deal D3 mortal wounds to everything within 3 inches of a piece of terrain. And there's problems with that. First off, it requires terrain wholly within 18 inches. So the bigger the terrain, the more units it can hit, but also it's far more difficult to... Yeah, it's really hard to get in range of that. Like, you can drop in with Scions, and then on top of all that, it can fail, right? You have to roll a 2-up to deal the D3. So, yeah, if you have a sparse table with not a lot of terrain, it's not very effective. If you have a table with lots of terrain, you might not be able to get in range of it. And then it can fail. And then that's all this guy does, So, yeah, the problem is you can't really make him cheaper, because then people bring 6 of him in a list, and that's the worst thing in the world to play against. Yeah, F tier.
Yeah, it's bad design. Terribly bad design.
Well, he, in 2nd edition, he used to let us run in charge with the unit every single turn. He was basically Steadfast March on a stick every turn. He could still do that.
Cool.
If he did that, even if it cost a command point, he'd be like, oh god, he'd be like S tier.
150 points, 160 points, yeah. He'd be up there. Like, I would pay the Castellet premium for him.
For sure. Yeah, he'd be very good. So maybe next book. It's a shame. I love the Heraldor concept. This guy just blowing a horn, signaling the coming storm, the righteous fire of Sigmar, love it. But
yeah.
Knight Incantor. Always S. Has he ever not been S?
No, this guy he's the workhorse of workhorses, right? He does it all.
Yeah.
And at a great price.
It's just better now than ever before. Before he was S tier and we usually put him in every list. Now I think you legit put him in every list. I think most lists start 120 points down because you're bringing this guy.
Yeah, at least one of them.
Yeah, sometimes 2. Frankly, that's not a bad idea to bring 2 of him. Or her,
I'm-
depending on which sculpt you're using.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. I'm so happy that just a couple months ago I found one like secondhand at my LGS.
Nice.
So one thing I'll
Love
mention about this is that if your opponent's not careful and they forget that the Incantor's on the table within unbinding range and they start dumping primal dice to guarantee a cast, this guy is their worst nightmare.
Yep.
Well, if
Notably,
they
you can't undo 2 6s, but
Yeah. But there's a common tactic right now trying to score magical dominance turn 1 because it's one of the harder tactics to do outside of turn 1, and the Knight Incantor makes it like nearly impossible to do. It's super hard.
yeah, you've got to really position against this guy, which is super cool, especially if you have multiple drops.
Mhm.
Yep.
Higher drops really favor this kind of style. Knowing where your opponent's wizards are is really key. Knight Judicator, 20 points cheaper, but he lost the ability to shoot heroes because of Lookout Sir, and that really makes him a lot worse. 6 max damage per turn for 180 points. It's not good. The 2 Gryph-hounds are nice. I really do like having 2 Gryph-hounds. It's cool to get 2 units out of 1 slot in your army. He's probably D tier. C is pretty generous, I think.
It is pretty generous. Gosh, we needed a sniper keyword for this guy, and even then, there's been several units now that have come out that are 6-up save, like 5 wound wizards, and then they randomly have a 4-up ward. So
Yeah.
like, what's the point?
This guy needs either a 3rd shot or he needs to be like 140. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot cheaper. Night Quester is terrible. Just use the Zephyros, and we'll explain why you want to use the Zephyros. Quester does nothing. Like, literally nothing. He exists. Waste of points.
Same profile as everybody else.
Makes your army worse. If you didn't have him, you could get a Triumph and use that on a hammer unit. And so he's actually making your army worse.
He's actively sandbagging you.
Yeah. Knight Relictor has really come around this whole edition, starting off at 140 points. And that was enough to give him a D tier, I believe we said. Like 5 points cheaper sometimes.
It was
That's all
D-tier.
it took. Yeah. And oh boy, has that D tier proven true, because they've dropped his points by 45, almost a third, or 40 points. And now he's an S tier unit because he is 50 points cheaper than the other good priest in the book, the Lord Relictor. All this guy's going to do is translocation. He is priest on a stick. That's all he is. But you give him translocation, you give him high priest to reroll translocation. Even if it is just a 3-up rerollable is good enough. Especially because we're going to be bringing other teleporting units like Questors and Hunters and some stuff like that. 3-up rerollable is good enough. That would be enough to be S tier. In addition to that, the 4-up prayer ignore can actually matter now. The armies like Khorne and Fire Slayers are still in the meta. Khorne in particular is doing a lot of stuff with its prayers, and being able to have a 4-up ignore on the units that are in range of translocation, cool. It'll happen. It'll affect a game at some point. Don't forget that it exists.
You don't want your Raptors to be bloodbound.
Yeah. Also, he can go into Wizard Finders, and then that devastating Relic Maul can get that extra attack.
Or Frostbaby.
But being able to go into Wizard Finders is pretty cool if you're running Questors or if you're running Grandhammers or Vindictors. You need a sub-commander in order to put into this battalion, and it can't be a wizard, right? So having a cheap hero that can go in there that can't take Arcane Tome, it gives him like extra usage, which is cool. I've actually found a use for him being in a Wizard Hunter battalion. Knight Venator. It is a 12-inch flying hero that shoots. It does the same max damage as the Knight Judicator, 6 max damage, but he's far less accurate, right? He's not Ren 3, he's not wounding on 2s, he's not good. Lookout Sir really hurts him. Like his special ability does get around Lookout Sir, I think. 3-up, deal D6 mortal wounds to a hero once per game. That's not worth 140 points, because for 120 points, you could bring a Knight Vexillor, who once per game does D3 mortal wounds to everything in an area without rolling a dice. It just happens. And so that's the end of discussion on Knight Venator. Let's move on to Knight Vexillor. I think it's actually better than C tier, right? I think the Comet Fall list actually looks good this season. I think being able to just wipe out all the support heroes with 3 Knight Vexillors, like that's a 360 point package. You can toss in a lot of lists. You can easily
I've 100% considered that.
Yeah, and that fills a Warlord battalion, right? Because we'll have so many troops. So they effectively also come with a 100 points of 120 points of Vindictors, possibly, or 100 points of Vanquishers, or something like that. So they're efficient. You don't have to fully commit to Comet Fall, but you can bring 3 instead of bringing a side hammer. And that's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, removing synergies from small heroes, like that's pretty good, right? That time it kills, like the Vampire Lord, the Necromancer, that kind of thing. Well, I mean, you'll probably get, Wound Pass off, but still, you're going to be doing some damage, and they're still a model after they're done, right? Like that's a decent unit to want to, either drop in or teleport around or just have him run and be a nuisance, right? He's still a hero. You can find a Stour him and have him be a real nuisance against something.
Or heroic willpower and get an extra unbind.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. I have been enjoying translocating one forward that has an Arcane Tome and using him to cast the Geminids, because I don't care if these guys live or die, right? So cast the Geminids, hit everything with 3d3 mortal wounds, and then watch a bunch of stuff run away to Battle Shock, in addition to killing a bunch of small heroes, hopefully.
Yeah, just a small package. It's something worth considering. I was really hoping to put these guys alongside like 2 of these guys and like a Celestin Prime, but it starts to get real expensive.
Yeah, Celestin Prime drops the meteor every turn, which is nice, but he's also 210 points more. So you have a choice between Celestin Prime or Vexillor and 2 Tempestors, and Tempestors are going to win every time. So, yeah, really do consider the triple Vexillor package. 3d3 is usually enough to kill most small foot heroes in the game. Really do consider it. It is better than you think. Vexillor with the Apotheosis banner. I guess we should talk about the teleport banner. Teleport banner's bad. Don't use it. That's it, right?
Yeah, it's just not as great. It's not very useful. I'd call that one probably D tier because it's not the worst thing in the world. Like you can still do
it's not the Apotheosis banner, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
So Thunderstrike Vexillor, one of the sickest models. What a Chad. Just masculine energy for days. And unfortunately, one of the worst units in the book. Can't believe he was 160 points. He's still 140. His ability is still bad. Healing and reviving 3d3 wounds once per game. Best case scenario, you heal Karazai. That's not worth 140 points. The fact that it can fail drives me nuts.
Yeah. You know where this guy is S tier, though? This is the Dominion. You just bought Dominion and you need a Lord Relictor. Boom. This guy is perfect for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, chop that banner. You put whatever random skull totem on there. That's a Lord Relictor right there.
10 out of 10 conversion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just find someone with a bunch of Space Marines. Everyone has Space Marines.
I'll still use them as a proxy for the old Vexillors.
Oh, yeah. That's the real use
or
for
the
them.
Knight Vexillors, too. Yeah.
Knight Zephyros is good. She is one of the cheapest Stormcast champions, which is useful because if you give her a tome, she can go into the Acolytes battalion. On her own, she can also go into Wizard Finders to enable that. But being able to teleport every turn is the most useful this season it has ever been. Right? It's always useful to teleport. But being able to teleport forwards or translocate her forwards, let's say, and then like whip out a pendulum or something, and she's not a high value target. She can also teleport around every turn, so if you need battle tactics like Surround and Intimidate scored, she's there. 100 points is good. Like, she actually competes with Vanguard Hunters for a spot. They do a very similar thing in terms of battle tactics, but she can unbind if you use heroic willpower. She can cast spells if you give her the Arcane Tome. She's fine. Like, I honestly initially considered her an A-tier unit, but just with the amount of lists she actually goes into, I think B-tier is more appropriate.
Yeah, it's definitely not a stick into a list just willy-nilly and feel good about it. You definitely want to have some synergy, like endless spells that you want to cast.
Yeah, she's like a Knight Vexillor in that if you just teleport her forwards, you don't care what happens to her. She casts her spell, and if she dies, okay, well, your opponent wasted resources on that. So, yeah, fine unit. 100 points is the right amount for her. I wouldn't pay any more. Let's look at the Lords. Let's all remind ourselves why the Lord Aquilor is an F-tier unit. He does nothing except issue a free command to a Vanguard unit, and Vanguard Raptors are not included on that list. They don't have the Vanguard keyword. So all he does is issue a command to himself, or Vanguard Hunters, or Paladors. Hunters don't need commands. Paladors aren't worth commands. and he's not worth bringing. And he's 170 points.
And for some reason does worse damage than the Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger, who has the same points.
It's baffling,
And is a
really.
wizard.
It's really baffling.
You would think he would be like the fightier version or something? No.
He's just not.
And still the same points.
Yeah. Lord Arcanum on foot. So we've been calling this guy C tier for a little while, and I think it's more true. It's a stronger C, let's say, like higher C than before. So being able to add 6 inches to endless spells has always been a situational thing. But now we have spells like Maelstrom and Pendulum and Lauchon if you're using Draculins. You really want to go like all gas on them. They can give just the absolute
36-inch threat range.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So he's like 10 or 20 points too expensive. Like if he was the same price as an Incanter, I'd be much happier. But adding 6 inches to Maelstrom is actually really cool. Maelstrom is in particular very good. So like, would you pay 170 points to have a Lord Arcanum and a +6 move Maelstrom? Yeah, I would. That's not terrible. So he gets the C tier ranking. He doesn't fit into most lists. But every now and then you'll have like a super long range list using 6 long strikes and dropping in a whole bunch of stuff, and being able to whip the Maelstrom out further is actually pretty good. Lord Arcanum on Dracoline. Despite how hot we are on Dracolines, I don't think the Lord makes the cut. What do you guys think? James, I know you've used him in a game before. What did you think about that?
So I used him very early on in the season. In my first couple of games in the season, thinking that the force multiplier on the claws would be substantial. Realistically, it's not something that's going to make or break that unit. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of different buff pieces, or a lot of different tech that you can bring into the Dracolines. Lord Arcanum is one that you can skip. It's also hard to set up in general.
What really kills it for me, even like just to get to C tier, like when I'm talking about killing it, I'm not talking about anything higher, but he's a Locus, but he's not a champion. Like why? Why GW?
That battalion really should allow any kind of Locus rather than just unmounted ones like that. I really don't get that. It's such a weird thing to me.
It's brutal. It really is.
It would give him a niche, because then at least you're not, you're still using the slot for an Acolyte slot. Like it I don't know. It's just not great.
Mm-hmm. The fact that he's a Locus is almost irrelevant, because we're going to have Knight Cantors in our list, and they're going to be, if you need a Locus for anything, they are there, right? So
the fast Locus, which is kind of cool, and
not really. It's just not great. Unfortunate. I think Pack Alpha is only worthwhile with 6 or more Dracolines, but it's still not good enough to get this guy over the hump. If he was 150, maybe. But 180 is a bit much. If he could go in Acolytes, maybe, right? That could be a different thing for him.
Which tells you why at 140 we're like, Lord Arcanum on foot needs to go down as well. That's why he's C tier.
Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger, though, seems to be the winner out of all of these Arcanums. He is, the same 1-spell Wizard Locus for 170 points, plus 0 to cast, but he teleports every turn. And that's useful for battle tactics, for casting spells. You can also take a mount trait on like a Zephyros, right? Because you could just use a Zephyros with a tome. She teleports every turn. This guy is more wounds. But there's some issues, right? He's not a champion. Can't go into Acolytes. The mount traits are good. -1 to Unbind is a good effect if he takes Scintillating Trail. But is it good enough to justify 70 points? Would you use both? Would you guys ever use both a Zephyros and an Arcanum on Griff Charger?
No. No.
That's getting into territory of lists that I don't really experiment with, so I can't speak for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think he is B tier, but only because I feel like he's the best of all the Lord Arcanums. Even though the Toralon is my pet unit, and we're about to talk about it, I feel like overall impact on the game, for most people, Arcanum on Griff Charger is the best one. Healing spell's not bad either, honestly. It's not the worst thing. All right, let's talk about the Toralon. So, still a fast-flying monster. 250 points to get Roar and a 12-wound body with a 14-inch flying move. That's pretty decent. The problem is, 1-spell wizard for 250 points, you could literally have 2 Knight Incantors for this cost, and that seems better. But but he still has that what we can call a pulse now. Comet Trail is confirmed to be a pulse as per the recent Battlescroll. So we can officially say he's good with MSU shooting, right? You move a bunch of stuff up, then you move the Toralon up, and then they all get +1 hit until your next hero phase. So that works through Unleash Hell, it works through Warning Cry, it works through every possible situation you need +1 hit. So that's still good, but he's just so inefficient that I can't justify giving him a B tier ranking. I will use him more than I should, but I think most people should probably give him a pass.
I think if Arcane Tome worked the way it used to, then maybe B.
Yeah, like if he was a 2-spell wizard, or like if Aventus could take enhancements, I would really like it. And if Aventus was cheaper.
Okay, well, hold on. Wasn't Aventus cheaper than
yeah,
am I crazy?
for a little while there, Aventus is 270 and the Toralon was 285. So
Jesus
Aventus was
Christ.
cheaper, and then they dropped the Toralon 35 points, which is a huge drop back then. That was like almost unheard of to have points drop that much.
Yeah,
No?
because there was a reason why I was running Aventus in a Hammers of Sigmar list over the Toralon.
Yeah, and you still can, but the mount traits are good. Artifacts are good on him. Like a mirror shield on a monster like this is actually pretty useful because he is a big target otherwise. So it's not impossible to make the Toralon work. It's just really hard.
Yeah.
Castellant. We're using reinforced hammers, and Lord Castellant wants to buff the big hammers. He wants to buff 4 Storm Drakes. He wants to buff 15 Vindictors, 10 Protectors, 4 Tempestors, Karazai, Grondis. Even 6 Dracolines are good to buff with the Lord Castellan.
I'm just going to call Lord Castellant Bubbles from now on.
That's pretty good. Yeah, so he's, if he's in your list, he's usually also got the Arcane Tome. So he's also a 1-spell wizard and an Acolyte. So he fits into that battalion, which is great. He's also a totem, so he's issuing commands from 18 inches away, which is a nice little thing to have because he's usually not going to be your general.
Damn, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so great hero. Why is he not S tier? Because he's 160 points. He's so expensive. He just doesn't fit into every list, even though he combos with pretty much everything we want to do. It's usually just more efficient to bring a cheaper hero and like an Endless Spell or Aether Wings or something like that.
This guy, I don't know why his points didn't go down. It's a travesty.
Mm-hmm. 3-up save, man. I think they cost things based off effective health.
I don't know. I think what were we going off of? Like the base size, I think too. It's like effective health and the size of his base. That Gryph-hound is extra large.
Whoa, he's double the size of most heroes.
80 millimeter base, baby.
Yeah. Oh man.
Like
dude,
an 80 by 40 oval.
Yeah, no, this guy could easily be 140, 135. Like, I don't understand why I could get too salty about it. Yeah. Let's move on.
Wish he was cheaper. He could be S tier.
Yep.
He's so close. For some people, I'm sure he is S tier, right? Like that +1 save that you can't unbind it, you can't outrange it because it's a pulse effect. Just phenomenal ability, but the cost is just so high. Lord Celestin, all he does is fight.
Crowe.
What?
He's Russell Crowe.
Yeah, all he does is fight, and he's not particularly good at it.
He's not any
And
better.
yeah, I guess he does issue all-out attack for free, and that does work in shooting too, I think. It's been a while since I've looked at the Warscroll. 130 points for all-out attack once per turn. No thanks. I'm good. Pass. Lord Celestin on Dracoth is a lot cheaper. 20-point drop is actually at the point where this Luckstone combo with him is actually starting to be somewhat appealing. So all he does is fight and issue all-out attack, and you can give him a Luckstone in order to guarantee a 12-inch charge out of Scions, which is cool utility, right? Like the Knight Draconis can do it, but this guy does it for almost half the price. And he is an aggressive hero, and he's a Dracoth, so he can score 2 different tactics, led into the Maelstrom and Draconith Destruction. The problem is that he doesn't reliably score Draconith Destruction because he's not going to do 10 wounds reliably enough, right? So if he's the only Dracoth, it's not good. He's useful if he's like the second Dracoth unit. So you could also bring 1 Fulminator on the side for 120 points if you bring him. So it's like, would you pay 300 points to get basically 2 fulminators that are in 2 different units. Honestly, maybe. I might honestly consider that. Being able to split a unit apart like that makes it worse for buffing, but better for moving around the board and stuff like that. So, not a great niche, but it's an interesting one. So, C tier. Lord Exorcist is a 30-point upgrade for the Knight Incantor, and for 30 points, you get a bad spell, because there's no bravery debuffs in the game anymore. He has a useful effect, but it's only 9 inches, and it's useless in many matchups. And in the matchups where it is useful, he's not guaranteed to be within range of it. No, it's only 9 inches, so you can't silence into range of it, so he has to just walk into range of it. There is some play here. If you want to get really janky, you could translocate him forwards, and then he casts the Deus Arcanum, and then he's within 9 inches. So, okay, that exists. But 150 points for something that's only useful against Soul Blight and Bone Reapers, pretty much, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Pretty much. I mean, there's some pretty good rallies out there, but like his biggest impact is going to be against those.
Yeah. So I'd rather just have a Knight Incantor, 120 points. You shave 30, you can bring a Maelstrom, and you get the guaranteed unbind once per game. So rather have that in almost every scenario. You can use both, but you could just bring another Incantor. That's the problem. All right, Lord Imperator. He finally got a point cut. We have been pleading for so long for him to be cheaper. Is 160 points what we've been waiting for? What do you guys think?
No.
It's close. It's very close, but no dice. He's still like the 20 points off of each Grand Hammer and the 30 points off of Questors did a lot more. This is nice. Thanks, GW. Please continue. But your boy is still a tax and still a hefty one, like 160 points just to like play the game. You know?
Yeah.
It would be neat if you know the R&D department in Azir hadn't like split off and funding didn't get cut to Stormcast because you know Seraphon got to make this a command trait.
It's an artifact.
Or an artifact. My bad. Yeah, artifact.
And that's a heavy tax too, because that army actually really wants multiple artifacts. And
I suppose.
As far as taxes go, you know, the fact that this guy ends up being equipped with an arcane tome every time you bring him, and he gets that free command every turn, and he goes into acolytes, it's not the worst tax in the world.
But yeah, still doesn't feel great.
He's got that little wand that he shoots. You know, it's pretty adorable.
Yeah, he doesn't shoot hammers from his cloak like the cool Lord Celestin, but he's at least useful. So
yeah,
there's that.
His cost matters a lot less than the units that are using him. So although it would be nice if he was 140, an extra 20 points off him matters a lot less than even 10 points off any other unit that would actually drop into play, because those units are going to bring in multiples.
Yeah, kind of, but I still think he's just overcosted. And
he is. The lists using him, I don't think are overcosted. He, as an individual, is overcosted, though.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But A tier, I still think the Scion strategy is just that 7-inch charge feels good, but it's not totally reliable enough. You know, it's not like walking into range and getting a 3-inch charge. It's not like dropping in, shooting, and just blowing stuff up. Like the hammer and anvil style, I think, is just more reliable. It maybe doesn't have the same tricks, but for most players, I think they'll have more success with a basic competitive list like we outlined in our videos, rather than going for this drop style. It's hard to play, very punishing, has random failure points, but it's strong when you pull it off properly and get lucky. Lord Ordinator, he is only as useful as any war machines you bring, and the ballistas aren't good enough. All right, we discussed ballistas being too random. +1 hit on them is nice, but it's not enough because the single shot can't shoot heroes, and the rapid fire shot is too random. Maybe you could bring some gun haulers with him, and he can buff them. Maybe, I don't know. What I'm thinking, we just reevaluate him after the Cities book comes out, because there's probably going to be some war machines in there, right?
Yeah. He's always just been better in other armies.
Yeah. Well, not always. In second edition, he used to have a command ability that would let you double tap with a War Machine, and that was awesome. If they brought that back, it's a different discussion.
Yeah, I meant this edition for sure, but yeah.
Lord Relictor. Sorry, James, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't feel like he serves much of a purpose in a KO army either. He can't keep up with the boats, so...
No, but if you bring gun haulers in a Stormcast army, he can...
Yeah,
or, you know, Tempest Eye.
Or Tempest Eye, yeah. It's an option too. Lord Relictor, he is still the, in terms of quality, he's the best priest. He's expensive. Compared to a Knight Relictor, he's 50 points more. But if you have a specific combo that you want to go off, or if you just hate the 3-up reroll so much, Lord Relictor's still there. He's still an S tier unit. He has just so much going for him. You get a lot for 50 points. Personally, I'd rather have a Knight Relictor and a Geminids, but I'm not expecting Geminids to stay 50 points forever, so Lord Relictor, still an S tier unit, still very, very good.
Just keep in mind, re-rolling into a 1 is always possible.
Yep. Lord Veritin is looking better this season. Being able to unbind natively without having to use a heroic action means another hero in your army can use a heroic action, and you still retain the unbind, which is nice. He's also a Lord, so all of your prayers are, the same as the Lord Relictor. They're 12-inch or 18-inch, depending on which one you use. And unlike the Knight Relictor, he has a totem, so he's issuing commands from 18 inches away. He's issuing holy commands from 18 inches away. Yeah, he just... Sure, why not? Sometimes you don't have 10 points for Lord Relictor. Sometimes you just want more wounds and you want the unbind. He's actually a valid choice now. He's not just a squeeze. Yeah, I think he's fine.
He gives you that extra, inch and a bit for range on everything with that Gryph-hound, which is pretty cool.
The extra wide base actually is cool. I really like that.
Yeah, it's useful. It works out. Every inch matters.
Mm-hmm. And it almost never feels like a punishment either. Like, you never get punished for having extra range. It feels like all benefit.
Mm-hmm.
I wish it was just a regular Gryph-hound, though. I really wish that was the case.
Oh, man. Yeah. I've always wanted that from these guys, but...
Yeah. Used to be that way. I hope they bring it back.
Way,
All right, let's talk Star Drakes. I made a case. I made an impassioned plea last season that the Drakesworn Templar had potential as a 400-point unit. And I think I won you guys over, right? I think I made a good enough case that he was worthy of a C tier and not the D tier, despite having a 4-up save. He's got the +1/-1 cast aura. He's got he can take Menagerie. He can take Drakesworn armor. He makes Stormdrake's battle line, which is great this season in particular. If he's the general, which he will be, you need Menagerie on him. I think the reason he stays in C tier this season is that the -1 cast aura, more than the +1 cast, but the -1 cast aura is very good. He's very good for battle tactics, right? Being able to charge in as an aggressive hero. Roar is always useful, right? His Cavernous Jaws are always useful, really. But I think what puts him over the top here is the Tempest Axe, right? People are really using units like 6 Dracolines, 6 Immortus Guard, and they're stringing them out. They're using really long deployments, trying to get every inch of the board that they can. And the Tempest Axe reduces enemy pile-in range to 1 inch. And that's actually very, very useful against these kinds of units. So if you're playing against a lot of Kroxigors or Lancers or Dracolines or Immortus Guard or any of these large 50 mil base units or cavalry units, the Tempest Axe is very good into that because you just charge a flank and that unit is stuck piling in 1 inch at a time. And every time you fight, you have a chance to just eat the model that's within 1 inch of you with the Cavernous Jaws. So like, you roll 3 dice, if you get a 6, the Immortus Guard is dead. And then the rest of the unit is stuck piling in towards you. So,
yeah,
it's pretty sweet, actually.
Yeah, I love that you don't. I swear, like every other ability in our book was written like pretty terribly, like having to wound or having to attack first or something. At least the Tempest Axe just does its ability. As long as you're within 3 inches, that pile-in is reduced.
Mm-hmm.
So it's. I love that it's actually usable, and it's any enemy model. So
yeah, there's some other stuff going on too that I want to mention, like the breath doing max 8 damage on what is it? I think 3s, 2s, Ren 3. It's a good hero sniper because he's so fast. He can get to within 12 inches of heroes and just blow them off the board randomly.
Yeah, yeah, he definitely can. It's something you have to respect, and or if you miss position.
And he can score Draconeth Destruction as well as a Matter of Honor. Now, he's not going to score a Matter of Honor. He's not going to kill a monster on his own, right? He has to finish it off, which even then, that's not reliable because his damage is pathetic. But Draconith Destruction, I think, is doable for him. If you're shooting at something with that breath and then charging into it and fighting it.
And the bow. Don't forget the bow.
And the bow, yeah, the bow can do 2 damage randomly. I think that's not terrible, right? Like, he can score these tactics. So if you consider him as like a replacement for a side hammer, he's got Finest Hour. He can unbind in a pinch with Heroic Willpower. I think it's okay, right? And he can retreat and charge too, which means you can't pin him down if you take that trait. Like, there's a lot of utility on this model. If you can get past the 4-up save in your mind, like you get over it, and then I think he's not terrible.
Yeah, and you almost feel bad for having to put damage into him as well because he's not the biggest threat, but you have to answer him, right? So the 4-up save, it's not great. It's part of the reason why he's C tier, but it's not a deal breaker. I think he's actually very similar to the Knight Draconis in that sense, where the Draconis is not very efficient, but brings a utility and the things that you can put on him and upgrade him with that helps give him a little bit of breathing room. It's not great. GW, please give us better pricing on these, or fix the typo, right? Fix the 4-up save. It's a typo, right, guys?
Let me ask you a question. If you're playing an Oops All Dragons list, would you consider swapping your Draconis for this guy and losing 100 points somewhere?
I have 100% considered it. That the Tempest Axe is part of it. If you've been on our Discord, and you should totally join our Discord to see these kinds of conversations, I've totally considered it just because of the Tempest Axe, because he's a decent general option. Debuffs magic, buffs your magic, can bring different utility to your lists. And the shooting is not bad to have, right? Like, if you think of it as having that extra shooting, like you've got a Knight Judicator in his mouth, you've got, like a chariot's worth of damage just randomly around him, and especially with the Cavernous Jaws can really, if you roll high, you're feeling real good. So, it's a good unit. It's not amazing, definitely C tier, but it's a solid C tier.
Yeah. Now, worst case scenario, he dies as your general, and you can score reprisal off it. So he's like he's like a battle tactic engine, whatever he's doing.
Look at him go.
He's either fighting or dying, and either way, you're scoring points
and
off it.
He's fast. He can get to like board edges. Like, yeah, totally.
So I kind of want to try it with like a Gardas, and maybe like
I
don't know.
I kind of think he's too expensive with Gardas. Like, I think if I bought him in a Stormdrake list, it would be like Astral or Hammers.
Yeah, it's tough to see something that big and have it also feel fragile. So with all that said, is the Lord Celestin on Stardrake worthwhile? Because it's 80 points more, but you get that coveted 3-up save. It's like permanent Mystic Shield, and he can stack Finest Hour and Castellant and Mystic Shield on top of it to go to a 2-up, ignoring Ment 2. Is that worth 80 points?
He's a better unit by himself, and it is worth 80 points if you were just to do a vacuum, right? If you were just looking at these units in a vacuum, thinking of nothing else but the raw stats and such, sure. But those 80 points cost you in your list. Pretty hardcore. And that 400 points is already a lot. So it's just too overcosted. Like, there's so many more units that are costed way better than this. Shoot, even the Torlon being at 250 makes this look bad.
Yeah, it does. But he's so close. If he was like 50 points cheaper, he would actually be...
This guy could be 400
good.
And the Drakesworn could be like 370.
I think the Drakesworn could be 350 and this guy could be 400.
Well, then again, if he's at 400, he starts to become allyable and...
Yeah, okay, 410. Let's say 410.
Yeah, 410. Yeah, 410. Yeah.
You don't want every army in the game bringing this guy.
Yeah, you don't... Yeah.
I
the
hope...
bonus to cast is very good.
I hope 4th edition. We know it's coming. I hope the Stardrake really gets a big glow up. I think they deserve to be good. They've never been good damage dealers in the entire history of Age of Sigmar. I don't want this 1st edition Warscroll anymore. I want them to deal good, meaningful damage. It's a travesty that they don't do good damage.
Yeah, or even just being a better anvil, right? Like, Light of the Youngstar should have been base.
Yeah, I agree. Or they should have a rampage to give them max attacks on the tail.
Special, yeah, like special. It definitely deserves a lot more. This model is gorgeous. I'm looking at mine right now, and I'm like, dude, I want to bring you out. Like it sits on my desk because it's a cooler desk ornament than anything else.
Oh, it's the S tier paperweight, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is. That's what it's doing right now. It's doing its job really well, actually.
Yeah. All right, let's talk unique heroes. Estrella Soulbright. So, this is like the perfect season for her. Dracolides are finally good. And Hammers of Sigmar Dracolines are probably how we want to play them. And she can give them +1 save every combat phase without spending a command point. And it stacks with things like Warding Lantern from the Castellan and Mystic Shield and All Out Defense. And she's not playable. Two main reasons I think she's not playable. First off, she's not a Locus, right? So just like a lot of other heroes right now that we want to bring into the Acolytes Battalion, she can't do that. So there's more opportunity cost for her than other heroes. The bigger problem, though, it's that they clarified her spell as a pulse. When it was an aura, it was kind of interesting, right? Because you could like run around into stuff, but it's a 6-inch pulse to get -1 hit. Her spell is basically worthless. You know, like there's not going to be anything within 6 inches at the start of your hero phase. It's terrible.
There shouldn't be.
Yeah, there shouldn't be. So 170 points is bad. She should be like 140, 150. Probably still unplayable then.
Yeah, it's such a weird niche. Yeah.
Yeah. Aventus Firestrike. It's a Toralon. It costs 20 points more. It can cast an extra spell, but it can't learn more spells. It just casts an extra spell. Locked to Hammers of Sigmar. Can't take mount traits or artifacts. I think you just use a Toralon instead. The extra spell is nice, but when you reach 270, you know what else costs 270 roughly? Stormcoven. Stormcoven are way better. So, yeah. D tier. Stormsire's Cursebreakers. Would you guys pay 90 points over a Knight Incantor to get a dangling 2 Evocators on the side?
No, because I think at the Evocator price they are now, I think these are actually worse efficiency per Evocator.
No, Evocators on foot are 220, so if you split that 5, that's 88
Oh, you
points.
split it by 5, yeah. Yeah, no, it's about... Okay, so it's right. Yeah, so you're not even getting a discount. Yeah. Yikes.
So I would say no, I wouldn't do this. As much as I like the dangling guys, the fact that it's not a Locus because it's unique, that really kills it. So can't go into Acolytes, can't use Primal Frost spells. Yeah, just use an Incantor instead and bring Gryph-hounds or something. Spend 90 points elsewhere. Celestin Prime, the model that almost never sees play in Stormcast because he's 330 friggin' points, and we can do a lot better damage. Both AoE mortal. You can bring almost 3 Vexillors for this guy's price.
Has this guy seen any price changes?
He went up.
He's gone up. He went up, actually.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's all because of his allyable traits. He definitely should have had rules that made him better in a Stormcast army.
Yeah.
And that's the issue, is he should have had things locked to being in Stormcast so that he's not just stuck to being high points because he's a good ally.
Yeah.
He's compared to our hammers, and at 330, he doesn't bring enough damage. Like Ren 3, you'd be like, oh, Ren 3 is amazing. Not so when it's a low volume of attacks and you have to wait so long for him to actually pay off.
Yeah, he's only 16 effective health, you know, before the 3-up save. Like, yeah, you can find a Stour after charging in and try to tank some stuff, but...
Your ward gets turned off.
Yeah, there's just it's too many things. Maybe Thunderstrike Prime will save us. He just needs to be cheaper and locked to Stormcast armies.
Yeah.
Just make him so he can't be an ally, you know? That's it. That's all you need to do.
And then bring him down to like 250.
Yeah, 240-ish. He'd be good.
Like he's definitely better than like one set of Fulminators at 240, but not by much.
He would be comparable to that in terms of like tactical play. I love there's great things about him, right? Hero, finest hour. He can unbind in a pinch. He can guaranteed charge out of reserve. Like these things should never be underestimated, and that's why we keep him in C tier, right? Because he's never bad enough to be unplayable. He's just never efficient enough to ever be the first like 30 Warscrolls you consider. He's a pet unit, but he's a good pet unit. If that makes sense.
Is. Oh yeah.
Gardas, still S. Starting to wear on him. He's one of these premier 160 point heroes now. We've got a few of them, and yeah, I don't know. I still like him. He does force you to kind of bubble up a lot in the early game, but I think knowing when to get out of that formation is probably the key with him. You know, if you know how to get out of that, he is definitely not a trap unit.
Yeah, and I think some people fall into the trap of keeping all of your units in his 5 board. And definitely in my games, what I found is I'm not keeping everything in a 5 board. I'm keeping things that are worth it, right? You don't want to just bubble up and wait to spread out. You want to start spreading out with your screen, start spreading out with other units earlier, definitely than you'd think. You want to use this 5 board judiciously.
Mm-hmm. Alternatively, you can be very aggressive with it. You know, you run your 6 Dracolines up, you drop Tempesters nearby, and then you put Gardas with 2 screens in front of them, in front of the Tempesters and himself, and then you have a forward deployment castle that's being very aggressive, but also with a 5-up board now, so it's going to take a lot more to chew through. So there's a lot of play here for this guy besides just the basic castle style. He is good. He can't be shot anymore, which is great because a lot of people were dedicating minimum amounts of resources to kill him and then unloading on the rest of our army. Yeah, I think he's great still. I'm definitely going to still put him in a few lists, but Hammers of Sigmar is calling me. Battle Line Dracoths are very hard to resist. Speaking of Hammers of Sigmar, let's look at all their terrible, terrible characters. Starting off with Gabriel Sherhart, who once per game gives you a command point that you have to use to reroll charges.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's only hammers, so nope. Pass. F. No point value makes this guy playable. Sad. Bastion. Is Bastion good? I think the answer is yes.
Bastion?
I think Bastion
it's
is
a good
good.
Warscroll.
It's his point cost that's wrong.
Yeah, he's like we were talking about Celestin Prime being comparable to a set of fulminators. I'd rather have the set of fulminators every day.
If this guy was 240, I think he'd see play. He's got some issues, right? Like I want to go through the issues and then I want to talk about because I think he's worth a discussion, right? Because in our initial review of the Stormcast Battletome, we gave him an A-tier ranking. We really liked his Warscroll, and back then everything was more expensive. This was before any point cuts. This was before they nerfed heroic recovery and melee, so you could just heal D3 every single turn with him while you were punching stuff. Even if you didn't, you could just tank monsters with him, which was great. Monsters were also more prevalent, so his ability to just deal mortal wounds to something across the table in the hero phase every turn was a lot better because it's based off the wound count. His accuracy was considered good. There were a lot less hit and wound debuffs back then. He was a good unit. The redeploy trick
even
in
the
particular.
Nerf about volley.
Yep, his redeploy trick was really good with reinforced long strikes or reinforced judicators, being able to either aggressively put them on the front line and then just juke back, or put them in the back and then have the option to put them forward. All of this stuff was really good, and slowly over time they've chipped away at every single one of these things. Like he directly has never seen a nerf, but everything around him, the game system has changed enough. The meta has changed as well to the point where there's so much high damage stuff that he just can't survive it anymore to heal. And his point cost has stayed the same. I think, relative to other units in our army, he should be 10 points more than whatever fulminators are. And that's the exact right point cost for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see myself ever putting him in a list this season. So D tier, hoping for a big point cut in the next Battlescroll. Neve Blacktalon. She is strictly worse than the Zephyros because she can't take artifacts, and you want the Arcane Tome on the Zephyros, and she costs more. And don't buy this model. There's going to be a new one coming, probably. Vandus Hammerhand. So we thought last season he might be playable because Reinforced Sequitors and Reinforced Vindictors look pretty good with Galatian Veterans. This season, honestly, there's reasons to consider him because Stormkeep looks better just based on the way the battle plans are laid out. Being able to contest objective, tons of objectives are on the borders, so that makes Stormkeep a lot better. The problem is he's only good if you double reinforce these units, because if let's say you bring 10 Vindictors, Vandus can give them +1 attack, or you could just bring 5 more Vindictors and get effectively the same number of extra attacks for 120 points instead of 190. Now, he does give you Battle Shock immunity, which is great. If you have a double reinforced unit of Vindictors, he combos really well with that, especially if there are double reinforced Vindictors in Wizard Finders. That's really, really cool. You're just stabbing dragons with Arcane Tomes to death all the time. 60 attacks. It's crazy. Now, another problem with Vandus is that he's not protected by Lookout Sir because he is mounted. So even though he has 9 wounds, he doesn't qualify, unfortunately. So he's just, if he's really ever a threat, he's just going to get shot off the board or magicked down more likely. I think there's a chance for him to be more playable after Stormkeep is updated because he fits with the Redeemer package. And traditionally, Stormkeep is all about the Redeemer package, right? So if Redeemers are good, Vandus looks better. And if cities are good, then Stormkeep looks better, which makes Redeemers better, which makes Vandus better. So it's a really long trail that you have to follow to understand that logic. But we will re-examine him when there's a new cities book. Certainly. Same with the Torlon, actually, because the Torlon does buff Cities of Sigmar as well. Andrasta, we thought she might be C tier because of the infantry meta. Was she C tier? What did you guys think? How did she pan out last season?
I think she saw some niche use, but never really popped off too well. So yeah, maybe it was too early.
I think she ended up D tier. I don't think she was playable competitively at 280. There just wasn't enough value. Yeah. And I'm going to take another gamble. I'm going to say this season she might actually get there because, and it's just because of Questors. Andrasta, Questors, Gardas, you can make just tons and tons of effective wounds, and if your opponent can't chew through it fast enough, it's going to start reviving. So that's a list. I think that list might be good enough to qualify her for a C tier.
Yeah, I think it's just enough. She's not gonna, I don't think, gonna be rocking any GTs anytime soon. But I think you can catch some people off guard.
Yeah, it's like a 4-1 list probably. It's gonna hit a hard counter at some point. But if we're in a melee meta, high effective health that is low model count, that can be backed by guaranteed unbinds, it's not the worst list in the world. All right, let's talk big dragons. Krondys, I think I'll start with him. Krondys looks strictly better than he did before, on paper, right? There's cool spells for his supporting wizards to cast. There's stronger endless spells, so you can teleport him forwards and then cast Geminids and then buff him up crazy with defenses and just be like this forward anvil. The problems with Krondys is that his damage is bad unless he's fighting tons and tons of models, and then his tail attack becomes okay. It's still on 3s and 3s, which is kind of a problem, but it hits pretty good, right? And you can direct that damage into other units, which is great. So if you're fighting, 30 zombies right next to a Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon, well, you just take all those 30 attacks and you whip them into the Zombie Dragon. And that feels pretty good. Fast, 14-inch flying move. It has that -1 attack ability, which is very good. It's so good in other armies, and it's really good on this guy as well. I think the reason he doesn't get, even though his points went down, everything he wants to cast is better. All the units he's supporting are better. Like Dracolines really work well with him. Tempestors work really well with him. Crossbow Judicators. All this stuff looks better this season. But I don't think Krondys gets any better than B tier because I think there's going to be enough magic hate out there. People are going to bring Guaranteed Unbinds. They're going to bring Spell Ignores. They're going to bring these things that will just negate his casting. And that's on top of just Primal dice, right? Like 2d6 plus 3 is way better than 2d6. But 3d6 plus 3 is not way better than 3d6. Like the difference is smaller, right? The averages get closer together. So you probably won't use Primal dice with him most of the time. You'll roll like a 6 and you'll get a +3 and you'll think, oh yeah, that's good enough, right? And then they'll unbind that on 3 dice. So it's like, yeah, the fact that he doesn't fit into Acolytes, you have to bring all these different support heroes. I think Krondys is okay, but I don't think he's going to be spectacular by any means. Karazai, on the other hand, I have become very fond of. I think he's a fantastic anvil that just does excellent damage. The extra 6 damage that you get with his claws every combat phase doesn't seem like much, but the fact that it's on Ren 3 and he's actually worth buffing offensively and defensively, he becomes like a super anvil hammer hybrid. Everywhere he is, your opponent doesn't want to be. and you can buff him so much and make his effective health so high between Mystic Shield, Castellan Lantern, either Gardas or Praetors. You can use Mastered Celestial Menagerie from a Drakesworn Templar. You could use a Phoenix for -1 to wound, which is getting removed soon, so I wouldn't do that. But you can make him Hoarfrost. Yeah. Wait, what?
Can you not Hoarfrost him?
You can, but it's only on one weapon.
Still, you can give the tail attack rend 3, or
if you roll a 3,
or something +1.
Yeah,
on the profile.
I think I'd rather give him Celestial Blades. +1 to wound on all of it. But no, so Karazai does just good damage. Unlike Krondys, who has to have very specific scenarios, there's so many times where Krondys will get stuck fighting like 4 Fulminators, and then he just doesn't do enough damage to punch through them. Or just a monster, like one model, and then the tail is 1 attack, which is really bad. Karazai doesn't have that problem because he starts the battle with 2 Galmaraz equipped. And if you have Gardas on the table, he can use Saintly Assault to give that an extra 3 damage. And then every time he kills a hero, it goes up 3 more damage every single time. So Karazai is just a melee threat that can't be ignored, but also can't be easily killed. And that can be leveraged to victories, tactical victories, board positioning victories. And then the fact that he is an aggressive hero, that's a battle tactic. He's a Draconith, that's a hero, that's another tactic. He can kill other monsters reliably, that's a 3rd battle tactic. This guy's like a tactic machine, It's gotten to the point where I'm honestly considering giving him Storm Coven to strike first. So that even if people try to bog him down, the Storm Coven's also going to be casting Mystic Shield. Like there's potential there. I think Karazai is not the strongest Stormcast list. I think there's a lot of failure points. There's some hard matchups, but it's good. It's honestly a good list.
Yeah, I like him a ton. He's a really neat, if you're playing any kind of 4 Stormdrake lists, he's a pretty cool alternative. Less points. More aggressive.
Now, I wish he had a native 5-up board. That would make him perfect. Or if he was like 500 points instead of 530. That way, when you bring the Gardas tax or Praetors or something, the list just seems like it's always lacking like 1 more unit. Every time I play the list, I feel like 1 more unit. Now, the point drops we've gotten this season are great. Tempesters and Questers are really good with Karazai. They fill that niche of having tons of bodies and tons of shooting. So I'm looking forward to playing Karazai lists. Here is our Stormcast tier list summary for Season 3. This is our initial impressions before the new Cities book is released. We don't know anything that's going on in there. There could be a lot of changes, as I mentioned when we were talking about the units earlier. If there's big changes to cities, that makes Stormkeep different, and that really could blow open the door. But as things stand right now, as of the time of recording, this is where we're at. So if you're looking to get into Stormcast, you really can't go wrong with any of these S-tier units. I think the only one that might be somewhat situational is Stormdrake Guard, because you really have to kind of lean into them with your list. But everything else in the S-tier, the Vanquishers, the Long Strikes, Fulminators, Tempesters, Dracolines, Knight Incantor, Knight Relictor, Lord Relictor, and Gardas, all of that stuff is gold. You can make great lists out of just those units, really. Those would be competent lists. So great purchases all around there. A tier are units that just miss the mark. That's things like crossbow adjudicators. They're just a little less efficient than things like Tempesters, and their ability to score battle tactics is lower, but they do the most damage in shooting in our army, so that's something to consider. Grandhammer Annihilators are a strong unit, along with Quester Soulsworn. They both kind of fit into this 7-inch drop package. Unlike Questers, Annihilators can only be used in that package. They're not worth using unless you have a Lord Imperator in your army. And that style is, it's risky. There's some failure points. You have to get a 7-inch rerollable charge, which you can fail 1 in 6 times on average. So there's a bit of inefficiency there as well with battle tactics. But otherwise, they are a very strong unit, and if you use them properly, they will carry you to success. Protectors are tough, implacable, however you pronounce that.
Implacable.
Great unit all around. 440 points for 10 of those guys. Almost never disappoints. It's a great Anvil unit. Quester Soulsworn are a great independent operator. They can work on a flank and kind of be their own thing, take out other flank type units. They can teleport once per game, so as soon as you need them to stop playing that flank, they can be anywhere you need them to be. The teleport happens in the hero phase, which is really interesting because you can teleport into other range of things. Or like one example that came up was you can teleport into range of Andrasta and then activate her ability to revive them. So that's pretty sneaky like that. And the revive can put them, 7 inches away because they have pretty thick models. So that's pretty sneaky. Lord Castellan is great. He gives you reinforced hammers, +1 to save. Not the most efficient hero at 160 points, but a very strong and impactful hero. Usually has the Arcane Tome on him as well. Lord Imperatant lives and dies with the Grand Hammer Annihilators. I think the viability of the Imperatant is always tied to this unit. Questers are in the game now, but I feel like if you want to use the Lord Imperatant with just Questers, you'd be better off running a combination of Annihilators and Questers. So Lord Imperatant, A-tier unit, same package. Karazai is strong, but situational, and the lists that go all in on defending him can be fun and they can be strong, but they have some hard checks, and I think it's kind of the same problem with Grandhammers is you'll just have some inefficiencies with positioning your units. You'll have fewer unit counts, which is worse for battle tactics, although he does himself score like 4 different tactics. As long as you can keep him alive, he looks pretty good this season. B tier are units that are still useful. Maybe it's just like a points issue. Maybe they're not super high impact. Maybe there's other units that can do the same thing a little bit better. But they should all be considered as part of your competitive list building. We've got things like Liberators, Vindictors, Vanguard Hunters, Aether Wings, the Storm Coven, Stormstrike Chariots, Knight Draconis, Knight Vexilor, Knight Zephyros, Lord Arcanum on Griffcharger, Lord Veritant, and Krondys. In the C tier is that, and again, that's the cutoff for what we consider to be viable and competitive play. Anything below C tier, we don't think is going to be seen much this season at all. It'll be incredibly niche and generally considered not very useful. In here, we've got Shield Annihilators, Evocators on foot, Praetors, Hammer Prosecutors, Castigators, Bow Judicators. Sounds like the poker rap over here. Griffhounds, Vigilors, Knight Arcanum, Knight Azuros, Knight Judicator, Lord Arcanum on Toralon, Lord Celestin on Dracoth, Drakesworn Templar, Celestin Prime, and Andrasta. And then the remainder, 29 Warscrolls in our army, we don't consider viable for competitive play. Everything in D tier could potentially become viable if they get the points right, because it could either become spammable or it just suddenly gains a new niche if it gets cheap enough. Whereas F tier units are things that we think will probably never ever be viable in competitive play. They're just not worth your time or money. Ever. So overall, we've got 46 out of 75 Warscrolls, over 60% we consider to be viable in competitive games, and that's pretty good, honestly. As far as given the sheer number of Warscrolls we have, the fact that 60 of them are considered good is pretty good. That's not bad.
I mean, 30 B tier and above Warscrolls is still pretty good. There's a lot of books that don't have that kind of good ratio.
Yeah.
Like you need like an extremely limited book like Caradron where almost everything was in S or A tier to warrant that kind of inclusion. So I like that. Like we have like close to like 30 scrolls that are extremely playable.
And what's really cool about Stormcast is that most of those scrolls are hammers and anvils. They're not heroes. Like the good stuff is usually the stuff that's going to win you the game. It's not like random support hero that has a specific buff. Like we have a few of those, right? Like the Lord Relictor, Knight Relictor, Incantors, Castellan, stuff like that are just buff heroes. Most of the units that are good in our army have very specific purposes in terms of how they do damage, and there's so much variety in how you combine these things, right? You can go Fulminators and Long Strikes, that's a classic combination. You can do Tempestors and Fulminators, you can do Tempestors and Storm Drakes, you can do Judicators and Storm Drakes, you can do Evocators and Questers and Long Strikes. Like the way you can combine 3 to 5 of these units together, and you have a solid list. There's tons and tons of variety on how you can approach the game.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at the endless spells that Stormcast can use, starting with the ones from our Battle Tome. The Celestian Vortex is still terrible. They keep reducing its cost. I think it started out this edition at 60 points. It hasn't changed in terms of effect, so it used to be a 60-point spell. Now it's 30 points. And at this point, it's not worth using because it competes with other 30-point spells, like the Malevolent Maelstrom and the Gravetide. Both of those are very good now, and the Celestian Vortex just doesn't keep up. Even if it cost 20 points, I think I'd still not use it, because then it competes with the Deus, and the Deus seems a little bit more useful. The Vortex is unreliable, it's short range, it only affects shooting units with this -1 hit, and units can just move out of range before shooting, so it's just not very good at all. The Deus Arcanum, on the other hand, is starting to look okay. I think last time we did a tier list, I said if this was 20 points, we'd take it sometimes if we had 20 points left. And that is certainly turning out to be true. especially in this season, where if you have, for example, a Knight Incantor riding a Deus, if you take the Spell Eater command trait from the new seasonal rules, you can potentially just make wizards unlearn spells as you're unbinding them. Having an extra unbind on that hero is really good. Having more movement is very good. Being -1 hit is good. All of these things are good. They've just historically never been worth 40 points or 30 points and the spell cast required for it. But now, since we want to be able to cast spells out of unbinding range on round 1 to score magical dominance, Dice Arcanum is actually one of the better spells you can cast because it sets you up really well for future turns. And another thing worth pointing out with it, it's not a predatory spell, so you don't control it, which means you can control another endless spell next turn.
Yep. And it's a weird thing, but if you ever needed to dispel it for whatever reason, it just automatically happens. You don't actually roll for it.
Yeah, if for some reason you want to jump 3 inches at the start of the hero phase.
Yep.
Yeah. There's also a neat little trick you can do where you translocate a hero forwards, and then that hero casts the Deus Arcanum, and they can set that up within 3 inches, which means you're now 3 inches closer than you were before. So instead of being 9 inches away, you're 6 inches away. And previously, we could do things like get within 9 inches in the hero phase to chant Curse. Unfortunately, Priest can't use the Arcane Tome, so there's no way to ever run that combo. But there could be something you can do by getting within 9 inches. Don't know if we'll find it. Probably won't, but we'll see.
Maybe put a pendulum in their face or something. Who knows?
Well, if they're casting the Arcanum, they can't cast the Pendulum.
Oh yeah, we don't have 2 cast Foot Wizards.
And even then, wizards can only cast 1 in the spell per turn.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Everblaze Comet, 90 points makes it the most expensive endless spell available to us. I think is the Skaven stuff still like 100 points?
Yeah, it's close to 90 or 100.
Oh gosh. So the Comet, super long range, but it only does D3 mortal wounds. It does have a -1 cast aura, which feels better this season. The problem with it is that it's 90 points. You could bring Geminids and a Pendulum for the same cost, right? Like, they're different spells. This one obviously has such a high casting threat range that you could use it for scoring battle tactics, magical dominance, and still pinging your opponents for D3 mortal wounds. Like, it's okay, but you pretty much have to dispel it yourself on the opponent's turn if you want to recast it in a different position. And if you're dispelling it yourself, then they won't have the -1 cast. So
no, they will. No, sorry. So, but so here's the thing, right? So, yes, you do have to dispel it yourself if you want to cast it next turn, which is important. The good news is, in your opponent's turn, you can wait to see what they'll do, because a lot of opponents don't actually like that -1 to cast aura.
Oh, you think they're going to waste a spell trying to dispel it themselves?
A lot of them won't. I mean, Primal Dice changes that equation a lot. But it's like a very niche thing, which is probably why not probably, but definitely why we go to the C tier. There's like niche scenarios where your opponent will be forced to dispel it because they don't like that -1. They want their spell that would normally go off on like a 7 or 8 to have the best chance possible. Like, they want a Hoarfrost, or they want like a Mind Razor or something,
Mm-hmm. No, it's very situational. It's not great. If it was 60 points, I think it would shoot up to A tier. It would be a very strong consideration for many lists.
I think it should have at least dropped 20. Like, I don't think it's as strong as like. But I also think like Warp Lightning Vortex could come down because KO can't use it anymore. Skaven can't just teleport something with Lock-On and then cast it or anything like that. Shoot something through a Warp Hole or like Scatter Leap something and then do it. So that's not as reliable anymore. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Comet and Vortex should be where they are right now.
Yeah, 90 points for endless spells feels bad. It's in the territory.
It feels bad in our army.
In every army, I think, right? Like, even Lumineth spending 80 points for the rune feels awful.
Well, sure, but like there was a time when like cheaper armies could like bring in a Knight Incantor and Everblaze Comet. Now they can't do that anymore. But it's like a neat little thing for them. They could just like keep bouncing this thing up and up. But yeah, in our army, it just feels like way too much. I feel like people used to take this item, and then Khorne and other spell ignores became common, so they just spent 30 points more for a Night Vexilor.
Yeah, that's really what it's competing with. You can run both, right? And Cometfall lists will do that. And Cometfall, I think, is pretty good. So it gets a C tier overall. It's usable. It doesn't feel great, but it is usable. Take a look at the neutral endless spells. So a lot of these have changed. We will point out differences as we go along. First up, the Aether Void Pendulum. is now incredibly strong because instead of dealing D3 mortal wounds, it deals D6 mortal wounds. So what Stormcast can do better than most armies is we can teleport a wizard onto a flank of the army and then cast the pendulum and cut through a whole bunch of units. And even better than before, it doesn't just move in a straight line, it moves back and forth in a straight line. So you can just move it, forward 4 inches and then back 4 inches and finish where you started the next turn if they don't dispel
That's
it.
what I was going to ask. Like, you don't have to move it back all the way, like the full 8. You can literally move it half an inch back or half an inch forth.
Absolutely. It's very strong. It can fail. It is on a 2-up, right? And it's pretty easy to dispel this season, especially with Primal Dice. So,
But the thing is, like, you're making them waste a cast on it. Because they have to dispel this. It's so good.
Yeah, and it's not like we're giving up a lot of spells in order to do this. Like, the Stormcast spells are Mystic Shield,
Celestial Blades.
Celestial Blades, and then whatever endless spells you bring, right? There's not a high opportunity cost for us. For them, dispelling it is one less spell. Great, we've basically unbound one of their spells automatically if they dispel the pendulum. So it's great.
You can also force them to spend Primal Dice by using your own Primal Dice from an Andtorian Acolytes Battalion to force them to use their own Primal Dice to try and unbind this.
Well, it's based off the cast value, not the cast roll. So they just need a 7 on 2 dice. It's pretty reliable.
No. What I mean is, like, if you're casting this on a 6, you might want to have like an extra primal, one extra Primal Dice than your opponent does. You might want to consider using it so your opponent is forced to use theirs.
Yeah, and then maybe they don't have one next turn when they go to dispel.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, if they fail, now they have to basically unbind this. And it's like, you want to now then ask them, hey, do you want to try roll a 7? Or do you want to use one of your remaining Primal Dice instead of casting or trying to dispelling this? So it's a very high impact spell. It makes them take decisions like that, which is what I like about it.
Right. I really like that too. So overall, A tier, it's very good, especially with teleporting heroes like what we have. It's also really good. It's a good reason to use the Lord Arcanum on foot. I think we mentioned him casting Maelstrom a lot, but Aether Void Pendulum is another spell that he likes to cast. Burning Head, it is... Oh, geez, it's a lot worse, right? It used to do...
Okay, so, no. I don't know about that. So... It's worse and it's better in a lot of ways. Previously, it was just a hand grenade. You threw it, and everyone within 3 on a 3-up, I think, took like D3 mortal wounds.
It was a 2-up, but it was great.
Was it 2-up? Yeah. So I feel like that was like for a 30-point spell, it didn't make sense for it to have that huge an impact.
I feel like it was a cast value 7, and that's probably why it was a 30.
Yeah, maybe. Hold on. Let me pull up something. For Burning Head now, does it do? Is it every move phase, or is it every time it moves?
So it attaches to a unit, and then it deals mortal wounds to the attached unit in every movement phase. So instead of hitting every unit in range, now it just affects one unit, and only on a 2-up does it attach, and only on a 2-up does it do mortal wounds. So you have 2 different points where you have to roll a 2-up, and for 30 points, like, it's really just not good. If you want to hit a single target, Pendulum on a single target does more, and it's a bigger threat because it can hit multiple targets. Maelstrom is almost strictly better than Burning Head. Like, I really don't know what they were thinking with this one.
I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe they were thinking of it like as a trick with the Kron Spine, because if it attaches to a unit, you could charge that unit, correct?
Yeah, but you can already charge units with the Kron Spine.
Maybe you can use a monster's action on that unit, now that it's an enemy unit, if it's a part of that unit.
I don't know. The only way I can see this seeing play is if there's some really janky interaction, and I'm currently not seeing it. So I'll wait for the Tzeentch players to figure it out, and then I'll reevaluate it.
I don't really see anyone playing this because, well, we'll talk about a spell that's also 30 points that's insanely busted for 30 points. So
it's very good. I don't know about busted, but it's very good for sure.
Okay,
we'll get there.
In some armies, it's yeah.
All right, Chronomantic Cogs cost 20 points more, and they're down to 50, which is a great typo. They cast on a 6. They don't let you reroll casting anymore. What they do instead is they let a wizard wholly within 6 inches cast Mystic Shield for free, or Arcane Bolt. Right, so the thing you're going to see most of the time with this is like a Slan is going to use it to generate bonus cosmic power. And Stormcast are pretty much not going to use it. There might be a case where, because you can give any hero the Arcane Tome, they would become a wizard hero, and then they become -1 hit. So you could do something like Drakesworn Templar with Arcane Tome, or Lord Celestinal and Star Drake, like a really big hero that can fit wholly within 6 inches of this thing. You give them the Arcane Tome, they cast this, they're now -1 hit, and then they can Mystic Shield themselves, because they're going to Mystic Shield themselves anyway. That's what the Arcane Tome does, is it lets you cast Mystic Shield. So it's like having a -1 hit effect if you stay in range and if it doesn't get dispelled. It's like it's
yeah,
not
but
good.
it's like one of those spells. Like, is your opponent gonna bother trying to spell this and waste on other casts? They'll do it, and like in the kind of armies that you're seeing this play. This will mostly, I think, see play in Lumineth or Seraphon. Seraphon has way more dangerous shit than this. You're not gonna try and unbind this.
Yeah, and 50 points feels like too much. I think this is like a 40-point effect at this point.
No, I think 50 is fine. I think some armies can really value that -1 to hit an extra Mystic Shield.
So yeah, I guess I just think endless spells shouldn't be expensive. Like, I like the cheap endless spells we have this season. I think they feel really good.
Yeah, I'm of the opposite opinion. I think endless spells should all be good. I think they should all be 50, 60 points. I don't think any of them should be 30, 40. 30, 40 always feels like a gimme. 50, 60 is where it starts, so you need to consciously make list building choices around it. Because it spoils that, like, perfect 100, whatever.
But why can't they be strong and cheap? Because, like, you're giving up
because
spell casts.
Because every time they do that, Siege and Seraphon break the game.
So just take away their bonus range. That's it. That's all you need to do. Okay.
I mean, go tell them that. I'm giving them the more like simpler balancing option. Sure, you can do that.
Well, look, they nuked Spell Portal. It's possible that as these outliers crop up, they can nuke those too.
I mean, Pendulum will not stay the way it is in 4 months. I will write you like a check for $100 if it does.
Maybe. I like it. I like it at exactly this point value. I hope it stays this way because the game's more fun this way.
I think I remember you saying that about Horrorghast 4 months ago.
Yeah, it should have been 40 points.
And then just saying.
And like, who uses it at 70? Almost nobody, right? So
nobody. Now that Geminus is out, nobody.
It's like,
I tried using it. It was horrible.
It's not a game balance thing for me. It's a game feel, like game fun. Like the game should be fun first and then balanced second. And if endless spells are very cool, but if they're not costed aggressively like this, like 40-point Pendulum, they just become too expensive unless you're a magic army, in which case you can get more advantage out of them. So I kind of look at it as you're equalizing the field. If everybody can bring the Pendulum for 40 points, like, yeah, Tzeentch and Seraphon can do some crazy stuff with casting in at different ranges and vassals and all that stuff, but it's the same effect, ultimately. It's not, well, unless you're Nurgle, and then you're doing bonus stuff with it, but that's fine too. Like, I don't hear anybody complaining about Nurgle casting in the spells. For now. For now, we'll see.
for now. I mean, you will see diseased endless spells. If they become cheap, that's another great thing Nurgle can do. That's really annoying. Yeah. But for now, it's fine.
All right, keep moving here. Emerald Life Swarm. Yeah. It's still bad. It's still exactly as bad as it was before. It has gotten worse now because there's other endless spells that are better. Probably should be F tier, but there's a chance that it gets cheap enough. If this was 30 points, I could see it alongside, Fulminators, Dracoline, Star Drakes, just healing them up every turn, which would be cool.
Yeah, I would take this in a Redeemer build, like just surviving like a Redeemer every turn. Block.
Every 2 out of 3 turns. Because if you roll a 1 on the D3, it fails.
No, this is me you're talking about.
Icefield's master.
Yeah.
Okay, Geminids. They are incredibly strong. They disable all commands on each unit they passed over and each unit within 1 inch. They can fail, though, right? There is that chance that you roll a 1 and then you don't get this effect. And they're only 50 points. So they're obviously very strong. Everybody's talking about how strong they are. They are very strong in Stormcast because we don't have the ability to shut off commands normally. Aside from Roar.
Outside of a Star Drake Guard, yeah.
And our Roar choices are not great, and Roar is also not as reliable as this, I would say. Roar also only affects 1 unit, it requires melee range, doesn't do anything in shooting. Like, this is a very, very strong effect. For Stormcast, this is definitely an S tier spell. I personally don't think it's busted at 50 points. I think 60 would feel better just for the sake of balancing out the different spells. But I don't think this needs to be like a 90-point spell like some people are suggesting. Like, I think it's fine because on its own, it doesn't actually do anything. It's a combo piece for your other units. And aside from Seraphon and what else could be cast at longer ranges, there's very few armies that can actually boost the range of spells. It's very limited. It's like Stormcast can translocate in range, Seraphon can vassal cast it, but for most armies, it's only a 17-inch range on its effect. So you're not casting at turn 1. It's something that's going to go off when most players are in unbinding range of each other. I don't think it's busted to give everybody the ability to disable commands. Again, that feels like you're flattening out the power level, because there were some armies that could do this and they were just like power creeping their way out of the game, just taking everybody out. And I like that everybody can do this now. What do you think? Are Geminids too strong? Is 50 points too low?
So it does turn off commands until your next hero phase, right? It's not until end of turn?
End of turn, the next hero phase.
Okay, so I think... Okay. So yeah, like, this buff, my main gripe is, like, it kills the Horrorghast, right? Like, we're going to talk about the Horrorghast when we get to it. I think for a cast value of 6... it's a little too strong. And I say that because range extension is very much possible for the most dominant of all spellcasting armies. Seraphon can do it. Seraphon can also teleport and then do it. Tzeentch can teleport and do it. Lumineth can teleport and do it. I think disabling commands is insanely strong in this game. I like the fact that there was Roar that was 3-up and it wasn't that reliable and he had to be within 3 to do it. I don't know if I like a spell just doing that, because, like, if we go by what is 3.0 about? 3.0 is about commands. We have unlocked the potential of command abilities. We have discovered new command abilities and all that kind of stuff. Anything that disables that, in my opinion, should come at a real premium. Now, I don't know where that cost can be put in. You could put this in you could make this thing extremely limited in range. You could make this a 100-point or an 80-point spell. Which I know Paul would not like. You can make it so its range cannot be extended. It is what it is. You could make it so it also works on a 3-up instead of a 2-up. I just don't know how much I like a spell just turning off all commands in an edition that's so much based around commands. Like, I like the fact that the tools available to limit commands were limited, or like to specific units and specific abilities. I don't know. What do you think?
Like I said, I really like that it flattens out this mechanic and gives it access to every army, right? Some armies didn't have monsters. Some armies didn't have some armies can shut off wards, others can't, right? And it seems like newer books tend to have these more powerful mechanical abilities, and Geminids being used by every army, I think, flattens it out, which is good. It does disable commands, and this edition is all about commands, but having it as a neutral thing accessible to everyone that has very specific threat ranges and very specific counters, like you can unbind it with Primal Dice, you can dispel it with Primal Dice. The only concerns I really have about the Geminids are just like an internal balance concern, right? I don't think it's busted externally. Like, I don't think it's going to change the game, because like the armies you mentioned, Tzeentch, Seraphon, Lumineth, they don't really have significant. Well, Tzeentch does, but like Lumineth shooting is all mortal wounds. Seraphon, most of their range damage is mortal wounds. It's not a lot of like actual shooting damage. So disabling all-out defense in the shooting phase isn't that impactful for those armies. Like, it's good, but it's not like super good. It's just fine, right? Disabling commands in the combat phase, again, both of these armies could already do that. Like, Lumineth already have a spell that disables commands on a unit, and they have Total Eclipse. So it's not like I don't even think Lumineth would take Geminids. Paying 50 points to, back up Total Eclipse, I guess. Like, it doesn't stop rally, which is the main thing they care about, because they're trying to ping units down over time. What they really care about is stopping recursion, and Geminids don't stop recursion. So I don't think it's busted there.
Yeah, I'll put it this way: it doesn't feel busted against some of the newer armies. There's nothing in Seraphon that I would really care about putting up a Geminids against.
Yeah, there's
nothing. So there's nothing in Khorne, Soulblight, Seraphon, Tzeentch. Sometimes even Nurgle that I would really care about putting a Geminids on. OBR I would, but they're taking Null Meridian anyway, so who cares? Like,
right.
You're almost never gonna, like, it's not gonna matter against them. So my issue is, like, this spell that has been made to level the field doesn't actually do much against what is at the top of the field right now, the most recent books. But what it's really good against are like the older books that just needed that all-out defense, and those better books that are already better now get to use this to do that to them.
Sure, but you can also argue that the weaker armies can now do this as well, right? So like, because it's flattening it out, it's kind of like Primal dice. I view it kind of in the same way, as that Primal dice make the casting armies worse rather than buffing wizards, and I think Geminids make commands worse for everybody. You know what I mean? Like the command heavy armies can't rely on it. Now it sucks for armies like Nighthaunt, where if you tag them with Geminids, like the game's over, right? They don't get their Discorp rate, it's over.
Or like a Pretender Slanesh army. It's like, cool, have your commands that you can't issue to anyone.
I think that's a feature, not a bug. You know, like Geminids shutting down Slanesh. I'm super happy about that.
Like, I'll be laughing when I put Geminids into like a Slanesh flare for sure. But you know, that just like goes to like what I'm saying. Like, if that like entire system of that army is to issue triple commands, and you can shut that off easily with a 50-point spell.
Well,
I'm just saying, there's like, I mean, and this has always been Warhammer in general, but there's like winners and losers, and I think the winners of this aren't gaining as much as the other people who normally wouldn't have anything much to gain are from this spell. The ones who have the capability to cast this easily.
If any changes,
I think it's crippling for some armies, and then some armies don't care. Is my take, basically.
That's fair, and I think the armies you mentioned, like the Magic Dorm armies, don't care about this as much as you think. It's really the armies like Idoneth loves this because they get extra rend on shooting. Basically, Stormcast love it, extra rend on shooting and disabling Inspiring Presence at the same time, and disabling combat. Like, it really does boost the weaker armies more than it boosts the higher armies, I think. So if any changes need to happen, and I think this is, I don't even know if this would be a nerf, frankly. I think this might actually be buffing it. But if you increase the cast value to 7 or 8, I think that would be enough to just, that's the only thing you need to change.
I think if it was 8, I'd feel happier about it.
But that might make this more powerful, because then it wouldn't get dispelled as easily.
Oh, that's true.
So
you have to consider
I think keeping it as a low cast, something that you do on your turn, and then your opponent, trivial resources and it's gone, like this actually feels good. Because, this spell doesn't do anything on its own. It doesn't do mortal wounds like Warp Lightning Vortex or Comet or Pendulum. It just triggers, like, it makes the gameplay smoother. You don't worry about redeploys, Unleash Hell, things like that.
Yeah, okay. I'll concede that to you. Yeah. I agree.
So, like,
I think the meta is better for it existing. Like,
the game's more fun.
Despite what I think, yeah.
I feel like it's like Murderlust. The knee-jerk reaction to it is, oh, this is so busted. But, like, how busted is it really? You know, consider the context of the Army of Khorne. They're not a high damage army. Moving D6 with 3 units. Yeah, 3 units was too much for one blood type. They got that part of it wrong. But in terms of actually moving D6 in the hero phase within 3 inches, like, it's fine. It's not busted.
No, yeah, I'll give you that.
All right. If you guys have other opinions, let us know in the comments, because I really want to talk more about the Geminids. They're a very controversial thing. Horror Gas. So you were definitely right that the Horror Gas is being like nuked from orbit with facts and logic by the Geminids. Yep. Horror Gas really needs to be a 30-point spell. If it was 30 points, it would be fine. It would be playable. Because
or even 40, man. Just put it back to 40 like it used to be.
Yeah, 40 could be playable. 60 is too much.
Yeah, 40 is it's like 10 points below Geminids at that point. Geminids is obviously the better one. This is a very single-tone, single-minded spell. It does one thing. It does it really well with a really good range. I would play it at 40.
Yeah, either it's 30 to 40 points, or I don't know if you're gonna like this. It reduces ward saves by 1.
No, they can't do that. Otherwise, the Bone-Tie Shrieker doesn't have a purpose.
Good. No, that's probably too strong.
Yeah, it's probably too strong. I would like a spell that did that. Like, it actually, like, this is going to sound weird. If Burning Head did that, like, subtract 1 from ward saves, like, it attaches to a unit, and then you basically subtract 1 from that unit's ward saves. I would actually like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a bunch of fire is, like, attached to this, person. It's, like, wearing down their magical armor.
Magic
fire.
Like
that. Ooh. Yeah. Like, that would be so cool. Like, I'm surprised they haven't leveled the playing field there.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the things that they could do. I don't know how important it is, because I like wards. I want wards to feel good. It actually feels terrible that there's some things that just counter wards.
But like wards are getting way more common, is what I mean. Like, yeah, wards used to be this thing that was like good. Like, they used to come on like either some rare artifact or this like elite hero or something with like a spell or like an ability. Now it's just like every single death faction in the game can buff up their wards to a 5-up extremely trivially, and have access to 3-up. Yep, everyone gets access to some 3-up bodyguard nonsense, everyone gets access to some, spend a command point or do this and you get a 5-up ward. If we had something that reduced that by 1 as a counterplay to it, I would like that.
Yeah. So Horghast is C tier. It's still playable, right? Even at 60 points. I think there are times where the only thing you care about stopping is Inspiring Presence. And unlike the Geminids, this has a huge threat range, 32 inches instead of 17, which means you can cast it out of Unbinding range in theory. And unlike the Geminids, it can't fail because it doesn't need to roll a 2-up. And it still causes D3 more models to flee when they fail the Battle Shock. So it's not like it does nothing on its own. Unlike the Geminids, which are literally just a combo piece. They don't have any impact on the game, aside from stats. So, Horghast is still playable, but it's really niche. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I actually quite like... what I really like about the Horghast is it has a really cool niche of when it says D3 models, and sometimes a lot of elite units have with multiple wounds have they lose a lot of output when you put if you put this in a Bulgors, that unit is, oh my god, that is such value.
Or like Trogs or something like that.
Or like Eels, Trogs. There's quite a few elite units with 6 or 7 bravery, and they'll fail even if 1 or 2 fail, and you make the 2 additional or 1 additional flee. That's straight up stonks.
Mm-hmm. So it's not terrible. It's just overcosted.
Mm-hmm.
Lauchon. So Thankful can't use them anymore. Thankfully, that's gone. I don't think anybody enjoyed that mechanic, but we can still use it. We can still use it on Evocators and Dracolines, which is great. And we've been talking all day about how good Dracolines are. So why is this a C tier? Well, it's because even when you use Dracolines, you don't necessarily need the extra threat range from Lauchon. And a 50-point price tag competes with the Geminids, and Geminids impact your Dracoline effectiveness directly, prevents enemies from redeploying, unleashing, all-out defense, and inspiring. And if you bring both, it's 100 points on spells is a bit much. You're also giving up 2 spell casts to do that. It's a bit much.
So Lauchon is really cute because we mainly use this to alpha strike Dracolines, or Evocators on foot even. Their entire purpose is to make Dracolines go an absurd amount of distance and touch something really badly. I don't know how much we lean into that playstyle this season. I think Dracolines are just fine with 12-inch move because they can reach any midboard objective extremely reliably. They have reroll charges, which gives them, a further degree of reliability to where they need to go. While I think this has its uses, I think the other endless spells have become too good for us to consider this. If it was between this and the Horghast, and none of the other endless spells had gotten changed, then I would take it. But not now, I don't think.
Yeah, and it seems like everybody's playing, melee armies that are trying to clog up the board. So Lauchon's main purpose would be to, fly over those units and charge from the other side. But because they're big footprint units, it's really hard to move 18 inches and then set up more than 9 inches away. So it's limited value in a lot of scenarios. And really where Lauchon shines is when you have a long range meta. If Stormcast, Seraphon, and Tzeentch and Lumineth are the top armies, Lauchon becomes really, really good. Unfortunately, all of those armies are really good at unbinding Lauchon as well. So how good it gets is really, it's limited. We're dropping it down a tier because foot evocators probably are not very good right now. They're not bad, but they're without veterans, using them only in squads of 5 for max efficiency doesn't feel as good. So Lauchon stays good enough to play at least because Dracolines are good, and sometimes you'll want to whip them an extra 18 inches.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Malevolent Maelstrom. This is the biggest single Battlescroll raise of a unit ever, going up from F, the worst spell in the game, to S, arguably the best spell in the game.
Has this ever happened?
This spell has never been good
for any unit.
Vanquishers went from F to A.
Okay,
right?
That's pretty good.
That was really
but
good.
F to S is a totally different degree.
It's because they changed the rules, and I think they forgot to change the points. I think that's what happened here.
I think so too, yeah.
So the Maelstrom used to have a failure chance. It used to deal, D3 mortal wounds. It didn't used to deal guaranteed 3 mortal wounds to wizards. And the radius on it is just so huge now. The threat range of this thing is 22 inches plus the dice, right? Which is usually a 6, but sometimes it's just 23 inches, and frankly, that's good enough. Hitting everything within 7 inches after moving 16, or setting up 8 and then moving 8, so basically 16 cast. The fact that it does 3 mortal wounds to wizards makes it really good for sniping down these small foot heroes. They'll make 5 or 6 wounds. You hit them with a maelstrom after, and then you like ping them off with like Vexilor meteors or things like that. Now, I don't know if this is broken necessarily, right? I think 30 points is too low. This feels more like a 50 to 60 point spell. And remember, I like cheap spells, right? So this thing should probably cost at least 20 points more, in my opinion. But it's
yeah,
not...
it should at least be the same as Geminids. I don't think it should be below, or at least the same as Aetherwhite Pendulum. Like, the impact this can have with so many of these dudes that are now increased. Because, okay, so the main thing about this spell is, like, if you're gonna give it... because it moves 6 plus d6.
It moves 8 after casting 8.
Yeah, it's because of the effect range is so immense. The limiting point of this is you might end up hitting your own units if they're already in the midboard and you want to hit some other stuff.
Yeah.
But I feel like the area of effect can be so huge. I think this needs to be at least the points of Aetherwhite Pendulum. I think 30 is just a gimme. Like, this is now, like, people used to take Burning Head because it was a good grenade to have for 30 points. This is an insane grenade to have for 30 points.
Now, it's a little more complicated than Burning Head used to be, right? Because it does have to stack up. So either you're casting spells around it, or you're killing models around it, or you're waiting until the top of the next turn and you're dispelling it yourself, because it gets it explodes when it's removed for any reason, and that includes dispels, and that also includes dispels from a Cronspine. So what I think a lot of people are going to do this season is they're going to bring Cronspines, they're going to make them go wild, they're going to have them eat Maelstroms every single turn. The Cronspine just heals up the damage and doesn't care, and goes up a level, right? So, like, that's... the meta will shift to that. I very, very much feel it.
Someone's gonna do it. Zinch or Seraphon. Zinch is already doing it. Caleb Walters did that.
Yeah, he's on the ball. I tried it in Seraphon. Of course, the first time I did it, I rolled Snake Eyes when it came to eating the Maelstrom. So, haven't tried it again since then. But I feel like a 4-up on dice is so reliable. This is going to be a nightmare. The whole meta is going to be warped by this spell with Cronspine, I think. So in Stormcast, of course, we like having long-range spells. This thing has a huge effect range. We can just dispel it ourselves with a priest. You know, we've got these extra priests lingering around. Their dispel usually doesn't matter in the enemy hero phase, so this is a good target for that. S tier, fantastic spell. I'd say it's like Geminids and Maelstrom are the top tier spells, Pendulum, second string, and pretty much everything else not worth using. Palisade has a longer range, and it's harder to dispel now, and it activates at the start of the hero phase, which means enemies can't just move out of range of it. Unfortunately, though, you can dispel it before the effect triggers, because your opponent gets a chance to dispel before the spells controlled by you get a chance to trigger, and on their turn anyway. And it can fail, and it's a pretty big failure chance, right? On a 1 or 2, it does nothing. On a 3-up, they can't shoot at all that turn, and like... it's okay.
If Horrorghast is a longer range, worse Geminids, this is also that, but not for Inspiring Presence, but for shooting Unleash Hell. That's what it's there for.
Yeah, if this thing was like 20 points, it could actually see play.
This should be 30. I think this should be Malevolent Maelstrom cost, and then Malevolent Maelstrom should jump up.
Yeah, I agree. So D tier, probably not good enough to see play. It's better.
Someone might try it, because if it's a casting value of 7, it means you need to roll an 8 on your dispels, which is not that easy to do, which means with Primal dice, it's very much possible, but then you're making them waste a Primal dice on a dispel. So, it's got that going for it. Like, when you need a Mind Razor casting value in order to dispel something, it's not as easy as you think.
Unfortunately, it's just dead in a lot of matchups, right? Some armies don't shoot, and this does nothing against them. So it's a lot for 40 points.
Yeah, this is like the anti-KO bubble, basically, but yeah, it's not even great there right now.
Purple Sun, it has really been power crept, It was the premier endless spell. It was, like, incredibly strong. It was so good that we wanted to bring Krondys and have him cast it at +3. Now that cast value of 8+ means you are using Primal dice on it, and there are just other endless spells you can bring that don't require Primal dice. It really just competes with Geminids, right? Like, Geminids are almost strictly better. Preventing enemies from using all-out defense is pretty much the same as a -1 save effect. Now, they can stack. You can bring both, but 80 points on top of 50 is a bit much. So Yep, I don't think the Purple Sun's very good. It's still playable. I think you can still stack them and have some fun with like a whole bunch of Ren 1 shooting. But
Like I think
rough.
it's like I think you use this if it's free for you. I think KO likes this because it essentially gives them another source of rent. Now that they don't necessarily want to bridge themselves because we're gonna talk about bridge, but I don't think they can still go bridge for movement, or they can try and do Purple Sun, because this means instead of having to get out of the boat with the chemist or have the chemist on the ground and the admiral on the ground for that rend increase, they can effectively do this from a bit of safety.
Yeah, and they can stack it with all those rend increases.
Yep. Otherwise, it's just a worse Geminids. Like, just play Geminids. It's so much better.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
If you're relying on rolling once to kill something, like, it's not going to happen. You're going to be disappointed.
Yep. This could be 60 points at right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess because Nighthaunt always takes it. Maybe that's why. Because it does nothing against Nighthaunt, right?
Does Nighthaunt need attacks right now?
Who knows? I don't. Yeah. I mean, they just got a bunch of decreases, so we'll see where they end up.
Yeah. Quicksilver Swords, they do exactly the same thing they did before at the same price point, and that makes them unplayable because other spells are just very good and much better at doing it. For 40 points, you can take the Pendulum, which has a higher threat range, hits multiple units, and does more damage on average. Yeah, just use the Pendulum instead.
Yeah, I would have liked it if they make the Quicksilver Swords racist again. Like all factions that aren't ordered take more wounds on 4-ups against Quicksilver Swords.
Yeah. Ravenax Gnashing Jaws, same problem as the Quicksilver Swords. Instead of doing all of this nonsense and figuring out these ranges and then having it fail on a 1, just use a Pendulum. It's easier. There's no way to combo it with the shards anymore. They don't have movement, so that's not even a thing. 70 points.
Yeah.
Ravnax
is basically Ravnax is basically a spiked Pendulum. It's like do you want to do a bunch of d6s and hope to roll 1s? I mean, I guess you could roll 1s on 3d6 and minus whatever your movement doing, but it's like, do I want to spike more wounds against this one target that's like this is only really effective against people with movement 4 to 7. Yeah. Anything beyond 7 and this thing has a huge chance of just not doing anything.
And even then the difference isn't big. It'll do like an 11 and it'll do 4 mortal wounds for 70 points. Cool.
Yeah.
So not great. Just use a Pendulum. You can use a Pendulum and the Maelstrom instead of this thing.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's harder to dispel or anything either. Shards. They now stop enemies from setting up within 6 inches instead of halving movement, and it's an aura instead of a pulse. So that's kind of interesting. Somewhat interesting if you're playing against a lot of Soul Blight. Because it's units setting up, it's not, models reviving can still do that, so it doesn't help against Ossiarch Bone Reapers, but it does help a lot against Soul Blight. Unfortunately, it can be dispelled before it really matters. People can just dispel it. It's not hard to dispel. It's a 6 on 2 dice. Very easy. So probably not good enough to see play for 40 points.
It's basically there to waste a cast. Your opponent has to respond to this if you manage to get this off. Especially if they're a faction like Soul Blight or a faction that relies on reserves and summoning. Like, Zenchels don't have no problem because they're built out of Dispels and Unbinds. What this is really just good against is A, Soul Blight, because it'll at least make them waste a cast, which can be relevant if they have Hoarfrost, which is something Soul Blight is extremely good with. Hoarfrost is so good for that army. And Beasts of Chaos. I have seen some Beasts of Chaos who don't deploy any heroes on the board turn 1. All of their heroes are in reserves, so they can do all 3 of their heroic actions that are like related to each hero. So sometimes, like, you might but obviously, if the Beast of Chaos players is smart, and most of them tend to be very experienced players, they will generally keep a wizard on the board when they see this in your army, so they can dispel this.
Yeah, they'll learn quickly. So I don't think it's worth experimenting with. It's far too niche. It's too expensive.
Yep, it's good against us, but not really. Not even then.
Yeah. Soulscream Bridge, 80 points. It was F tier before because Stormcast already have Scions and Translocation and other teleports. It's still F tier now because it's strictly worse, and we still have all those great tools. So Stormcast won't be using it. It makes your units worse by using it, right? Not being able to get commands. You can Geminids yourself. It's like, It's not good.
This is S tier for KO, and now it's like B tier for KO.
Yeah. I don't know what army would use this. Maybe
I could see
Flamers, maybe
Zench Flamers would use this. I think Skaven, they have flamethrowers themselves. I don't know what they're called. Acolytes or something?
Can't they just use the novels though?
Yeah, but knotholes are like very limited as to where they are. You can screen those out. This is like, you just push them out and just
Ugh.
get a lot of shooting in. Like I saw, what's the like Stormfiend lists will still like this because they usually have so many wraps of screens. They don't care if you disable their commands. They're not killing Stormfiends.
This is one of the things like the spell portal that I wish they would just remove. Like teleporting units is such an important thing in this game. I don't think it should be a neutral in the spell.
I don't know. I think I would. What I want Soul Screen Bridge to do is like right now it's just what it's being used for. Like 90% of the time is to translocate shooting units. It's like a bad translocate. But instead of like moving units to shoot, what if it like the idea was that you could use this to get into? No, that would be way too broken. Like maybe some combat application. But yeah, I don't know what design space you could possibly throw for this. It just seems so.
I think it needs to be redesigned. I think neutral teleports shouldn't exist. We saw what happened with Tunnel Master. It wasn't fun playing with every army having a teleport.
Yeah.
Just not a fun thing.
Yeah.
Shackles, they are worse off than before. They still have a super low range, only 8-inch range, and they affect units within 6 inches. So there's a good chance you're going to hit yourself with it. And start of the movement phase, units within 6 inches have minus d6 move for the turn. And again, dispels just happened before this. It's not really going to affect a 14-inch move unit or even a 12-inch move unit. It's not going to do much. Like, yeah, I can super high roll a 6. Usually, if they're in range to be affected by it, they're going to charge you anyway. Like, they only need 6-inch move. Like it's bad in Stormcast. That's for dang sure. And in other armies, it's probably not worth playing either.
Yeah, because you have to consider. You know what I really didn't consider? So we talked about this when we were discussing that other spell that was a casting value of a 7. That'll make them waste like a key spell. But the problem with that theory is that in this season, if you go first to cast a spell, your opponent's getting that Andtorian Locus bonus, where they're getting an extra spell and dispel. So this has been accounted for in the spell unbinding and dispelling economy.
Yep. It's just not good.
Yeah.
It really needs a much higher range for this effect.
Yeah. Or maybe not even maybe just minus move or like maybe minus pylons or something. I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Suffocating Gravetide. So
Really
another big success story. We've gone from F all the way to B because what's happened is that it's gained 4-inch move, which makes it easier to use. But it also doubles. It deals double the mortal wounds that it did before. Instead of on 6s, now it's on 5s. So any army that had a lack of anti-horde damage, like if you had a really elite damage profile, like if you're using units like Grand Hammers and Long Strikes, the Suffocating Gravetide can come in there and just help you ping off hordes before your units charge into them.
Yep. I really like that. 20 inches is huge. It's also a really big base. Just blockades if they don't dispel it, they're gonna have problems moving entire units over it.
Yep, and this feels bad to dispel because against a lot of armies, it's not very impactful, right? And like ogres having to use their one cast usually to get rid of this thing feels really bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk Spell Portal. Is there any use for Spell Portal in Stormcast, Mergonk?
I mean, no. Back when Spell Portal was its broken version, we considered the Astoria Soulblight thing to it.
Yeah.
We just don't have enough things that are like all our spells are like things we care about. We don't want to go out and touch the opponent with any spells. There's very few spells in our book or like in our meta that we would consider throwing out there.
Yeah, and now
the armies that always use it will probably still use it. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, there's a good chance Zinch is still going to use it. Lumineth, Seraphon, maybe.
Yeah, because now the next broken combo is, for those of you who didn't know, you can put endless spells through a spell portal, but you don't typically wanted to before because each endless spell only reacts after it has moved, and Umbral Spell Portal says that if you move an endless spell through it, it counts as not having moved. Maelstrom doesn't care about that. Maelstrom only cares about getting to a certain count number or getting dispelled.
Yeah.
So yeah, Seraphon and Zinch are basically casting Spell Portal and putting the Maelstrom through it.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty nice. Let's talk about allies. So I think for the purpose of this tier list, with the cities book coming up soon, I just want to give one last shout out to the Battle Mage. He's going to be the only cities unit we talk about today. And he's S tier. He's been S tier the whole dang time. He's secretly the best wizard in the whole book. Arguably better than the Knight Incantor. And he's not even in the book. Why is he so good? Well, he's +1 to cast all the time if you're in Gur, which we are. His wild form is an incredible multiplier on our charges, making them very reliable. You can translocate a unit after casting wild form on it, and now it has a 7-inch charge, which you can reroll with command points. So super reliable. You can also do things like Steadfast March to get +2 run and +2 charge, which is great. And then if you don't want the Gur wild form for some reason, you can also use this guy with Hish and get Foz protection to be -1 hit on a key unit like a Karazai or a Star Drake or something. So, yeah.
Actually, I'll mention another one. There's actually a pretty good one called the Battle Mage of Shimon, who has or Cayman. I don't know how the hell you say that one, but it gives you reroll 1s against things that have a save characteristic of 3, 4, or 5. No, 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah, Transmutation of Lead.
Yes, which is an insanely good spell, actually. Like, I've managed to sometimes get that off in like some lists I've played where like mid-board positioning. And when it goes off, it turns our shooting units and melee units into absolute monsters with like rerolls.
Yeah, the problem with that is you can just use Divine Light instead.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. But yeah, the only thing I'm gonna say is, like, no way this is staying. This is every Order faction that can take a Cities of Sigmar likes to take this. Even Fire Slayers like this. It's so good. Wild form is just so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, rip in like 2 months, but you were good for us while you were there, buddy.
Even if they change it from within 12 to wholly within 12, I think that's a big enough nerf. There's so many ways they can nerf this guy. He's just overperforming so much right now. He's doing so much. Gonna miss you, buddy. Probably. Yeah. Kronspine. I think Kronspine is like a solid B tier choice for Stormcast in particular. I think we can make a list that can not reliably cast Rupture, but cast it reliably enough. And then we just do the normal Stormcast thing, but with a Kronspine. It's like a B tier. Yeah, it's fine. It's not like the go-to list. We've got other durable hammer units that we can put forward at 480 points. Like, this guy competes with 6 Dracolines or 4 Fulminators or like a whole bunch of stuff. So for us in particular, I think he's not like A tier or S tier like some armies, but he's still good. Like more so for the +1 cast Unbind Dispel on a bonded hero, which is really good if you have like a Deus Knight Incantor with a Mirror Shield. He can't be shot, and he's got 2 Unbinds all the time, sometimes 3 with Locus Focus. He's got that reroll run and charge aura, which is really good if you have Steadfast March and Wild Form, if you're playing Stormkeep, for example. Yeah, there's just so many little things the Kronspine does. The thing Stormcast care the least about is his durability, ironically. Other armies bring him just for that, but that's not the reason I would use him in Stormcast. Venari Dawnriders. They are a 14-inch move wide screen that has 10 wounds and a 4-up save, and they're only 120 points. And they're a wizard that can cast Mystic Shield and Unbind. So, look, we got to bring screens. If you have all your battle line slots filled, consider spending 120 points for these guys. They bring a Mystic Shield and an Unbind, and they are super fast, and having really fast screens is a really good thing. Your screens being able to reliably just get on objectives is awesome.
What's really interesting about them is their +2 attacks they have against chaff units. Like, this is like a mounted Vanquisher.
Yeah, it's like it's damage you never consider to be good, but sometimes it comes in handy.
Yeah, because on the charge they become 3s and 3s, so you're getting a unit with like 15 attacks and like 3s and 3s, -1 rend, 1 damage, more wounds on 5s if you get the spell off. My only issue with this is like that -1 to hit is when you want to run them wide, which you normally will try and do, they don't get the -1 to hit in that scenario. You have to run them in a really almost like in 2 ranks if you want it.
Yeah, you got to do some weird stuff.
Yeah,
it's not great.
Yeah, it's not great.
But that's fine. Just ignore the -1 hit ability, and they're still worth 120 points. Consider Vanquishers are only 100. So you get a lot for 20 points.
Yeah.
Sonari Loreseeker, we thought this guy was A tier last season, And this, because I think he was, right? Like, you couldn't be shot unless you had sharpshooters. He would drop in on objective, count as 10 models, auto cast a Purple Sun or some other devastating spell, and then just sit there and be really obnoxious on that objective. This season, Deep Thinkers is a lot worse. Primal dice make it more reliable to unbind to cast value 9, and then dispelling whatever spell this guy puts out is also a lot easier. So I don't think he might not even be C tier, honestly, but just being able to be in range of Geminids round 1, that might be worth 210 points in some list. Counting as 10 on an empty objective is also really
Scenario all took a hit, but it's mostly seasonal rules more than anything. Like, if you have this, don't sell him. Like, I'm keeping mine, but because Primal Dice will rotate out someday. But yeah, in an age of Primal Dice, Deep Thinkers is not as good as it used to be.
I also like that he just clogs up enemy movement. Potentially, right? Because you can't move within 3 inches of an enemy model. So if there's like a little choke point in terrain, you just dump him in there, and your opponent can't move through that. That's not the worst thing.
Yeah, it's actually pretty hard to shoot him too, because it's like I think he gets +1 to save against shooting, and then you can find a tower him immediately.
He has +1 anytime he's not near other friendly units.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he's funny. He's a funny little piece. All right, let's look at some wizards and some machines. So Slan Starmaster, we had a different Slan last season, so we're looking at this guy with fresh eyes. For 275 points, you can get a 3-spell wizard that is a LOCUS. +1 cast, unbind, dispel always, and they unbind and dispel table-wide. So no matter where your opponent is hiding, they're trying to get magical dominance, you can deny that no matter how far away they deploy, which feels really good. They also generate 2 command points on a 4-up each at the start of your turn, and their signature spell gives your other wizards +1 to cast. So it's like having a Drakesworn in your army for the +1 cast aura. The problem is that his 3 spells, you want to do, Mystic Shield, you want to do his signature spell to give your other wizards +1 to cast, so you probably want to bring other wizards. And you need to do some kind of endless spell. Now, he is 9 wounds on a 4-up save, but he's not invulnerable by any means. And without the ability to vassal cast, because there's no skink wizards you can bring along that are cheap enough, this is what you're getting, right? You're getting a 3-spell, 3 unbind, 3 dispel wizard that generates some command points for the same price as the Dometown Storm Coven, which are a 2-spell wizard that do quite a lot for you. So, yeah, Slan, I think, is just too expensive for Stormcast as an ally. I don't know. Is there something I'm missing with him?
No, I think his main use was Comet's Call, but Slan in Seraphon alone is not enough. He needs a network of support. Things like the Sarseer, things like the Astrolith Bearer. And unfortunately, Comet's Call was a big reason why we took him previously. And I think because, I don't think Star Drakes and Drakesworn Templars are particularly playable this season, losing Comet's Call and that factor has reduced the Slan for me. I'm not too hot on it anymore.
Yeah, there was a period where he would cast Comet's Call, and then he would also be able to cast the Stormcast Meteor, and that was fun to bring him for that.
Well,
but
not just that. You could take a Slan Starmaster, have him cast Comet's Call, Mystic Shield, and an Endless Spell.
Right.
Sorry, no. Did they ever have 3 spells?
Yeah.
No, they did. Yeah. So if they have 3 spells, you could go you could go Comet's Call, you could go Mystic Shield, and you could cast. If not Comet, the Comet, you could cast something like Horrorghast. You could cast something like Geminids or Aetherwhite Pendulum or Naravnak Snatching Jaws. Now that you can't do that, the Comet's Call is a big part of why this guy's not playable, actually.
Yeah. He still does a lot. I feel like if he was cheaper, he could be better in Stormcast.
But then, that's the thing, right? They can't make him cheaper. It's like the Celestin Prime problem.
Well, they can. They just got to jack up the price of the Astrolith Bearer because they're just always in the same list.
I think you're probably right. I think the Astrolith Bearer, but then The
Astrolith is as cheap as he is because the Slan is such a big tax. 280 for this guy. He's a Taurolon in price. And
but he also does a lot more, right? He can't be shot now. That's the big.
He's good. He's a big tax for that army. And that tax doesn't translate well as an ally.
I feel like I would feel like he doesn't feel like a tax. If he's the engine of that army. Sure, he's not a big combat dude for 280, which is what you expect us to be, especially since we're Stormcast players. When we see 280, we want some damage out of that thing. But I think he's fine for his points. I do think he just doesn't have what it takes to be a good ally anymore.
Yep, and that's fine. Skink Starseer. for 150 points, you get a 2-spell Wizard Locus. I think that's the best ratio of points to number of spell casts in the game. So that's good already. And so he's going to Mystic Shield and he's going to cast endless spells, or he's going to do his signature spell, which has a 12-inch range and it disables wards. Like, it's so ridiculously good. Obviously, you're not going to cast it round 1. Nothing's going to be within 12. And you have to position for a round 2 cast on this thing. But that's probably fine because your first turn you just cast, like, I don't know, Mystic Shield and some endless spell, and you get the value out of this guy. If you want to be extra cheeky, you can bring an Ashleth Bearer. You can make him +1 to cast all the time and plus 6-inch range, which combos really well with endless spells. Think of it like spending 290 points for a 2-spell wizard that gets +1 to cast and plus 6-inch range. And that's not a bad value proposition, honestly. But even without the Ashleth Bearer, this guy on his own is good. Like, if they nerf Battle Mage, I feel like we're going to start pivoting into bringing this guy instead.
I don't know how much that's true. I kind of want to wait to see what the City of Sigmar Wizards, because I know
sure.
they'll not give us the Battle Mage back, but
let's just assume. Let's say Cities has nothing for us. If Cities didn't exist as an option, I think the Starseer would see play.
Sure, yeah. I'll give you that. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the Troglodyte. He is a 1-spell monster hero with a 14 wounds and a 4-up save. So he can find a Stour, he can do monstrous actions, all of that good stuff that comes with being a hero monster. The reason you would ever consider this guy at 270 points is that Primordial Mire, his signature spell, is unbelievably strong. It reduces enemies' run and charge rolls in half. And this is just thinking about the way the game works. If you have half charge rolls, an enemy moves up to you, they're minimum 3 inches away. Or like, right? So you redeploy. If you get a 4, 5, or 6 on the redeploy, they can't charge you anymore because you're more than a 12-inch charge away. It's so ridiculously strong to half enemy run and charge. And because you can target a terrain feature within 12 inches or an objective within 12 inches, you can tag so many things within 3 inches. And now that the FAQ has clarified that this is a pulse effect and it lingers with those units, this is not an aura on the piece of terrain that you cast it on. No. Every unit that was in range when you cast it has this effect until your next turn. I've had games where I pinged a unit of Chaos Chosen, Slanesh Chaos Chosen, and they didn't get into combat until round 4. Because I just kept redeploying and they kept failing charges, even with a +2. It was so brutal. The spell is incredibly strong.
Yeah, this guy's only good if you can teleport him, I feel like. If you can't, then it kind of loses its potency.
Yes, and that's why he's a C tier.
Yep.
He does also have a 9-inch aura of -1 hit, and enemies within 3 inches can't get Inspiring Presence, which is very cool if you're trying to finish off a horde unit. He is also a monster. He's got terrible damage, but the fact that he can shut off Inspiring Presence in an army like Seraphon, him being so expensive is a downside because you want to bring as many hammer units as possible in that army to offset the fact that you're spending, like 1,000 points on support. In Stormcast, 270 on a support is like, okay, yeah, because the rest of our army is so good at doing damage that we can afford to spend 270 on a support piece like this. So I think it's worth checking out. The control possibilities are immense. Grunstock Gunhauler. So it's a 12-inch flying war machine that once per game can give itself plus 6-inch move, so 18-inch move. Any unit it moves over, you roll 4 dice, and each 4-up deals a mortal wound. And it's decent shooting, right? 12 damage at 3s, rend 1, and then it's got like a weaker shot it can do if it's more than 24 away, or more than 12 away. But defensively, 3-up save, 10 wounds, it's a chariot, right? It's a flying chariot with guns that does mortal wounds, so it can contest objectives and still contribute some amount of damage. It doesn't lose any table space until it's completely destroyed. It's just a chariot with guns, and it's honestly not bad.
Yeah.
You can give it +1 hit if you have an Ordinator. I don't suggest it. That's too many points. But maybe after the Cities book is updated, this guy will see some play. On the same vein as the Troglodyte, the Etheric Navigator from KO has a very interesting control ability. In your hero phase, you roll 6 dice, and for each 1, you pick an enemy unit within 30 inches, and they take D3 mortal wounds, and they get half movement. So there's a bit of a reliability problem here, because on average, one of those 6 dice will be a 1. Not always, though, right? Sometimes you'll roll too high. it's better off in KO because on a 6 you can move your ships a little bit within. But if you're just bringing him as an ally, you probably won't have any ships to buff with it. So just consider it as on average, 1 unit within 30 inches has half movement. And when you combine that with a unit that can dispel and unbind, that's not the worst use of 100 points.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think Stormcast just never usually build lists that have more than 3 heroes. I think because we're so starving for good allegiance abilities that we just like to juice to every single point efficiency that we can. I don't see a place for him as long as the Knight Incanter exists and the Relictor feels like it's a must-take. I think if that changes, I think I could consider him. If the meta becomes about a lot of fast-moving units that have like 8-inch move or like 10-inch moves, and you would just want to slow them down so you can shoot them, I could see this in like a shoot cast list. You could stop monsters, make them 7-inch moves. So yeah.
Yeah, this is really good against like a Maw Crusher or anything that does extra moves, right? If you hit a unit of 6 pigs with it, instead of moving 9 inches, they're moving 4.5 each time they move, and they're not charging turn 1 suddenly. So yeah, I think 100 points is about right for this guy. He can fit into a Warlord battalion, right? So if you ever want to do that 5-hero style with Acolytes and Warlord, you can get Call for Aid. So he basically pays for himself if he's your 5th hero, because you can just revive a unit of Vanquishers. So he's not bad. Worth considering. All right, section 2. We are going to look at the allegiance abilities. We have the same tier list system that we have for the other one because there are opportunity costs here. You are giving up things in order to take things, so we look at it kind of in the same way. S tier are very high impact. They define a list, scaling all the way down to F tier, which is too niche and not really worth using. Talk about the Stormhosts first. Hammers of Sigmar was S tier, stays S tier. I think this becomes the single best Stormhost officially because Battle Line Dracoths are so incredibly useful now. It's got 2 different S tier units that become Battle Line. They are necessary for battle tactics this season. Yeah, Hammers of Sigmar all the way this time. Hallowed Knights are looking a little bit worse. Gardas is still carrying the faction. The Redeemer Fight on Death is getting a lot worse every time there's an update. Redeemers are still not the best fighting units, and every time they clarify how Fight on Death works, they just get a little bit worse. There are more anti-ward abilities in the game now, things that can shut off that 5-up ward. Spells can still just kill Gardas, even though he has Lookout Sir. The fact that there's no battle line choices is rough. Hallowed Knights is still a very good sub-faction. A tier is very good. It's like just short of being S tier. But I feel like there should be a distinction now. Hammers of Sigmar does feel better than Hallowed Knights, finally.
I'd agree with that, yeah.
Celestial Vindicators, 6 Dracolines in there are pretty decent. It helps you get around -1 hit effects or -1 attack effects and things like that. It helps push your damage even when you're getting debuffed. And even when you're not getting debuffed, sometimes it's that extra bit of damage. Like, every bit of damage is good. There's no such thing as overkill in this game. Overkill is always better than underkill, so more damage is always good. The problem is that there's no battle line choices, and we really, really need battle line Dracoths in particular. Those are very useful. So I think Celestial Vindicators doesn't get any worse, but it doesn't get any better either. Anvils, still terrible. Maybe next summer.
Ooh.
Yep. Knights Excelsior. We thought they'd be S tier last season. And I don't think they were. I think the cost of Annihilators and things like that ended up pricing them out of the bit. I think they should have been listed as A tier. And that's where we're going to list them now, because...
the buff is good. The Paladin unlocking battle line is very good. But yeah, I just wish... I don't know about this outnumbered thing. They should just say pick a Paladin and +1 to wound, +1 to hit. Maybe that'll make it better.
Make it easier to use. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, Knights Excelsior is good. I think it's on par with things like Hallowed Knights and Astral Templars, but I think Hammers of Sigmar is the best sub-faction.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the closest one tied to our battle tactics because of Dracoths too. Maybe that's why. Knights Excelsior doesn't really have a lot of going for it.
Yeah, there's some efficiency gains with Grand Hammers, but a lot of lists I think are going to drop multiple units of Grand Hammers. They're going to do like 1 Grand Hammer, 1 Annihilator, 1 Grand Hammer, 1 Quester, and that, Knights Excelsior suddenly doesn't look very good there. Celestial Warbringers, you can reroll 1 hit roll or wound roll or save roll across the army per phase. It's very weak, and it's very random because rerolls don't mean success, If you could reroll damage, this would look a little bit better. You could do things like reroll ballistas. Rerolling attacks on them would be nice. If it was each unit rerolling once, it would be playable. It'd still have the issue where it doesn't have battle line choices, and we really need those this season. So D tier, not as bad as Anvils, but also not very good.
Nope.
Tempest Lords. Yeah, rerolling 1 dice on those charges was really nice when we could charge in the hero phase. Stormdrake Guard now already reroll, so it's like rerolling 1 dice can be better, but not always. And since you can just reroll with a command point anyway, it's like nothing really needs this. Prosecutors being battle line is not very useful, right? There's just other choices we want for our list right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think. I don't think we go that way.
There's definitely a power gap between like Knights Excelsior, Astral Templars, and Tempest Lords. There's like a whole gap there.
Yeah, I don't know why this exists. Maybe if this gave us more movement, because there is Tempest Eye, which is the city the Tempest Lords rule, and they get a lot of movement for and a lot of like shooting bonuses. If this was like that faction, it would make more sense. But yeah, this is a very nonsensical, irrelevant buff.
It's kind of crazy after doing so many Battletome reviews this year, going back and looking at our other Stormhosts. It's like, oh, Null Myriad versus
like
this.
Yeah, it's like when we first saw this, we're like, oh, it makes Levitate good, it makes our dragons good, it makes Deep Striking good because we can reroll 1 charge and that gives us like a decent chance at 50 at a 9-inch charge. But my God, have we been power crept by sub-faction abilities? Like I can't believe Hammer of the Sigmar is a 6-up ward. That's like a byline in most people's like battle tomes.
Yeah, and it's
like
situational.
Just say it.
It's a situational 6-up ward. You have to be in range of objectives. You won't always be.
Yeah, my God. Awful. Yeah.
Astral Templars are looking better. I think it's because Vanguard Hunters look better this season. They are such a useful unit to have for battle tactics, being able to fill 3 battle line slots with those guys, or 2, and then you still bring some Vanquishers or something. That feels really good. Being immune to roars and other monstrous rampages, that's icing on the cake. I think the main reason here is the battle line Vanguard Hunters. That efficiency is very nice.
Yep, this is a tale as old as time. As the edition goes on, the Vanguard Chamber, for some weird reason, becomes cheaper and cheaper, so you can run Vanguard Wing again. Same thing happened in 2nd edition, same thing's happening now, and that's why Astral Templars are good.
Yeah, Vanguard Palador still got a way to go. They need to be like 160.
Yeah, in 6 months they'll be like 160, and then we'll be running 2 Vanguard Wings.
All right, let's talk command traits. None of them are worth talking about except for Master of the Celestial Menagerie, right? Shakanar is too weak. It's too limited. Staunch Defender is just bad. It can make it worse, right? Envoy of the Heavens is too difficult to use. Maybe I'll re-examine this one with Questers. That might actually be a thing, but I'm not going to advise that to anyone. Master of Celestial Menagerie, sometimes you'll take a Star Drake, and this is one of the reasons you'll take it, because it'll be -1 to wound. And that's honestly not the worst thing in the world. Like we talked about in the Warscroll section, there is a case to be made for a Drakesworn Templar General this season. It's not a great case, so that's why this is only C tier. Universal command traits, take High Priest. That's like the only one that really matters. Rerolling a 3-up High Priest chanting roll with Knight Relictor, that makes the Knight Relictor worth using. If he didn't have High Priest, we probably wouldn't use him. So if you're taking a Knight Relictor, and you probably will because he's the cheapest priest, then you'll probably take High Priest as well. Master of Magic can still see some play. Rerolling a cast, unbind, or dispel is nice, especially because you can choose whether you want to unbind, if you want to use primal dice or reroll. You can pick whichever one will be most beneficial to you at that time. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of good wizard generals, especially like multicaster wizard generals. That's really where this sort of thing shines. So I think at best it's like a B tier. It feels better to use than Master of the Celestial Menagerie. Because we do have wizards in our armies, but like we're usually going to have a priest general. It's just too important to get that translocate off.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think High Priest just wins out mostly, and mainly because the next thing, Master of Magic, has gone down a tier because primal dice cannot be used with rerolls.
Yeah.
And so rerolling dispels or unbinds, castings or unbinds or dispels is not as good as it used to be.
Yeah. It's still decent. I kind of wish that they changed translocation into what Seraphon do, where it's a heroic action, and that way our priest could actually chant things, and we could bring a priest to do things like Divine Light and Bless Weapons. I'm hoping that changes for 4th edition.
Yeah, I hope they actually try to make our fourth Vortex Codex. Or maybe we get an actual third edition Codex, and then the fourth we get Power Crept by fourth ed mechanics. We'll
Well,
see.
hey, maybe they'll update some of our first edition Warscrolls finally.
Woo!
All right, let's take a look at the artifacts. They are all terrible. All of the offensive ones are terrible. Don't use them for any reason. Drake Scale Armor, sometimes we'll use a Drakesworn Templar, and having him reroll saves against damage 2 weapons, but not random damage, which, thanks for that, GW. Thank you for that clarification. If you're fighting like lots of damage 2, damage 3, damage 6 stuff in the case of Durthu, rerolling saves is very good. The problem is that the only unit that benefits really well from rerolling saves is the Lord Celestin on Dracoth, because he's got that 3-up save. Drakesworn's only a 4-up, so rerolling is not as useful on him, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
sometimes you'll take this, and yeah. It just gets a C tier because of the Drakesworn maybe seeing play.
Yeah, I just... Man, and there's so much D6 and D3 in this game right now that doesn't do anything against, like, ugh.
I wish this just rerolled saves against everything.
Yeah, just make it simple. Everything has to have a caveat attached to it for some reason in this book. Like, why can't Hammer of Might just double damage? Would it really be so bad if one of our heroes just did 4 damage on 4 attacks? Like, no, that's something Axe of Grimnir just casually does for Fire Slayers. Everything has to just, everything feels it's like 3 words away from being good.
No, just wait. I'm going to remind you of an artifact that you probably forgot about in a second. But first, Mirror Shield. It's still okay. I think the main use of Mirror Shield these days is putting on a Lord
Protect
Arcanum.
monsters.
No, not even. I think it's because you want monsters getting up close so they can shoot enemy heroes. I think what you want to happen here is you put this on a Lord Arcanum on Gryph-Charger, and you take the Spellcasting Savant Grand strategy, and you make him your general. So you just have to keep him alive, and that's very easy to do when you can teleport every turn, and you can't be shot unless they run up point blank. So that's the only thing I can see for it.
Lord Arcanum, I could see this going on like something like a Star Drake, actually. If you're not taking Drake scale armor and you're putting Arcane Tome on like a Castellan or something, I can see this going on like a Star Drake, because if they have shooting, like let's say Slanesh has 30 in shooting, Lumineth still has shooting. I mean, I don't know how good Lumineth's going to be. Reavers are still a thing. They're going to try and put everything into your Star Drake with like that kind of range projection.
Yeah, but I think Lumineth is the one that won't be able to get in range, but like Seraphon, Slanesh, Idoneth, these armies can just get within 9 inches. The Mirror Shield doesn't make you immune to shooting. It's just
it stops you from teleport shooting.
Yeah, reserve shooting. But other armies can still get in range.
Yeah.
And the Star Drake wants to be aggressive this season. It wants to get up there to use its breath attack on small foot heroes because it can just wipe them out. So yeah, it's not great. It is a use. I'm not going to say it's objectively wrong or anything. It's just not very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Arbor of Silvered Sigmarite. Enemies cannot reroll hits against the bearer. This might be the worst artifact in the game.
Yeah, I swear to God, whoever wrote this needs to be fired. This is an entire edition where they've spent all this time removing rerolls from everyone. This has no reason to exist.
Yeah. It's infuriating.
Someone phoned this in. Just whoever wrote this, this is a waste of ink.
Yeah.
However many copies of Stormcast Battle Tome they printed out. This is just a waste of ink.
The Quicksilver Draft, we had this cool combo last season, making a hero strike first and then making a bodyguard strike first. That's gone, so very limited use. Our heroes are not very big fighters. Striking first is not super important. So back down to D tier it goes. The Luckstone, what this should read is once per battle you can charge 12 inches. Changing a hit or wound or damage or whatever, none of that matters.
It's really good for a battle tactic, because that's like have a hero and a thing charge and have something within 3. That's about it.
Yeah, it's decent on the Nitrocanis or Lord Celestin on Dracoth, but that's about it. Not really worth bringing outside of very niche cases.
Mm-hmm.
Obsidian Amulet, once per battle at the start of the hero phase, the bearer becomes immune to spells until your next hero phase. So I thought this might be better, given how we're going into a magic season, and honestly there might be a case for it. You stick like a Drakesworn Templar. If you know your list is going to be facing a lot of Seraphon, it's going to be facing a lot of Tzeentch, Lumineth, these magic armies, it's okay to bring this instead of the Drakesworn armor, because you just aggressively shove him up, you at the start of their hero phase, you're in Croak's face, and you pop this, so you're now immune to spells, and then you Finest Hour, so you're pretty much immune to physical damage from that army too.
Yeah, so you can put it on like a big thing, so you're immune to spells. This might become more relevant as the Magic meta changes, because one of the things we like doing is unbinding a key spell of our opponents with a Night Incanter. But if that means that if a Night Incanter is in range to unbind spells, if your opponent has long range spell capability of any kind, they're gonna try and use spells to kill the Night Incanter, and then get that key spell off. So maybe protecting a Night Incanter with an Obsidian Amulet, and then still being, and so they waste a lot of effort on it, or like they're at least incentivized not to spend any effort on it.
Yeah.
So you can still have access to a Void Storm scroll. Maybe that's like a niche, but I don't think it's a useful enough niche.
No, if every army had spells, this would be better, but there's some matchups where it's not useful, or they don't have offensive spells. Even if they are a spellcasting army, they just won't be casting them at you. So it's very situational, but I think there's a chance for it. I'm going to leave it in D tier, because I think it's too situational. Arcane Tome is the only universal artifact worth talking about. The bearer becomes a wizard. They can only cast Mystic Shield, Arcane Bolt, and Endless Spells. And Mystic Shield and Endless Spells are the best spells in the Stormcast book. So, yep, this is great. Every single Stormcast list will find reasons to bring this. Like, sometimes you will have like an Incanter and a Priest, and you'll just bring a third hero like a Zephyros and just give her the Arcane Tome, just because you can. Right? You don't want to have to
I'll be honest, guys,
like
it's the only artifact. It's the only artifact you take. The only time you don't take this is if you have your list consists of Gardas, the Knight Relictor, and the Incanter, so nobody can be given the Arcane Tome. That's the only time.
Yeah, or like if you bring a Drakesworn Templar and you really want to make sure, even then he could take the Arcane Tome as well, right? So
yeah. Literally the only time is if you have a Priest, an Incanter, and like a unique hero, and you can't take Arcane Tome on anybody.
Yeah, it's just so useful. Lore of the Storm. These can only be taken by Stormcast heroes, which means that Stormkeven and Draculines can't take these. First up, Lightning Blast. It just does D3 mortal wounds to the nearest enemy unit. Yeah, sometimes we take this. We've got a Knight Incanter sitting in the back. No range on this. It's just the nearest visible unit, so just pinging D3 every turn. Why not? Good for scoring magical dominance. Azurite Halo stays exactly the same value it was before. I think it might actually be worse because without veterans, like people aren't fighting with as many models as they were before.
No, they are. That's the thing. This is actually, I think, better than people think. I don't know where the place for it is because I don't think the meta is developed enough, and I usually don't play the kind of lists that take advantage of this. But there is a case to be made for Azurite Halo. If I have 4 dragons, or if I have a big Karazai piece, or like a Star Drake, putting Azurite Halo, putting him into like 30 zombies or like 30 skeletons, taking like all the Slanesh shooting in the world for 150 shots, I would welcome that in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
If I had Azurite Halo.
Halo's like, I'm not saying Halo's bad. I'm saying it's the same value it was last season. It hasn't gotten better or worse, so it's decent.
It's gotten a little better because of the meta, but then that's very fickle. But that's not enough to warrant a great increase. Yeah.
Celestial Blades is still the first and usually only spell we take. +1 to wound rolls is great on Tempesters. It's great on Fulminators, Storm Drakes, Karazai, Questers. Sometimes even just having it as a backup in case your Draculines can't cast a spell because they're in unbinding range and you want to score magical dominance, or they just fail their empower. Just having a backup is nice. So yeah, Celestial Blades usually the spell you pick. Chain Lightning. 1 enemy takes D3 mortal wounds, and then each enemy within 6 inches on a 3-up takes 1 mortal wound. It's just not strong enough. The range is too short. I wouldn't use it. I'd rather use Lightning Blast, honestly.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you.
Because if you're within that 18-inch, you should be casting endless spells.
Sadly, yes.
Thundershock, though, has a case for it, because if you can get something big like a Krontis in range, every enemy unit within 18 inches of that huge base has a -1 to wound on a 3-up, and that's melee and shooting. So that's really good.
Yeah, Thundershock has always been a good spell, but I think that realistically the only thing that can take advantage of it is like a huge anvil unit like Krontis. Other wizards find that very difficult to use.
Yeah, he's also reliably casting it, usually out of unbinding range, not out of unbinding range, but like out of possible unbinding, because it's his +3 cast with primals makes it really reliable. Starfall. This I thought might get better, because we were talking about the Tempest Axe on the Drakesworn Templar stopping pylons, and this also stops pylons. But man, this spell is just really hard to use. First up, it's limited to 12 or 18-inch range, depending if a Knight or Lord or Draconith are casting it. And then for each enemy within 3 inches of that point, you have to roll a 3+, and they can't pile in, but it only lasts the turn that you cast it, right? So like if this lasted until your next hero phase, it would be a lot better. But it's like the turn you cast it, it's very limited value because usually you're just going to charge something and blow it up. It's not going to survive. That pile-ins won't matter. Like stopping defensive pile-ins, that's pretty important. But offensive pile-ins don't really matter so much. Prayers. You know them, you love them. We've had the same rankings for them forever. Divine Light is great. Translocation's the best prayer in the game. And Blessed Weapons is good, but limited on targets. Universal Prayers, not really anything worth talking about. Sometimes Curse, not a big deal. Whatever. Like, do people need to hear about how good Translocation is? They know, right? What else can we say?
It's our only allegiance ability. What are you guys talking about? It's like when you ask people what do Stormcast do, they're like, oh, they translocate around the board.
Yeah. Now, I guess what we could discuss is this finally the season we take multiple priests because the Veritant has extra utility with Unbinding and the Night Relictor is so cheap. Do you think it's worthwhile to bring Divine Light for the accuracy bonus?
Yeah, I could see that actually. So any list where you're not taking, so our typical trio of heroes, when I think about like what kind of heroes we usually take, it's some combination of Goddess, Incantor, Relictor, Goddess, Incantor, Castellant, Imperatant, Relictor, Incantor. There is a case to be made for the last trio on this to be Veritant, Night Relictor, Night Incantor.
Yep.
And I don't know what that list would look like. Maybe would have, I think, more than likely would just have like a lot of shooting, I feel like. We just have to build it. But I think it is doable. I think even 2 Night Relictors is pretty good.
Yeah. I like that you can chant Divine Light before you Thunderbolt Volley, right? That's really nice.
And I mean, if you play it raw, the way it's played in tournaments, people are still doing that. You can issue Thunderbolt Volley, translocate, and then hit it afterwards.
I don't think that's right.
I know. I mean, I know what the thoughts are on the matter. I'm just saying, like, it's there.
Yeah.
We personally don't like it that it's there. I would play it safe and check with the TO. But most tournaments I go to, they've allowed that, and they continue to do it.
All right. Even if that's not the case, I think Divine Light is still worth considering this season. I think the third hero could very well be a Lord Veritant, who is Unbinding, who has 8 wounds, 3-up save, fits in the Wizard Finders Battalion, or goes into a Warlord or something. I think it could even be a 4-hero situation, right? That could be possible just because of how strong Divine Light is.
Yeah, it really improves your long strike efficiency.
Tempesters too, love it when you're on 2s, you're rolling 1s, everything explodes. Dracolines also love it. Like all of our hammers love it. It's such a good buff.
I think we were running a good shoot cast list for a while with like Talaron and whatchamacallit, Tempesters and Night Judicators and Crossbows. And now Night Judicators are bad, but yeah, I think Divine Light has a place in that kind of list.
All right, let's talk about the mount traits. There's some interesting standouts here that are kind of a different context than before. Celestial Instincts is very good, right? Being able to retreat and shoot or charge, not both, right? You can either retreat and shoot or retreat and charge. That's pretty interesting on a Drakesworn Templar, which we've been talking about a lot. I don't want to give people the opinion that it's like very good, but this is one of the pieces in the puzzle of what makes it somewhat usable, right? It's also decent on like a Lord Celestin on Dracoth because he wants to charge every single turn to get his glaive off. And if he's not charging, then he's not getting that, so he's decent. You Luckstone him in, he kills whatever he fights, and then if he survives after using Finest Hour, next turn he can retreat and charge unencumbered and score battle tactics for you. I think the other standout worth talking about is Scintillating Trail, -1 to being unbound if you're within range of the mounted hero. It kind of makes me want to use one mounted hero in my list. I don't know which one it's going to be because none of the Lord Arcanums are particularly enticing, even though I do really like the Toralon. It usually just gets shot down, right? So I think you'd have to go like Toralon with Mirror Shield, Scintillating Trail, then that's somewhat worth 250 points. But
yeah, I don't know about Celestial Instincts. I think it's only really good with that combo. I think Robert Malshine mentioned that. He was talking about the Drakesworn Templar with the axe using Celestial Instincts.
Yeah, that's good too. Like I said, it's one of the pieces of the Drakesworn combo. Yeah, they're the ones, we've talked about. Light of the Young Stars is only usable by Star Drakes, so only if you, have a Star Drake and another monster to use Roar, because Roar is just better, or if you've disabled commands in some other way. Etheric Swiftness is good, that's a really good effect, piling in 6 inches and piling in from 6. The
It's just nothing is like
nothing's
nothing
good
is
enough.
really impactful.
Yeah. If it was
Like, why would
Draconith,
I?
Draconith would be good, right? If you could take this on a Draconis, I'd take it.
Yep, I would take it.
Thunderous Presence seems good, but I've been, I think, correct about my opinion here.
This just exists now on monsters. You realize this, right? Like this is replacing a monster's rampage for us. This is something monsters now just have.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
not.
Like, I don't know. This is all beta. This feels like this was in development and they never hashed it out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Scintillating Trail is the best one, in my opinion.
I agree. Looking at the holy commands, I think they all pretty much stay the same value, right? Thunderbolt Volley is the first one you bring in most lists. If you're not bringing 3 long strikes or something else to use it, then you bring Call for Aid instead. There's situational uses for Steadfast March, and Unleash Thy Hatred's looking worse this season because we're not using big blocks of Retributors or Protectors or big Grandhammer units. Final Thunderstrike is a joke. Don't use it. Yeah, that about sums it up. I guess the discussion here would be something like, how often do you feel you're going to be taking Warlord Battalion to get the double holy commands, or do you think you're going to be going Acolytes more often?
I think I'm going to be going Acolytes more often.
Yeah.
I think as long as endless spells remain so dominant to where I want to cast them or dispel them, because remember, White Stormscroll is 1 turn. You need to decide the game in 2 or 3, and I think that's where the value of having up potentially 6 primal dice versus an extra holy command. I don't think holy commands are that impactful enough for me to warrant taking more of this anymore. If I'm being perfectly honest, I think we're in a position where you could unlock every single one of these once per game for a Stormcast army, and it would not break the game.
Yeah, it would be very incentivized to bring at least 1 Paladin unit just to use Unleash Thy Hatred.
Because they've already somewhat balanced this by constricting what can go on what. You can't just Unleash Thy Hatred on a unit of Storm Drakes or something. So I don't see why. If I'm an army that is based around a toolbox, this is I have a toolbox of once per game holy commands. Just let me have all of them.
Yeah, it's especially weird because these are mostly weaker than other armies doing commands these days. Steadfast March can't be used with a run 6, but other armies that can run in charge with commands, they can do it in the hero phase, with OBR, so they get to run 6 in charge. Unleash Thy Hatred takes the place of another command, so if it gets roared, first off, you can't do it. If it gets hit by Geminids, you can't do it. But then it also just competes with all-out attack. So
yeah.
I think
Call for Aid is limited to Redeemers who aren't very combat-based. Final Thunderstrike is just you have to predict that this unit is going to die, and you're not going to try and defend it.
Yeah, I agree with your opinion. If these were just all unlocked, if they weren't enhancements anymore, if these were just things our army could do, all of them once per game, I think that would be fine. All right, let's talk about the new LOCUS command traits. If you bring a LOCUS general, so this is a non-unique hero with less than 10 wounds, you can give them one of these command traits. The first one here is Shaman of the Chilled Lands, which teaches your general all of the spells from the lore of Primal Frost. So I guess we'll talk about that first. The spells in the lore of Primal Frost can only be used by LOCUS. We kind of mentioned them at the start of our tier list update here, but let's go into them in depth. First up is Hoarfrost. Cast on an 8, range of 12. You can change the hit, wound, or rend characteristic of 1 weapon in 1 unit based on a D3 roll. So how this works is you cast it, you pick the unit, you roll a dice. If you roll a 1, 2, or 3, you can pick one of that unit's weapons, and you can replace one of the characteristics. So, for example, if you roll a 1 or a 2, you can replace the hit characteristic with a 2+ if you roll a 2. If you roll a 3, you can replace the rend characteristic with a 3. You could also replace it with a 1 or 2 if you want. If you have a rend 0 unit, then any bonus to rend is very good. And that's the case, I think, with Dracolines on their Grand Staves. If you roll a 1, that's really good. If you roll a 3, then definitely put it on the mounts, right?
Yeah.
Boosting the rend on Questors is good. Even just boosting hit and wound characteristics to 1+ is very good. That means you no longer have to spend command points on all-out attack. You can use commands for all-out defense instead. You can also avoid penalties to these things. If you're playing against an army that has -1 to be hit, like Slaanesh, sometimes -2 to be hit, well, you're on 1+, so you just all-out attack, you're still on 2s, which feels really good just to have that toolbox spell. Now, it is a high cast, so usually this is what you're using your primal dice on, and I'm frankly of the opinion that I don't want to use my primal dice on anything except unbinding enemy spells. right? So because it's not reliable enough to get primal dice, because they're on 4s at the start of the hero phase and then on 3s if you have acolytes, I personally just like using them unbinding and then using my like cast 6-up spells whenever, right? Like I don't want to have to use my resources on this if I can use them for something else. So it's a great spell.
True.
It's a great spell for sure.
I think it's situational, right? Against like something like Seraphon, Zinch, Luminate sometimes, I don't know. I think I want to save all my primal dice from my acolytes and the normal ones that I get for unbinding.
Mm-hmm.
I think against something like an armored faction, like maybe like Slaves to Darkness or like Gargants, for instance, you know, the Gargants people are going to see play. They actually have gotten quite a boost with that new Gits Regiment of Renown. I might actually take Hoarfrost, because if I roll like a 2 or 3 and cut through some Gargant saves, I would very much appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a nice option to have, and your opponent has to respect the threat of it.
Yes. It is something they have to consider when spending their own primal dice. Like, do I unbind this person's Hoarfrost or not?
Yeah, and it could force them into a position where, you know, they no longer have primals, and then you can just unbind guaranteed with the Incantor. There's no situation where they could roll 2 6s to get a spell off, you know? All right, let's talk about Rupture. Did you bring an Incarnate? If you brought an Incarnate, you are bringing this spell.
Yep.
Because it makes the Incarnate go wild, and when the Incarnate is wild, the Kronspine in particular, for some reason, another Incarnate has come out, just to be clear. We're talking about the Kronspine. When the Kronspine is wild, it treats everything like an enemy. So what it can do is eat your own endless spells that you cast yourself. So something like a Maelstrom, for example, which only casts on a 5. Kronspine can roll 2 dice, and on a 4-up, it eats the Kronspine, eats the Maelstrom, explodes, does a whole bunch of mortal wounds to everything in an area, and then it levels up. And if you've played against a Kronspine or watched our How to Counter Kronspine video, you know that the best way to kill a Kronspine is to make sure it never levels up. Now you just don't have a choice in that, because you can make it go wild yourself. It's so crazy. If you bring a Kronspine, you're bringing the spell. Otherwise, don't bring it for any reason. Merciless Blizzard. I actually really like this spell. I think that the threat of pooling your Acolyte dice until the bottom of the round, or even, you know, sometimes you're deciding whether your opponent's deciding whether they want to go first or not, and you remind them politely that you have an Incantor with Merciless Blizzard within 12 inches of one of their units, and they're like, I don't want him casting that. and they'll give you the turn sometimes, right? Just as that. The threat of this spell is immense, and it's not reliable, obviously, and you might just, you know, kill yourself doing it, but you'll take down something on the way, which is huge. Like doing something like 14 mortal wounds to Catacross after you've blasted off his Mortisan so he doesn't have the spell ignore anymore. That's one of the best ways to kill a unit like that. You know, it's so impactful when this goes off. People will... I think the meta is going to evolve to a point where people are like, okay, which heroes have Merciless Blizzard? I will not end a turn within 12 inches of them.
There's people who are taking spell enhancements just for this. Like Soulblight is taking spell enhancements so they can have this on multiple wizards.
Yeah, it's good. It's a very good spell. And I think Stormcast can reasonably take it because, you know, if we're not casting Celestial Blades, this is pretty much the spell that you would probably cast, you know?
Yeah, if we're not casting... I mean, I think the order of operations goes, I think you go Mystic Shield, you go Hoarfrost or Celestial Blades, depending on what your unit composition is in your army, and then you go Merciless Blizzard.
Yeah, and let's say you're at like a bottom of round 2 type situation, where if you cast the Merciless Blizzard, you won't need Mystic Shield in round 3, you know, because
because you're about to reset Primal Dice too, so.
Or you're just about to reset them back into the grave, you know, like you don't need Mystic Shield if all the threats are dead.
Yeah.
So what I like about this is it turns our wizards into hammers, potentially, that your opponent has to respect. So, yeah, great spell. Hoarfrost and Merciless Blizzard are very good. So going back to talking about LOCUS command traits, I think both of those spells are good, but not great, right? Like, they're not my first choice of spell. They're not Mystic Shield. They're not Endless Spells. They're not... even Celestial Blades, I think, is usually a higher priority. But if you're not running a High Priest General for some reason, I think Shaman of the Chilled Lands is actually a decent pick. Getting access to both of those spells and then learning something like Lightning Blast or Thunder Shock or Celestial Blades on top of it is not a bad command trait at all. But if you have a Priest...
Shaman of the Chilled Lands, yeah, I like. If you're taking 2 wizards, I think one of them... I think that's when I would... It's a very weird thing, because I normally like prefer High Priest when I have Long Strikes I want to Translocate. But if I have 2 wizards and a relictor and I'm fine with taking that risk, I think you have to take Shaman of the Chilllands. It's a really good trait.
Yeah, if I'm taking Shaman, I'd probably take a Lord Relictor rather than a Knight Relictor.
Yes, true.
Yeah. All right, Eye of the Blizzard at the start of your hero phase only. On a 5-up, you gain 1 Primal dice. So
Nah.
it's not good enough.
It's gonna do something 1 out of 10 turns in the game. So 1, maybe 2 turns out of the 10. So yeah, not good enough.
So it's a 1 in 3 chance, and let's say you have 3 rounds in the game. It'll, on average, give you a Primal dice per game. Right, because usually the game's decided after 3 rounds. No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's
no. Just take Acolytes and be happy about it. Yeah.
I kind of wish it was a 4-up.
Mm-hmm.
I would like that a lot more. Chill to the Bone. Once per battle, you can ignore a miscast or a Primal miscast if you roll a 3-up. I don't know why this needs to be on a 3-up. That's really bad. It's just awful.
Yeah. I used the command trait and it didn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't love it. Eater of Magic. I would actually take this sometimes on a Knight Incantor if I had 20 points left over and I wanted to bring a Deus Arcanum. So how it works is every time the general unbinds, on a 5-up, the caster forgets their spell. This is it's random, but it's so strong when it happens.
I would love this on like a Slan.
Oh yeah, you hit Croak with this like unbind, and then 1 in 3 chance you win the game instantly because Croak no longer knows Celestial Deliverance. It's so.
Can you imagine doing this to Tzeentch?
But
yeah, you don't know Tzeentch's Firestorm anymore.
But think about it. It's each time they unbind. So if you get an extra unbind from the Arcanum...
Yeah, you could make them forget multiple spells. You could... Yeah. Potentially, it's possible for them to forget half their lore. Like, have no spells to cast at all.
If you also are going second, you can get Locus Focus. So potentially, you could have a Knight Incantor with 3 unbinds. And if they are bonded to a Cron Spine, they're all at +1.
Yeah.
But if you're bringing a Cron Spine, you want a Rupture, which means you probably want Shaman of the Chilled Lands. But... Yep. No, I could actually see this one in Stormcast lists. Section 3, Match Play. We use a slightly different ranking system here because there are no opportunity costs for battle tactics. You don't have to pick or choose. You just get all of them. You just have to pick the right one for the right situation. And this season, it's a little bit tougher. You have to plan ahead. You need a plan going into each game. Our ranking system goes from S tier, which is you will score this every single game. Reliably. It's not too difficult, not too random. A tier is you'll usually score this in most of your games. It could be something like an S tier tactic, but maybe you can't do it in round 1 all the time. Something like that. And that scales all the way down to, a D tier, which is like really hard to score, could just be too random, or F tier, which is like it's so niche, you're pretty much never going to score it. It either has like really severe list building constrictions, or it's incredibly random, or it's just really weak. Now, we did do a whole video about this, and if I'm clever with YouTube, a little link should be popping up on the screen now, directing you to how to score battle tactics. We go really far in depth on all of these slides, and I think for this review, to keep it under 7 hours or whatever, we're going to be a little bit quicker. So if you want more in-depth conversation, check out the video that should be coming up on screen now. But let's go through them again, Ragonk here. First off, Pioneers of the Realms. This one requires contesting all objectives wholly within enemy territory with Cities of Sigmar units. So there's 2 problems there. 3 problems, actually. One of them is some battle plans don't have objectives wholly within anyone's territory, so you just can't do that. You have to bring multiple cities units, probably, because odds are they're going to die at some point, so you want to have backups. And you have to contest all of them, not just one. So if you're playing something that has 3 objectives in enemy territory, you have to contest all 3 of them. This is an incredibly bad tactic right now, but I could be eating crow in a few weeks when the new Cities book comes out, and everything's completely different, and Cities units are great, and we want to use as many as we can, so, yeah. Yeah,
my only problem with this is, like, wholly within enemy territory is one thing, but it's all objectives, right? So, literally, it's really only doable when you have, like, I guess 2 objectives that the enemy has wholly within their territory, then it's, like, somewhat doable.
Well, with 1... If there's 1, then you just contest the 1. So the problem is getting the cities units there. They're slow.
Yeah, and there's like so many times, like the way these deployments are now, like, we're not in Dawn of War anymore. The deployments are really weird these days. Unless you end up where like the whole half of a board is like friendly or enemy territory, this is not going to happen. It's just
It's a tough one. We'll see what happens with the new book, but for now, it's not very good. No challenge too great. You have to slay any hero with a Redeemer melee attack. What's nice about this battle tactic is you don't have to pick the hero. Unfortunately, Redeemers are just not very good at fighting anything, and fighting heroes especially, which can react with Finest Hour and all that defense and things like that. Yeah, it's pretty rough with Rend 1 attacks. The only time I really see this one getting a lot of play is if you're bringing a unit of 15 Vindictors. Sometimes they'll just push in and stab a hero down, and that's just fine. Hammerstrike Assault. This is one of our 5 tactics we want to score every game if we can. You have to pick an enemy hero with 10 wounds that has no wounds currently allocated to it, so you don't want to ping it down with Lightning Blast and Meteors and things like that. If you see a 10 wound hero across the battlefield from you, write it down on a piece of paper. I will score Hammerstrike Assault on this hero. There's a lot of common targets for this sort of thing. A lot of armies are using big monster heroes. Those are good targets. But even some 10 wound heroes like Demon Princes, right? Sometimes Slaves to Darkness players will use their Ascendance ability by accident. They'll roll the high value on the Eye of the Gods and they'll think, yeah, okay, I'll get a Demon Prince, not realizing that it's about to score you a battle tactic. Don't point it out, just take the tactic and move on. Now, a good thing about this one is, although you have to pick the enemy hero, you don't have to pick the friendly unit to do it, and it can be done through any combination of damage. You can use Vexillor Meteors, spells, shooting, stomp. You can do charge mortal wounds. Anything that destroys that hero will end up scoring this tactic. So this is one of the better tactics. I think it would be A tier if every army had a hero with 10 or more wounds. I would call this probably an S tier tactic, but it's a little bit matchup dependent, so it can't really be there. Lightning Shattered Morale. You have to make an enemy with Bravery 10 in the starting army flee in Battle Shock. This is really hard to do because everybody can just use Inspiring Presence, so you have to specifically disable those things, either from bringing a Troglodyte and being in melee, or hitting them with a Horrorghast or Geminids, or hitting them with Thunderous Presence, that mount trait that we kind of discussed earlier. The most reliable way to do this is Horrorghast and Geminids. I think the only reason this isn't F tier is because we will probably be running Geminids anyway. But there's a lot of failure points, right? You have to pick the tactic before you cast any spells. Then you have to cast the spells. You don't know how many primal dice your opponent will have with Acolytes, for example, because you're picking a tactic before they roll up their Acolytes. So you don't know how reliable the spell is going to be. Something like Geminids can always fail if you roll a 1. It has a limited threat range, so you usually have to translocate into range to do it. There's a lot that can go wrong. And the fact that it's only Bravery 10 models means you also have to hit them, but not hit them so hard that it'll destroy them, but enough that they'll fail Battle Shock, right? So it's a lot of things need to line up. But because we're bringing Geminids in a lot of our lists, and there's a lot of death out there, you will score this sometimes. Definitely not my first choice. It's like a round 4 for me, Draconith Destruction. This is one you'll probably do in every single game. What it requires is destroying a unit with 10 or more models using a Draconith, Dracoth, or Stardrake. It specifically has to be with attacks, so you can't do something like Cavernous Jaws to destroy them. That'll fail the tactic. Most enemy armies should have at least one unit that qualifies for this, right? And because of that, and because the other battle tactics are difficult, Stormcast should be bringing a unit like this to every single battle. This is why Tempestors are so highly rated. Draconith makes Stormdrakes able to do this. Karazai can do this. Stardrakes can do it too. Most armies have 10 or more model units. Not every army, though. Although the armies I would typically list right now would be things like Ogres and Gargants, but they're starting to pivot into that Regiment of Renown that gives them an extra run in charge, and those will have 10 model units. So most armies will have this. I feel like it should even be bumped up to S tier. I'm just being a little conservative because there will be some armies that don't have 10 plus model units, like Stormcast armies usually won't have.
But there's usually other things you can do against them. Most armies in the game right now, especially the ones at the top, have 10 wound screens. You can kill those.
Yeah. This is a great tactic. It's one of the ones you will want to score every single game. A Matter of Honor. You have to destroy a monster with a Draconith or a Stardrake. So usually Stormdrake Guard or Karazai are going to score this. Stardrakes are not good enough damage to score this. But if you see an enemy monster and you have a Draconith in your list, this is a good tactic. It's like Hammerstrike Force. You just note it down I am going to kill that monster with my monster, right? And you have to plan ahead, and that thing has to happen because As you're going to see with the universal tactics, none of them are reliable enough that you can make a plan to just easily get 3 of those. Like, you have to think about these things ahead of time. So this is a good reason to use Karazai. It's a good reason to use Storm Drakes. Star Drakes, they're not killing monsters. That's the problem with them. Looking at the universal battle tactics, Intimidate the Invaders. This is one of the top 5 tactics for us, I'd say. You just have to have more units wholly outside your territory than within your territory. So this could be very difficult if you're playing a very slow castle build. Some battle plans have really big territories. It can be very difficult to get out of your territory. So having units that can teleport, having units in reserve that you can drop into play outside your territory, these are very useful things. So I would make sure you bring units like Questers or Hunters or Zephyros or even just fast units, right? Things like Dracolines or Aetherwings that can just move out of your territory reliably. Units like Tempesters that want to drop into play behind enemy lines or on the flanks or things like that, out of their majority of their hammers but in range to shoot things. These are the kinds of things you want to bring so you can reliably score this tactic. Now, just be careful. You don't want to overextend, right? You don't want to do this early, put all your units right in their threat ranges. So that's why this is not an S tier tactic. Even though it requires rolling 0 dice, the positioning requirements are pretty strict. Be careful not to overextend.
Yeah, so Reprisal. This one's, I think, B tier because it's destroy an enemy unit that destroyed a friendly general earlier in the battle. We don't really have War Masters, and I think this tactic is very much with War Masters in mind, something which has cropped up more and more since our book came out. However, it's B tier because it has this like weirdly useful application to where if you can't do any other battle tactics, you can sort of plan for this one by putting your Knight Relic or General, or Knight Incanter General, depending on your list, in danger, and just have them die until you can score this in return. This would typically be a turn 3, turn 4 play when you want to secure those last bits of points, but you sort of want to turn the game in your favor. The game's already going in your favor, and you don't have enough units left, or they're pretty much where they need to be to where you don't care about like that ability that the Knight Relictor is giving you, which is translocation most of the time. So the units that I prefer, or we prefer with this, are Long Strikes, Dracolines, and Karazai, and that's because they either have good movement, so a better threat range, or they can just hit you from really far away, and they have good damage, good rend, good reliable like accuracy, so they'd be able to score this pretty reliably. So yeah, not something you would consider, immediately, but something you can plan for in turns 3 and turn 4 as you move up your units, and as other battle tactics are either spent or become harder to do. Then we have Endless Expropriation, which is destroy an enemy bonded to an endless spell, so most likely a wizard, or an incarnate, or make an incarnate wild. Lookout Sir makes this a lot harder because a lot of the heroes that have been casting spells are foot heroes, and those are protected by screens now. However, what you can do with this is you could use Rupture against their incarnate to make it wild, and that would score you this tactic. So that is another sort of reason to take Shaman of the Chill Lands, just so you have access to this battle tactic should you need it, with some Primal dice. So the other problem with shooting heroes is, other than having to get close for Lookout Sir, is that they can do Finest Hour, All-Out Defense, and Response, which would necessitate the use of spells like Geminids. But if you're doing that, you might as well try to snipe them with something like a Merciless Blizzard or an Aetherwave Pendulum or something. So that being said, the units that are most likely to do this are, shooting units, obviously. Like we have Long Strikes, Dracolines. Dracolines mainly because they're not a shooting unit, but they can hit a screen, and then if that hero was hiding behind 2.9 inches behind the screen, we can zap them with the Celestial Lightning Arc. Tempesters have 12-inch range anyway, so if they drop 9 away, they're automatically in range of any hero behind a screen. And Night Vexillers in Comet Fall, since they can drop comets on a location, and they don't really care about Lookout Sir. But this is a battle tactic that, again, like your list is either built for it or it can't do it. And if they don't have an incarnate, or they don't choose to not cast any endless spells, then most of which you're going to want to unbind anyway, so it doesn't negatively affect your units. I think its value goes down because of that. So it has a niche C tier. It's a matter of opportunity.
Yeah, just remember you can declare your battle tactics before dispelling. If you dispel the endless spell, you won't be able to pick this one anymore. So make sure you do that in the right order. Magical Dominance, you have to cast at least one spell and have none of your spells unbound. So that, for a lot of armies, is really tough because let's say you're playing Seraphon or Tzeentch. If any single spell is unbound, you fail the tactic. So what you want to do is cast one spell, out of unbinding range, and then cast no other spells across the army. For a lot of armies, that's a big cost. For Stormcast, not so much. We cast 2, maybe 3 spells a turn, and if we have to give up 1 or 2 of those, that's not the end of the world. It's actually really easy for us to deploy units like the Battle Mage or Knight and Cantor out of unbinding range. If we have more drops, our opponent will probably make us go top of round 1. So we just cast Magical Dominance, get all our buffs up, and move into a good defensive position, get an easy max score, top of 1, survival double turn, and then we're cooking. Bottom of 2, then we start playing again. So this is a very good tactic. Sometimes you're even in a situation where you can just kill all the enemy unbinding and then score this later in the game, round 4, round 5, that kind of thing. So this is a great tactic. This is one of the ones you really want to make sure you can score. For more information about this one in particular, I would go check out our other video, How to Score Battle Tactics. We go into a big discussion about this one. Magical Mayhem requires you to pick an enemy unit and then destroy it with spells or endless spells. Maybe you can finish stuff off with a Pendulum or a Maelstrom, soften them up over a round, and then later they have 1 or 2 wounds left. You can probably just destroy them with a Maelstrom. That's a play. There's also Arcane Bolt. There's a Spirit Storm from the Knight and Cantor. There's little bits of damage here and there. It's not something you're going to do in the first 3 rounds of the game, but if an opportunity arises, make sure you're paying attention to this, because this is a very easy tactic when you can get it. Bait and Trap requires retreating with 2 units and then charging with 2 different units. So you can have, for example, 4 units total retreat, and then 2 of them charge back in if you have some way to retreat and charge. But in total, you do need 4 different units. So this is a really hard one to score in general for Stormcast, because we don't have a lot of units. The units that we want to retreat with are usually fragile, like screens, and they're usually not going to survive a combat phase. And then the units we want to charge in with, we can't retreat and charge, right? So it's tough, but it's one of the ones that's going to differentiate a good player from a great player, is noticing that they have 2 units that they can freely retreat with, and then they have 2 units that they can charge in with, because they don't have to be good units, right? You can charge in with a hero and some Aether Wings, and then retreat with Vanquishers and Vanguard Hunters, and that scores you a tactic. You don't have to survive the combat. It just requires charging 2 units and retreating 2. Led into the Maelstrom, on the other hand, requires charging with a hero and a battle line unit, and at least one of those is still in combat after all is said and done. So earlier McGonk was talking about Reprisal, where you charge your general in and it dies, and then you can score Reprisal. On the way in, you can declare Led into the Maelstrom, charge your Relictor in, have it get killed off by enemy attacks, and then the next turn you score Reprisal off the unit that destroyed your general. Pretty cheeky. It's a good way to score 4 points throughout the game after you're done with most of your translocation. So good units for this one are things like Tempesters, Fulminators, Vanquishers, these battle line units that want to charge in. Vindictors, of course, make that cut as well. But then you also want an aggressive hero, something like a Knight Draconis or Karazai or Krondys. Lord Celestin on Dracoth is good for this too. But it doesn't have to be one of these aggressive fighty heroes. It could just be your Lord Imperatant, walks up after dropping into play 1 turn. He walks up the next turn and then charges in. That's good. That's good enough. It'll score you the tactic. And the final one, and this is again one of those ones you really need to consider when you're playing the game now, I think, Surround and Destroy. You have to pick 3 different units. They have to be on the battlefield when you pick them, which means you can't pick units in reserve. And at the end of the turn, they have to be within 6 inches of different battlefield edges, and at least 2 of them have to be wholly outside your territory. So usually this is going to be, either the left and back sides of the table, or left and right sides of the table, and then your own quarter. And that's tough to do if you don't bring units that can teleport freely, because Stormcast units are not particularly quick. Going from the middle of the board to the edges is not something you can do unless you have a teleport ability. But that's where units like Hunters, Paladors, translocate long strikes onto one flank and then just keep shooting. Questers can teleport freely, or they can walk onto a flank 1 turn and then teleport somewhere useful the next turn. Translocate from a Priest is really good for this. Knight Zephyros can teleport every turn. Aether Wings are nice and fast. They're not a high impact unit. You can usually shoot some stuff on the flanks. So you definitely got to consider this one in your when you go into a game, you want to think, which tactics am I going to try to score? You want to try to create a list of 6 or 7 that you can reasonably score, and this one's usually going to be one of the first 3 that you do.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk grand strategies. We haven't looked at the Stormcast grand strategies in a little while. Let's remind ourselves why they are so terrible. First up, Draconith Defiance. The only heroes left on the battlefield are friendly Draconith, Stardrake, and Dracoth. That means no Lord Relictors, no Knight Relictors, no Incantors. You have to kill off all your own heroes or just not bring them in the first place. And neither of those sounds appealing to me. There was certainly an argument for this kind of playstyle where you only brought dragons. Before they nerfed dragons like 3 times in a row. That was definitely a thing you could do, and this was a somewhat viable tactic. Nowadays, no, absolutely not. When you play Stormcast, you want to bring very specific support heroes, and you don't want to kill them off yourself. So, really terrible. Pillars of Victory. The only battle line units left on the table are friendly Redeemer units. So this requires killing all enemy battle lines, only bringing Redeemers, or at least killing off any other non-Redeemer battle lines, and then keeping one of your Redeemers alive. This is really bad, right? Because you also have to destroy enemy summoned battle line units. Like if they just keep summoning skinks over and over and over, and there's not much you can do to stop it, then you will just fail your tactic. This is Overshadow, the seasonal grand strategy, which we'll talk about soon, but it's strictly worse, right? It's harder to do than that one. And Sacred Charge. You have to have 2 or more Cities of Sigmar units on the battlefield, which means you have to bring at least 2 Cities of Sigmar units and have at least 2 of them survive. This is really bad for all the same reasons that Pioneers of the Realm is bad. Is like we're not bringing that many cities units generally. Maybe after the new cities book, we will reevaluate this one. How crazy would it be if when the new cities book comes out, we also get a Stormcast errata to like go along with it? You know?
Oh yeah.
Just updating all this stuff.
Give us new battle tactics, like battle tactics and grand strategies, like they gave to Cool Boys.
Yeah, that would be so cool. Let's look at the universal grand strategies, because they are a tough batch to do this year. First up is Control the Nexus. You have to have 2 or more wizards wholly within 6 inches of the battlefield. So this is not terrible, because Dracolines are a wizard, and we will usually bring 2 other wizards. We'll bring us something with an Arcane Tome and a Knight Incantor. The problem with this one is that not only do they have to survive, at least 2 of those units, and you might lose all 3 throughout the course of the battle, but they also have to be not just within 6 inches of the center, but wholly within 6 inches of the center. And that's just too many restrictions on positioning for me. But given how hard some of the other ones are, maybe I would actually use this one at some point. If I had like a Knight Relictor General with High Priest, Knight Incantor, and a Zephyros with a Tome. And last round of the game, I can just translocate the Incantor and teleport the Zephyros right into the middle. That's the only time I would ever see myself picking this.
Sure, yeah. You have to really build for that.
Mm-hmm. Spellcasting Savant, your general is a Locus, and they are alive at the end of the battle. So if you have Lookout Sir and Mirror Shield, it makes it really, really hard to shoot you down. Things like Knight Incantor make it hard to kill you with spells, and other hammer units just make it hard to focus on that hero. So this one's not impossible to do. The problem really is that you want either a priest or a dragon general most of the time. The only time I would see myself taking this is if I went with that, Mirror Shield, Eater of Spells, or Mirror Shield, or Arcane Savant, or Shaman of the Chilled Lands, right? It's an option. It's not a great option. I think High Priest is just going to be way too popular.
Or Shaman of the Chilled Lands is, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think High Priest is valuable go down eventually once the meta is figured out. It normally does, but yeah.
I don't know about that this season. It's just so useful for battle tactics.
Battle tactics, yes. We need to be able to get around the board more than ever. Actually, devalue Stormkeep for that reason.
Yeah, it does. Stormkeep really struggles with tactics unless you're going Astral Templars to bring some hunters.
But then, they don't benefit from Stormkeep, so what's the point?
Yep, exactly. It's catch-22. Slaughter of Sorcery. You have to have no wizards left on the battlefield. There could be a Stormcast list that doesn't bring any wizards, like that all-dragon list or something. I don't think that's very good. You usually want at least one wizard, but maybe you kind of, force your opponent to destroy a wizard general Incantor, and then you score a bunch of battle tactics off that. I don't know. Should it be F tier? Maybe not. It's possible. It's just not very likely.
Yeah, I think not likely is probably correct.
Yeah. Baron Icescape. This one seems a little bit easier than some of the others we've seen. You have to destroy all enemies with artifacts, and all enemies within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield. Now, most armies are only bringing one artifact these days. Not many armies are going Warlord to bring a second one, because Warlord requires the same type of heroes that go into an Acolytes battalion, and people usually don't bring 5 heroes. So it's pretty rare to see armies that have more than one artifact. There's like Fire Slayers does that, and that kind of sucks for this. But most of the time, this is just destroy one enemy hero, and then make sure nothing's within 6 of the center. And compared to the other ones, that's not bad. On its own, that's a pretty terrible grand strategy. But you can just body them off the center by dropping units into play. You can just shoot stuff in the middle. Like for most armies that don't have the level of shooting that we have and the ability to teleport into range to shoot what we need to, this is a pretty terrible one. But for Stormcast, it might be a little bit easier because you don't have to be anywhere near the middle, right? There's no restrictions on your movement, just on enemy positioning. So you could physically block them from getting into there, and you can also shoot them.
Oh yeah, I guess that's possible technically. Yeah.
Overshadow, I think this is going to be the go-to, not because it's good, but because it's the least bad. You have to destroy all enemy battle line units and have at least one friendly battle line unit. Now, all of these have to be starting army units, so if they keep summoning zombies or skinks or whatever, you don't have to worry about those. You don't have to destroy those. On the other hand, if you call for aid and revive a unit, that doesn't qualify for this. So it's really easy to just, teleport Vanguard Hunters into a corner, and your opponent will just ignore them the whole battle, and that'll score you 3 points at the end of the game. Or, you're running a typical Hammers of Sigmar list. You'll have probably 2 Vanquishers, Tempestors, maybe even a Fulminator unit. You'll have 4 battle line units. You have to trade, make sure you don't lose all of them. It's a little annoying that we have to play around it, but I think this is the easiest one to do because typically the units we want to be destroying are the enemy battle line units. They're either screens or they're important hammers. Either way, we want to destroy them.
Did you just say Hymars of Sigmar?
Maybe. It's pretty late. Hymens of Sigmar.
Well, I thought you were talking about like the rocket launching system.
No, I have no idea.
Because I've seen people call it that because Stormcast has long range shooting.
Okay, I'm in for it. So what do you think about Overshadow? I think it's the best grand strategy we got.
I think it's the best one next to Baron Icescape.
Yeah, Icescape honestly doesn't seem that bad. I hate battle tactics that I can't control until the last round, and then if I don't get the last round of the game, the opponent walks onto it. I hate stuff like that.
Imagine there's some things you won't even be able to do anything against, because it's a 6-inch aura, and if Soulblight has a gravesite in there, they can just deny you that on their turn.
Yeah, and that means you have to dedicate resources into the middle of the board, which might not be the best place for them.
Yes, I think Overshadow is probably the best for us. Yeah, I would say Overshadow probably most of the time because it's starting army, so they can't lock us out of it with reserves and summoning.
Right. So you kill those 60 zombies once, and they're no longer in contention for Overshadow. Right. Even if they revive, that doesn't matter. All right. The last grand strategy is Magic Made Manifest. At the end of the battle, you have to control 2 or more endless spells or an incarnate. Or 2 or more incarnates. This is really bad for Stormcast. We don't want to bring more than 2 endless spells, and it's just not reliable enough. If you're going at the top of the last round, your enemy can unbind and then dispel. And even if you're going, at the bottom of the last round, you still have a chance to unbind. And let's say you had them out on the table already. If they get dispelled on your turn, you can't resummon them. Very, very bad. It's got a lot of reliability problems, so I don't think it's going to make the cut. All right, so that's going to wrap up our tier list for Season 3. Overall, I am pretty excited to play Stormcast this season. I think Dracolines and Tempestors are going to be super fun to use. Questers are an awesome new tool. Tech pieces like the Storm Coven are going to make it always keeping it spicy. People are really going to hate fighting against Strike First Dracolines, especially after getting shot to pieces with our very powerful shooting. I think Stormcast have got the gas to be a good army this season. And it's gotten me excited to break them out of the cabinet, put my Seraphon away for a little bit. The battle tactics thing is rough, though, right? Having to adapt lists and plan ahead is going to be a bit of a learning curve. But I think once I get more reps in, it's going to be second nature, and I don't think it's going to bother me anymore. What are you guys thinking about Stormcast in Season 3?
Um, I think battle tactics are going to be extremely rough for us, and I think while we have the tools to do well, I am not entirely sure how successful we'll be. Like, we can still play a mean primary game, but for the last, I want to say, year or so, the game has been decided based on denying just one or two battle tactics to your opponent. And I have a feeling that while our win rates are going to go up thanks to the latest Battlescroll with the points reductions we got, how like, I don't think it'll be. Well, I mean, I'm not entirely sure if it'll be enough. I'll just put it that way. I feel good about playing Stormcast. I just don't know if I feel good about the missions and our book right now. Like, I think we have to build specifically for the missions now, and unfortunately, then that sort of weakens our damage-based primary game.
Yeah, finding the right mix of tactical units and then the typical hammer and screen units, that's going to be an interesting challenge. I think you're right that last season, if you just denied one tactic, the game was usually over. Like at the higher levels, that's usually what it could come down to. This season, I think players are going to make a lot more mistakes, and maybe not mistakes, but let's say players are going to be forced into situations where scoring battle tactics is very difficult, right? And one army that punishes movement misplacements, like if you're out of position even the slightest bit, Stormcast can really just bring the hammer down on that. And it seems like there's lots of opportunities to force people into positions where they have to make a mistake one way or the other. You know, it doesn't matter if they do this or if they do that. Either way, you can capitalize on it. That's been my first impression, though, with about a month of games under my belt, and I'm very excited that this is going to last a whole year. Honestly, I'm really glad that we can really figure out how to play these missions. I know 6 months from now I'm going to be complaining that it's still the same missions and battle tactics, but it's honestly better than it happening like a change happening every 6 months. I'd rather have a full year to explore this battle pack. And with the new cities book on the horizon, I think this is a very exciting time. Like, who knows? It's completely untapped potential. Anything could happen. Everything we just talked about for a few hours here could be completely invalidated by this new cities book because we're so closely tied to them as a coalition army. It should be pretty exciting. Really hoping they don't kill the battle mage, though. That'll make me sad.
Oh, it's most likely dead.
Yeah.
If only because people are just using it way too much.
We're gonna have a tiny little funeral for the battle mage here on the channel.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get some other cool buffs to have. I mean, who knows what what makes me like skeptical about what cities will bring to us is like we don't get the same kind of coalition that they do. They actually bring their keywords to our units. That is not true for cities units, John.
Yeah, and you know, it's definitely going to be the case that it's Stormcast and cities aren't going to be as good as they were with the second edition book. Like the odds of that happening are so low, right? Because
because I think they've probably learned their lesson that coalition for Stormcast into cities was way too good.
Maybe they keep it strong, but even if they do, it's not going to be as strong, right? Like I don't think there's going to be a chance that the second edition book is going to be like the third edition book will be as strong as the second edition book. It was just a different paradigm back then. Bonuses were a lot stronger everywhere. So I think
there was a lot of rerolls and a lot of like multiple stacking layers of buffs, and I think I think they're gonna cut down on that edition. I mean, I'm excited to still play Cities of Stormcast. I want to see how juiced up I can make a unit that's really bad in Stormcast.
Yeah, we're probably just not going to see something like every wizard can cast another spell and learn another spell. We're probably
or like a Cities of Sigmar army where all they take is the minimum battle line, like 6 minimum battle line, and everything else is like a Stormdread Guard or full
that can teleport in and then move after teleporting. Yeah.
No, or even just like move 16 inches turn 1 and then have +1 to hit and +1 to wound on shooting. Crazy.
Can't wait. Crazy. I think we're definitely going to do a full review for Cities of Sigmar Battletome. Should be fun. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you to all our viewers, especially our Patreon supporters and YouTube members. If you think we missed anything with our tier list update, please leave a comment down below. We look at the comments all the time. We love having conversations. That's why we do this podcast. We just talk about Age of Sigmar all the time, and then at some point we just started recording it. So we just want the conversation, so keep it going. If you want to talk about AOS, feel free to jump into the Stormkeep Discord server. We've got this great battle reports forum where we're putting out this long-form content, breaking down our deployments with photos, talking through our thought process for why we do what we do. where we do it, what we're playing against. We post our models. We look at community contests like our painting contests and our list building contests. And overall, the Stormkeep server is just a great time. So jump in there, come and talk to us. We love talking to you guys. Consider supporting the gang by becoming a member on YouTube or joining us on patreon.com/thestormkeep. For $5, you can get early access to videos, you can get access to the slides that we use in all our videos, and for a few dollars more, you can get access to a private list workshop. So if you've got a GT coming up and you want to refine your list, get that extra edge you need in order to go 5-0, feel free to pitch us some money and we'll help you out. Coming up next on the podcast, we've got a tier list update for Seraphon. I feel like there's been enough changes with the GHB and Battlescroll and their FAQ that we want to update the tier list for that. We have a list building video coming up, and we've started working on a how to counter Blades of Khorne video, since unfortunately we missed the boat on the Battletome review. So we're going to be converting all that work into how to counter Blades of Khorne, and I think that will come in handy because they seem to be one of the top 3 armies in the game, even after they got nerfed a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, thanks everybody for watching, and we will see you in the next one.